Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Welcome back. Welcome back. It's another episode of Gone Trucking. I won't be here for too long, but we'll see. We'll see how everything works out, you guys. I'm not gonna be here for too long, but hope you guys are having a awesome Saturday. You know, I've been up since like 2 this morning. Salute to Stanley. Salute to John Galt and the beautiful Portia. Make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here. I need to text Portia back. I know she's probably listening in the bushes right now. I'm gonna text you back. I've been just trying to rip this road. Been ripping this road, Portia. So yeah. It's been I think this has been a great the last stream, honestly, it was a really good stream, man. We've been having some good conversations here, you know. And salute to Be Brave, you know. I do like seeing, old farts like Be Brave still seeing them without the fire being burnt out just yet, you know. Still got something to say, but you know, Be Brave is a relic of yesteryear. His opinions and his thoughts, they're outdated, but I know it is entertaining. People do like the taboo. And unfortunately, white people being extremely racist to this generation of black people, it's taboo. We don't know what real racism is, man. Stanley's generation experienced real racism. Is the generation before that. We just experienced some a little bigotry here and there, but this whole idea where it's something wrong with these people, they're sick in the head. Nah, this country is sick, man. I don't know how you guys don't see it. This fucking country is sick. Takes advantage of the most less fortunate, the most unfortunate people. It takes advantage of them. So I am proud I am proud of Be Brave though. If I can inspire him, I do you know inspiring a old racist white man. That is very. I never thought I would do that. I never thought I would inspire an old white racist. You know. So appreciate you, buddy. I'll make sure I keep pointing out how ignorant you really are. I'll keep pointing it out. Hey, Stanley. Hey, man. Hey.
I didn't know whether to come up or not.
Oh
You
no, no,
finished
you're
the
good. You're good.
monologue.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Look,
yeah, yeah. Nah.
HB, I went to an all boys Catholic military school for high school. And yeah, it was pretty racist. Nothing compared to what my parents went through.
Right,
But
right.
the funny thing is, for all, for all the trials and tribulations, that's pretty much where I developed or groomed my sharp tongue. You know what? People didn't fuck with me in high school because they never knew exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah,
So, yeah, I'd get the odd N word, but usually, even if they meant it, it was said in a joking manner, and I would return fire in kind.
yeah,
So,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, it, it was real, but it wasn't real. I had to throw one punch my whole high school career. Luckily, it was a sucker punch. He wasn't expecting
Damn.
it, and
Oh,
hey, it's an all boys
sucker
Catholic
punch
military
Stanley.
school. This
Suck.
motherfucker wanted to keep it up. So finally, he wasn't expecting little scrawny me to do it. And guess what? Never got fucked with again.
Damn. Sucker punch Stanley right
Oh,
in the
he
kisser.
came back. He came back the next day with a lump on his forehead.
Oh.
And you know what? I never heard about it. I never heard from teachers or anybody else. That's the one thing about teenage boys. You know, he wasn't going to tell anybody.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
did.
And that,
I I don't even know if he told his parents.
and you know,
And
Stanley,
you know what? In college, we were the best of friends.
and you know, and I think that's what a lot of this generation has missed out on because you know, when we were talking about it the other day, I feel like young men, that's what really builds you up as a man. Those fights,
I think you're right.
whether they're physical fights or with you, it sounded like you had to go through more mental fights than anything.
Oh, it was all mental except for
Right.
that one punch. And you know what? Physically, I was pretty shit. Dude, I went to OCS weighing 135 pounds. I gained 30 pounds in
Gee,
OCS because
Jesus Christ.
it was all muscle.
Yeah, yeah.
But the bottom line is the thing is if you go through that today, there's gunplay, not
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
just
And
a sucker punch to the forehead.
yeah, and that is the most unfortunate thing. And I mean, these guns are so much more. I mean, they are more advanced too, Stanley. Like that's the
Right.
thing too. The guns are. I mean, the rounds that you can carry. I mean, bro, like I got Stanley. I got a 50 round drum. They didn't have 50 round drums back in your day, man. I
Say
mean,
what?
yeah, I got a 50.
For
I
that
got a
pistol?
for no, for the Draco.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they got a 50 round drum with it,
Oh,
man. I got a 50. But you
the
know what's
hell are you
crazy?
gonna? I mean, seriously, unless you're gonna be fighting in a small war.
No, no, no. The thing is, so it comes with a 32. I have two 32s in the 50 round. So it's like the type of ammunition, the guns nowadays. It's just a totally different ball game now, man.
Right.
And it's you know, even back when I was young, I mean the little guns we used to carry would have like 7 bullets in it, man. It's like
Hey, just like the marijuana, right? Is more lethal, more
yeah,
more
yeah,
powerful.
yeah. That's why I'm glad I don't even smoke anymore because the shit nowadays, man, it'll turn you into a fucking zombie, bro. Like I can't, I I cannot. You know, John is not. You know, John is a weed smoker and stuff, but he's not the type of weed smokers that the majority of people are. You know,
Well, he getting like like natural grown? Is it organic or
nah, John's probably smoking the super fire. He's probably smoking some
really?
really good shit. Yeah, John's probably smoking
Because
really
they
good
got
shit.
dispensaries there.
Yeah. He's probably getting the really good shit, and that's what the dispensaries send you. See,
Gee. Oh,
Solid
you
Snake.
can order it?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
They'll deliver it to you in DC.
Oh,
Solid
wow.
Snake, he's smoking the bullshit that's probably sprayed with rat poison and stuff. That's why that's why he acts like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they spray all different types of shit on there, man. 12th man, what's going on?
What's up, guys? How's it going? I can
Well,
pop on here
Man.
for a minute.
Oh man, I can't complain, man. I
Sam
can't
Fisher
complain.
made the top 5.
Oh
It,
man.
good.
Yeah.
he's about to hopefully go into it's for it's elimination time. So whoever doesn't get first place in the different groups is all wiped out, and then they join the different groups together. And I don't even know how many different groups there are. Then there's like 3 or 4 more rounds till you get to be the finalist. So still kind of a long way to go. Be kind of
Yeah.
glad when it's over, to be honest, and spend
Yeah.
a lot
What's
more time doing it than I really
Do
care
they have a
to. But
Westminster style dog show at the end?
it?
he he gets put on the cover of Modern Dog magazine. That's worth about 25 grand, and I'm not sure if that's cash or what, but it just says that prize
It'll be
is
a dog biscuits.
the lifetime supply of dog biscuits. Yeah, uh, we're still fighting for that. It's 2-for-1 vote day, by the way. Anyone who cares to vote, I can ship.
Yeah. Share the link in the back. I'll put it in the chat real quick. Hey, Garen, did you see episode 3?
I sure did. It was great.
Oh man, it's so good, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. So yeah, you saw the backstory of Cecil. That shit was
Yeah. It
that was
makes
pretty
make
that
a
was
lot it
pretty
makes a
dope.
lot of sense why he's so I make a lot of sense why he's so jaded now.
Yeah.
Willing to
Yeah,
do
and
anything necessary to protect his country,
yeah, and
protect the planet.
even when Omni Man first pulled up, he already knew he was full of shit, man. That was I thought that
Yeah,
was like the
they
best
found
scene
out he
right
was lying,
there.
but they let it play out anyway. That was insane. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I mean they didn't really have a choice, really. I mean, and you know, but yeah, it does put the first season in more perspective. Like he knew from the get go it was Omni Man. Yeah, he
Yeah,
knew
that
from the
was.
he already as soon as he pulled up, he knew it was Omni Man. He just had to pretend like it wasn't him. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's that jailhouse logic right there, man. That's what it'll
Yeah.
do to you.
I
And
also did like the scene with Oliver when he killed both of the twins.
Oh yeah. I'm hoping they have another twin somewhere. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure too. I also did wanted to tell you about the. Remember when you were talking about Tartaria the other day? I did find
Yeah.
a video about the old maps.
Yeah. We're gonna have to you're gonna have to send me the video in the back chat because I do want to
Oh,
talk
okay,
about
gotcha.
that, man. Yeah, I do want to talk about that Tartaria shit, man, because man, it shit is really a mind fuck, man.
what is that again? Tartar? Is that a movie or something?
Nah,
It's
it's like it's basically like um it's kind of like a theory of a lost civilization where
Oh,
where
okay.
where like a lot of what we think as far as like America was already founded. and
Hmm.
a lot of the a lot of the cities were already here and stuff, and a lot of it has to do with Africa a lot too. A lot of there was like kingdoms all around the world.
Yeah, something about mud floods, I think.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of it too. They believe that a lot of these lakes and shit were like man-made, like a lot of like desert area. They theorized that some of it was like created like by man. Like they got rid of these lakes so they could grow agriculture on top of it instead. So it's
Hmm.
it's uh,
Sounds interesting. Is that a bit like the flat Earth theory?
Kinda, but not
Whoa.
really.
Oh,
So Kanye's girlfriend had a swastika on her back?
hmm.
Oh,
Wait, hold it. That's
wait,
gotta
hold
be
on. When was it? Wait, when was this?
uh this has gotta be like some fake. I'm looking at Psychopath's channel and his thumbnail. Here, let me
my
Yeah,
bad,
Stanley, just
John.
share it.
yeah,
Damn,
that's gotta be fake. That would have made news.
my bad.
HB out here and cloning himself.
Okay, I don't know how
Yeah,
to blow it up here. Let me see.
You can
Uh
just full screen it. You can take us off if you want.
yeah. You see over in the upper right?
Yeah, Yeedolf is back at it.
Yeah, that's gotta be fake.
what? What's fake?
Could
See the
be with.
picture at top right with I think that's Kanye and his
Oh,
girlfriend.
uh,
Yeah, that's her.
yeah. What about
With
her?
AI and Photoshop now, though, you can never trust
Yeah, I'm
that
wondering
shit.
if that's actually real.
Oh yeah. Usually, if you got a question, and it's probably not.
I'm back, fellas.
Oh, Speak
What's
is
up?
back in the
Hey,
building, man.
hey,
Hey,
HB and
speak.
Garion, y'all
Yeah.
puckered
Oh
my
my
ass
God!
for a little bit.
CKJ says he's selling a T-shirt. What the?
Hey, y'all, I ain't gonna lie, y'all made my butthole pucker a little bit what y'all were talking about just a few minutes ago.
Oh, you talking about the Invincible?
And Tartaria.
Oh, so you fuck with it? You heard of Tartaria
You
too,
know what
man?
that stuff is?
Oh yeah, including you heard about the theory about the Great Wall of China. It wasn't actually built by the Chinese, but it was built by the ancient Tartarians to keep the Chinese out.
Oh yeah, I have heard about
Ah.
that. I
Because
thought
if
it
you
was
look
built
at
by I've also heard the whole it was built by giants theory as well, but I don't think that was believed because I think the blocks of it don't make any sense.
well,
Like the
see,
sheer
like
like the blocks of the
the
wall.
gaps in it where you can shoot arrows from,
Yeah, those
like
little slits.
yeah, those are actually facing towards China.
Ah.
It's not the other way.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. These theories, I think what make them so interesting is like a lot of that shit we cannot even fucking fathom today. Like even the Stonehenge shit. Like not the Stonehenge, but the where it's like those heads that were under like those giant heads. They're not Stonehenge, but the
Oh,
other
the
ones.
Easter yeah, the I know what you're talking about. Easter Island heads.
Yeah,
Right,
there's a
right,
theory that
right.
those got buried by the mud flood.
Yeah, and that the crazy thing is they just recently dug them up, and they're like fucking 20 feet tall. It's not just the head; it's like a whole body under there too.
Have you heard about the door in Peru?
Yeah. I've also heard
Yeah.
about the I also remember hearing something about like apparently there's a door to hell under one of the Catholic churches up in Europe. I forgot which one though.
Well, shit,
Vatican or Notre Dame?
I think it's Notre Dame.
Well, what about the Vatican when they opened those doors that supposedly hadn't been open in so many years, and there was actually people behind them? Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck's going on there? And then they show like infrared photos of the people that came from the door, and they look like aliens, like their skeletal structure.
Man. Yeah.
But Gary, and I hate to break it to you, Oliver killed off the twins for good.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the end of the Maulers. I didn't think it would come so quick though.
Damn.
I thought
So they didn't have any. So they didn't have any other backup clones.
Yeah, I guess they
No,
weren't smart enough.
he knocked them off.
Yeah, I guess he wasn't smart enough to.
Yeah, they didn't expect that little boy to bust them up like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear him when he went through the first twin, the one with the broke jaws? Like, oh shit!
Yeah. No, I think he took his jaw. I thought the first twin got his jaw took off.
Yeah, no, he broke it. He broke it first, and when he saw the other twin, when Oliver went through the other twin, he was standing there holding his jaw, talking about, "Holy shit!"
Yeah.
Oliver knocked his head off.
Yeah.
When do the next episodes drop?
Next Thursday. Next Thursday.
Yeah, next week.
Damn, I can't wait.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why I hate when they drop that shit like that, because I would have watched the whole season already.
Yeah, me too.
To be fair, I am still pretty hyped for the Invincible War. I know
I'm ready to
Angstrom
see
isn't dead.
Conquest. I'm ready to see Conquest.
Yeah.
They said if it's done right.
That first Conquest fight is gonna be great.
They said if it's done right, because the Conquest fight between him and Invincible took place over several issues. So that shit should be like some Dragon Ball Z type shit. Remember how Dragon Ball Z used to have those epic fights, and that shit would last a couple of episodes?
Oh man,
Yeah.
I think that Frieza episode was like fucking 30 episodes
Was
or
it?
something, man.
Yeah, every time it would get good.
Wasn't that like the world's longest fight in any show? Like the world's
I
longest fight per
remember
episode.
the tournament of power lasted a pretty long time. Where we get introduced to Jaren.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like
Invincible.
You know what I'm afraid of? They're probably going to shorten it. I really do think they're going to shorten it though, in order to save.
You know what we're not going to get, Gary? Unfortunately, we're not going to get the great scene from Anissa.
Nah, we have to have that scene. They
already said they're not going to put it in there. They're just
we gotta get it. HB and I were talking about that the first time. We brought it up yesterday.
They already said they're not going to do it.
Yeah, that means they're probably going to.
But they have a whole kid but they have a whole kid doing that though. That's a whole part of the show. Are they just going to rewrite that out?
I think they're just going to imply to it that he was great.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they're going to pussyfoot it. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to see what Anissa's working with under that costume.
To be fair, they did make her way thicker in the show compared to compared to how she looks in the comics. She looks scuffed in the comics, but
yeah, she is pretty gorgeous.
we want to see General Krieg with all his 12 wives. We want to see.
I want to see. I can't wait until we see Thrag though.
Yeah, shit, we probably ain't gonna see him for another 2 seasons.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for him.
And that I want to see Battle Beast too.
He's gonna be back this episode. This season.
Yeah, he was teased during the prison break arc between Alan and Omni Man.
That fight should be epic too between him and Thrag.
Oh yeah.
Battle Beast and Thrag. I want to see when the Ragnars come into play because you know, Mark revealed that all that shit in Omni Man's books was shit on how to kill Viltrumites.
Oh man, this show.
Oh yeah, the chemical. I think it was a chemical. It was some sort of disease that they all got.
What's his name created it? What's that guy that killed Argo?
Yeah, the guy who voices the guy who's Optimus Prime voice.
Yeah. And just so you guys know that are listening, we're talking about a show on Amazon Prime called The Invincible. It's an animated adult themed superhero show. and it's like loosely based off of DC and Marvel comics, except it's not like it's I don't know. It's just a little bit more.
A little bit
A
more
little bit more
graphic.
graphic.
Yeah, way more
Yeah.
graphic.
And don't say because it's animated that we're not gonna mess with that because it was created by the same guy who created The Walking Dead. So if you like The Walking
Yeah,
Dead, you probably like Invincible.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think what's better about this than The Walking Dead is the story. It came from a comic, so it's already we already know what the ending is gonna be. We're just building up to that point. The Walking Dead, I don't think they knew what the hell they were doing after that first season.
I think The Walking Dead would have been much better on like HBO or something where they could have got a little bit more. I mean, it was pretty graphic as far as like zombie kills and stuff, but they cut out a lot of the in between shit from the comics.
Yeah, CKJ,
Yeah.
it is kind of like The Boys, except it's a little bit more. There's a lot more going on than The Boys. The
Yeah,
Boys kind of.
the boys comic sucks.
Yeah,
Have you actually read the
Boys
comic?
yeah,
It's bad.
the comic sucked, but the show is actually really good.
Yeah, the show is good.
Hey, so what y'all think about the whole what was that episode 2 where the two villains were trying to go straight?
Oh yeah, you know what?
Oh, the two gay guys?
The
Yeah.
two
Yeah,
gay
the two
guys.
gay
Yeah,
guys.
yeah. I just accept that you're gonna have gay characters in modern media. That's just a part of it. But
No, I wasn't
honestly,
even worried about him being gay. I just thought the interaction, like they started off trying to rob a bank and then they felt bad, and so they're gonna try to go straight, but shit just kept happening to end up them committing crimes again.
yeah, no. Honestly, I thought it was.
Was sodomy a crime?
No,
Well, they didn't show the
no.
sodomy.
No. Them, what's so good about it, Stanley? Like
They
them
didn't show
being
that.
gay-
They didn't even show that, Stanley. Come on.
Yeah. Them being gay really wasn't the.
Yeah,
It
like
was
the
just kinda
main
just-
thing.
Yeah, it wasn't even the main thing. They just kind of threw it in there.
We didn't know they were gay till they hugged at that one
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, and then they
Well,
like
then
were
it was
holding hands.
gratuitous.
Yeah. I thought they were
Yeah.
just. Yeah, I thought they were friends, and then they started
Yeah.
holding hands and looking at each other. I was like, these niggas gay.
He's like, oh, these a couple. These guys are a couple. What the fuck?
But hey, but speak. I think they did that. That scene was like, bro, that was a beautiful fucking scene, man. I don't
Yeah,
think I've
because
ever
it was no talking. It was just music.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a gay scene that was like I was like, damn, I kind of feel for these.
Yeah, I did. I felt bad for him. I was
I
like,
kind of felt bad for him.
I'm like, damn, they were trying to get straight, not
Yeah.
literally, but trying to go
Yeah,
straight from
yeah.
committing crimes, and
Trying to get straight.
but they just kept shit just kept going bad for him, and it made him end up committing crimes again.
Yeah.
And then who had to take him down? Invincible.
Yeah, and I think like the whole point of that is like it's kind of going towards Cecil's whole point where it's like you're only a hero because you say you're a hero. Like in reality, there's probably, to them, you're a fucking villain. To them, they're just trying to, they want to do right, but they're fucking, I mean, they are gay and they're, they don't have any money, so they're probably gonna do some crime to figure it out.
They're gay and righteous.
Hey, I ain't gonna hold you though. I hate Cecil's guts now just as much as Mark hates him.
I don't blame Cecil though, man.
I don't hate Cecil.
Yeah, me either. I don't blame Cecil for what he did though, man. It's like, bro, you gotta have contingency plans with somebody that powerful, man.
Yeah, but just to me, the thing is like he will get the job done no matter who he has to screw over to get it. And like that guy Bulletproof said, he's like, fuck that. I can't work with a guy I can't trust. I was like, exactly, because he will throw them under the bus if it gets him to achieving his goal.
But speak like I think Cecil said it in season 2 where he says the only thing that's holding Mark back is his morality, and due to that morality, it's the only reason why he's not going around murdering everybody. Mark is probably, I don't know if he is at the time of the show or at the time of season 2, but he's probably the strongest person on the planet,
Yeah, well, at season 2, yeah.
Yo, what's up?
He's talking about all his how fast he's got, how much weight he can bench, and all that shit.
Yeah.
So they put him on that rigorous training regimen after Anissa whooped his ass.
Yeah.
How you gonna talk comics without me, man?
To be fair,
I feel left out.
Hey, Virgo.
Virgo, you know about
Stanley? You know Stanley is Homelander.
Hey Virgo. Hey Virgo, you're left out because you're a girl.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate the girls,
The clubhouse
Stanley.
doesn't allow girls.
My fucking bed just broke.
Do not underestimate a girl, Stanley. I've read both comics.
Damn it.
So you know about Invincible,
But
then.
HB to what you were saying, I know The Walking Dead, if you read the comics, it wasn't all that great. But if you watch the new one with Rick and Michonne, it explains everything in the comics.
Yeah.
So everything that happened in the comics happens in that one. So
I prefer the comics of Walking Dead versus the show because after season 7,
the comics is awesome.
Like,
and not to spoil it for anybody, but
I was done.
Rick does get his hand cut off, like in the comics.
Yeah. What comic we talking about?
She's talking about the Walking Dead.
Walking Dead.
Man,
Walking Dead.
I'm not a big. I like I don't know. Zombies are cool. I like future war type shit, like fucking robots and shit, like Terminator. That's what's up. You ever see Terminator movies?
Oh yeah.
The Terminator movies fucking rock. I want one where it's just the future war.
Have you watched the animated series on Netflix?
No, I have not. I gotta check that out. I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah, it takes place in the future.
Dude, I gotta fucking check that out. What's it called? What'd you say it was called?
Oh shit! Just when you go on Netflix, just type in Terminator and it's an animated series. It'll pop up. I can't remember.
I know what you're talking about. The yeah, the Terminator anime. What the fuck is it called?
I gotta check that out. There's no like you said it's anime. There's no like weirdo shit in there, is there?
No, I mean other than it starts out in the past, but then
I've never seen it, so I wouldn't know.
The rest of it takes place in the future.
Good, because I don't want to watch any of those like weirdo animes, you know.
Wait, question for Gary and HB.
Okay, go
ahead, Gary.
It's called Terminator Zero.
Terminator Zero? Yeah, I'm gonna watch.
The name. Yeah, that's what it's called. Terminator Zero.
I'll probably go watch that. We ain't coming early, but
are you two fans of Castlevania?
I like Castlevania, dude.
I saw the first. Oh, you mean the net? Yeah, the Netflix series. I saw the first season. I haven't seen the second or third.
The fucking the soundtrack on that is so good.
Wait, Speak. What were you about to ask? Because I'm about to get out of here, man.
Oh, I was just saying, were y'all fans of Castlevania?
Oh, nah.
Oh, bro, you have to watch it.
HB, you do got to watch the first season. You don't have to watch the second or third. You got to watch the first.
Well, there's two different shows as well. So
I'll put it in my notes. I'll check it out. All right, y'all. I'm out of here, man.
Yeah, Gary say if you want to see, if you want to see a bitch get burned alive,
be safe out there.
See you.
All right, man. See you.
Yo,
guys.
Have you seen that Kingdom Come game that just came out? The Kingdom Come or whatever. It's set in like medieval times, dude. I'm thinking about.
I gotta head out on issues. I'll be back.
So Stanley, you running the joint now?
Stanley. Man.
Yeah, I can. What did HB leave?
Yeah, he said he had to go.
Yeah, he had to check out.
Man, can I groove up here?
Can you what?
Can I groove up here? Just chill up here? Groove?
Groove?
Yeah, groove.
Okay, hang out, you mean?
Yeah, hang out.
Yeah. That's what the clubhouse is for, I guess.
That's what's up.
But yeah, Allied Master, check that out. You'll like
Where'd
it.
Virgo go?
Yeah, I gotta check out. You said it was
Terminator Zero.
Terminator Zero. Hang on, I'm getting some. Yeah, that's a scam. I'm getting some fucking scam text about unpaid tolls, and I haven't had a fucking. What's it called? I haven't been anywhere with tolls, dude. I'm getting scam text, dude.
Yeah, just block them.
You know. But
I got a fraud call when I was on with y'all earlier. At least that's what AT&T said it was. So I didn't answer.
I mean, that's the thing, dude. Like, you can get these fucking, if you get into debt, these fucking debt companies will like just sell your info. It's crazy, and then you just get a bunch of motherfuckers calling you and shit.
The sad part is for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, I know. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. That should be a crime to sell someone's personal info.
So Stanley, what you got on your mind?
Still there, Stanley? You may have stepped away
Yeah,
for a
I
second.
don't know why this thing keeps muting. Just give me a second. I got something in the microwave. I don't
All right.
particularly have anything in mind, really. We can listen to John and be brave. I am curious to know what they're saying.
Yeah, you should cue that up. It's quite interesting to say the least.
Be brave is?
No, that whole show.
Oh, you're talking about the one they did yesterday?
I watched a little bit of all of them, and I go in there and I just troll in the comments.
Okay, well, trolling is to be expected. Let's see. Give me 1 sec here. This is their current show. It's live right now.
Dude, I'm on
And even in the
man.
you didn't see any earwolves.
Oh, they're doing a show right now as we speak.
Dude was actually shot at.
Just give me a second.
No, I think they actually, if there was a man that was actually killed, I would be interested in knowing the they say there was a man actually killed. Those could have been a bunch of actors in back of him, but they'll kill somebody to make a point. No, I don't think Trump was actually shot at. No.
Damn, that's interesting.
Just all I'm saying is think of the odds of that bullet traveling a quarter of an inch outside of his skull, perfectly parallel, when he just turned his head perfectly.
Yeah, no, that's The
or God put his hand in it, didn't he?
One of the two.
One of the two. If that was a real attempt, God turned that man's head just right. And I ain't saying just right a little bit. You had to be goddamn perfect for that bullet to run parallel along that fucking skull and not hit his head and not give him a head wound of any sort. I ain't saying it didn't need to it would have blown his brains out. I'm saying it didn't nick his head.
Yeah, you know.
So
yeah, that is interesting. That is very, very, very
got
interesting.
his First Amendment right.
Shit, this is what I hate doing.
The other attempts, no, I ain't buying them at all.
Free to be free?
Hell no.
Stanley, don't you think the obsession?
3, 4 of them? Has he had any lately? Oh, now everything's okay.
Everything's okay.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, don't you think his obsession with the black man is sickening?
Okay, my main problem with Be Brave is actually his, he makes shit up, and then because he's white, he won't say this, but because he's a white man, he basically thinks he's right, even in his assumption. I don't think it's an obsession, unless you can say racist rhetoric is an obsession.
Those shows I don't like. That was a show.
Yeah, none of his stats that he throws out are correct.
Okay, well, they're not only made up stats; they're made up categories.
Yeah, the 70%, the 30%, the 30%, the 70%.
His premise is 70%. Basically, 3% of the black population commits most of the crime, and 70% of the black population makes excuses for that 3%. So, several things wrong with that. I know the 3% of the population, that might be right. I'd have to actually go and research it. It is a very small percentage that commits a lot of the violent crime, Um, I'm trying to figure out why. Well, number one, roughly 70%. I'm sorry, roughly 50. Hold on, let me pull up this Pew Research poll because I actually looked it up the other day, but I need to refine it. But roughly 41%, I think it is, of the black population lives in urban areas. Now, urban areas, that doesn't necessarily mean the hood. It means basically somewhere near or in the city limits of the bigger cities. And then the it's roughly, it's like, I want to say like 52% live in rural areas. So, technically, most black people don't even live in urban areas. And I saw somewhere, and I can't seem to find those numbers. It was way less than the 41 or 42% that even live in what we would call the hood. So, what I've been telling Brave is most black people don't even live in the hood. So, if most of the black crime is, or most of the violent crime is happening in the inner cities, most of the black people have nothing to do with it because they don't even live in those neighborhoods. But his premise is that, well, 70% of the black people who don't live in the hood, they are basically making excuses like it's our responsibility to police those inner city neighborhoods. It's not. We're not our brother's keeper. And then the other problem I have is he says that black culture is separate from American culture, which is just batshit crazy if you know anything about American history. Um, the people that were brought here in 1619 and their descendants, all the people, who wound up coming through South Carolina and Norfolk and other New Orleans, um, way before the Civil War, what other culture would they have? Um, you know, Black people have been in what became America for 400 years. We weren't living in Africa. What other culture would we have? We were basically raised in American culture for 400 years. What other culture would we have? How can it be separate if we were living here for centuries?
Well, a lot of the learned behavior that black people have picked up is, and, a lot of white people like to bring this guy up because they just love him so much. What
Thomas,
is it?
yep,
Thomas Sowell.
black rednecks and white liberals or something like that.
Yeah, well, he even says it that they learn their culture from white rednecks.
Well, there's some problems with his argument, and it's been years since I've read it. Thomas Sowell is a horrible. Economists make the worst cultural critics. He's not a trained historian. He's he's one of these public intellectuals, and public intellectuals like Jordan Peterson, for instance, they venture outside of their expertise, and they really shouldn't be doing that. Thomas Sowell is not a historian. I don't think he's a good cultural critic because he's not objective. And that aside, I I have some problems with the argument, and I actually took notes and have no idea where they are. I'd have to reread it to refresh my memory. But even if you take that argument, and I don't totally discount that argument, but even if you took that argument, that's basically proof that we're part of American culture. Now, there's several different types of American culture. Black people aren't homogeneous. Um, White people aren't heterogeneous. Culture in California is different than culture in Maine. there are all kinds of intersections and overlaps, but the culture is slightly different. It's a variant of American culture. I think black culture is a variant, and there's several types of black culture. Living in a black neighborhood in rural Georgia or St. Helena Island, South Carolina, is different than what's happening in Atlanta in the hood. So just his arguments are a mess. But what's more upsetting than his attitudes and his shtick is that black people supporting it. Black people buy into B Brave's bullshit. That is the most upsetting. And I'm not upset, but it's the most disturbing to me.
I just think he's full of shit, but that's just me personally.
Well, let me put it to you this way, and he talks about it a lot. He doesn't even come over here to talk about race if I'm on the panel anymore, because he and I just go back and forth on it. And he's just decided, if he comes up here and I'm on a panel, we will talk about something else. Now, I don't have a problem beating him over the head with his own ideas, but it does get a little cruel and just little hot, little heated.
Well, we know B Brave's MO. He doesn't want any pushback. Since I've seen him
Oh yeah,
from
yeah.
TT show till now with the shit he's doing with John. If anybody has any pushback, it's like, get him the hell out of here. Get him out of here.
Yep. And it's funny. I have to recall, like in the past 24 hours, I heard a totally different concept of black culture. It was E. Franklin Frazier, and I've never read the book, but he wrote a book. Let me find it right quick. I think it's called Black Bourgeoisie, and I need to read it, even though it's a little old. Hold on one sec. You know who E. Franklin Frazier was?
No, I don't,
He
but
was
I
like
should
a
probably.
really pretty famous black sociologist. Like back, he was pretty much active, I guess, from like the mid 30s to almost 1960. So he's kind of an elder or an ancestor now, but he's still read in sociology classes. Here it is. The book is Black Bourgeoisie, and his premise, and I haven't read it, but someone was talking about it like in the last 24 to 48 hours, and there may even be a YouTube thing on it. I'll see. But anyway, he's basically saying there are two types of black culture. One was basically the people who were mulattoes who could, sometimes pass for white, and their brand of culture was very close to the higher class Southern culture. If you read Uncle Tom's Cabin, there is a part where when Uncle Tom gets to New Orleans, if I recall, the butler to the guy who was like the master, the slave owner, he's kind of a gentle slave owner, but a slave owner nonetheless. Well, his butler, his body man butler, valet, I think actually, was a mulatto, and he basically wore the master's cast off clothing, but they were way finer than any of the other slaves in the household wore. He would get all perfumed up because the master let him use his aftershave or whatever. This guy was light skinned, and just kind of you know he was full of puffery. He didn't do the manual labor. He was pretty much just like trying to mimic the master's behavior, culture, etc. So anyway, there's that class of Negro, and I'm going to use the term Negro because we're talking an old book. And then there was like regular black culture, closer to the field culture. These people had African features. You knew they were African descendants.
Yeah,
It,
darker complected.
a house slave, field slave sort of thing. So that's how E. Franklin Frazier, an actual sociologist close to the black community, a part of the quote black community, saw black culture. It wasn't a 70% and 3%. Of course, this is way back when, so the violent crime wasn't as much a factor. But he saw black culture totally different than someone like B. Brave does. So there are really different versions of how people see black culture, and Be Brave is, one of many. The difference is his is unlettered. He has no training other than just maybe he's skimmed some books and whatever's going on between his ears is his sociology.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I do drone on, don't I?
No, I was just listening, but like I get where he's coming from because I would have seen the world in the same picture had I, let's say for instance, like you remember back in the day we used to see those commercials about with Sally Struthers, say this little African boy for only 25 cents a day. Now you saw these commercials all the time, and
Right.
if you've
Yes.
been to Africa, that's what you assume Africa to be. But
Mm-hmm.
now I've never been to Africa, but I've studied about Africa, and I know that what I saw in those commercials is not the only thing Africa is.
Yeah, I've only
So
been to Egypt.
yeah, and then B Brave's like I sit there and I watch all these closed circuit camera feeds of blacks committing crime. Well, of course you're gonna assume that black people are just out here doing degenerate shit. If that's all you do is sit up here and watch closed circuit footage of black people committing crimes, you're being programmed to believe that all black people act a certain way, and that's just not the case.
Well, he will constantly tell you he doesn't believe the books or the statistics. He believes what he sees. And that's like you're not omniscient. You don't see everything. If you really used his logic, he's only seeing what they want him to see.
Yeah, you're believing what the media is pushing.
Connect those dots. On one hand, there's the global corporate elite, but on the other hand, he hasn't connected the dots that, hey, if they are that pervasive, you might be seeing what they want you to see. You might not actually be seeing reality. So
Yeah.
they're totally different, like parts of his brain, and the parts of the brain don't connect.
Yeah, his version of reality is totally distorted. But to me, I feel like it's a type of sickness that goes on in his head because he literally believes that blacks are destroying American society, and it goes way beyond that.
I mean, there are all kinds of things that work against his argument.
Yeah, well, even the neighborhood he lives in, black on black crime is not affecting you, sir. What are you talking about? I guarantee he rarely sees many black people throughout his day.
He's just really problematic. But the problem is, black people like CT and John are giving him credibility.
True. Even
So
letting him have a
when
voice
you
at that.
give a little bit of credibility to a person like that, and he actually thinks he's an expert and he's speaking truth. And somebody in the chat today said, and I don't know whether it was a joke or not, but basically, Be Brave is the leader black people need.
Yeah, that's clown shit.
And I was like, well, that's very Andrew Johnson. If you know anything about Andrew Johnson, He wanted to be the Black Moses, or he wanted to be Moses for Black folks. Believe that or not.
Mm.
This is the guy that I listened to the other day on E. Franklin Frazier, and other than this one video, I really don't know what he's about or his politics or anything.
Hey, I got to drop down for about 20 minutes. Will you be on still?
Okay, well, I'll watch this.
All right.
If anybody wants to hit the link, come on up. I got to talking about E. Franklin Frazier, The Black Bourgeoisie, book I haven't read, but this young man, is doing about a 26-minute video on his reaction to it. So I'm going to go ahead and listen to it, and then I will actually read the book, soon, just so I have some firsthand knowledge. But I'm just going to go with what he's saying right off the bat here.
From the lowest rung of the ladder came to be the most influential members to the Black community. Why are they there, and what caused them to get to that spot? The explanation comes from professor and sociologist Dr. E. Fraser Franklin in his 1957 book titled Black Bourgeoisie. And as we go through this explanation, I want you to listen very carefully, because what we're going to go on is a journey. And in this journey, we're going to deal with some backstory on Black American culture. And all this is going to lead us to our final destination of answering this question. But I need you to go through the full journey in order to get the understanding. And so once you understand this history, then it'll no longer be a mystery. And so let's go in here to page 113, where it says this: there have been only two really vital cultural traditions in the social history of the Negro in the United States. One.
Now, again, I'm going to remind everybody, Frazier was a trained sociologist. I think he worked at least most of his career at Howard University. I don't know whether he knew Du Bois or not, but I would imagine he would have. This is a man who is a Black American who studies Black America. This is his book. And I would trust what this guy says over Be Brave. I'm way more qualified on several different levels.
One being the genteel tradition of the small group of mulattoes who assimilated the morals and manners of the slave-holding aristocracy. So the first of the two notable Black traditions was the genteel tradition, which placed high value on conventional family life, sexual purity, manners, education, and so forth. And this tradition was learned from the slave-holding aristocracy, or the nobility, or the elite, or the upper class slaveholders, right? And so this small group of mostly mulattoes took their culture from these people. And keep in mind that it says small, because most of the Blacks didn't have this culture. So this was one of the cultures. Let's continue. And the other, the culture of the Black folk who gave the world the spirituals, which is the culture which developed as an adaptation to the slave environment. The first small group had the mind of the slaveholder, and the second mass group had the mind of the slave.
Now, I'm also going to, I can't remember, and I'll look it up right quick, but essentially this breaks down that small group. That kind of breaks down to Du Bois's Talented Tenth. So there we go. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the term. Kind of elitist, but it's a term nonetheless.
Right? Let's continue. The genteel tradition, or the one that came from this aristocracy, flourished especially in such large communities of free mulattoes as those in Charleston, South Carolina, and New Orleans, Louisiana. It was maintained by those mulatto families that had acquired as part of their family traditions the patterns of behavior which were associated with the ideal of the Southern lady and Southern gentleman. Some families took pride in the fact that a mulatto
Wait,
ancestor
hold
could
it.
not be distinguished in his physical appearance.
Come on, CKJ. I hope. Yeah. Well, I mean, I hope so. Thank you, CKJ.
Dress, manners, and speech from his white half brother. And they had these thoughts because they had bought into the idea that the traditional European features were superior to all the others. And so, in other words, they believed this to be true. Let's continue. As a rule, these families formed a closed circle from which were excluded all who could not boast of similar ancestry and did not conform to the same standards of morals and manners. They were exceedingly self-conscious of their culture, which consisted of the enjoyment of English and, in Louisiana, French classical literature and music. Sometimes they maintained literary societies in which they could enjoy and foster their culture. Many of these families migrated before the Civil War to the north, where they formed a small upper class that boasted of its genteel traditions. After the Civil War, the free mulatto class continued to hold itself aloof from the masses of freedmen. The Civil War ended in 1865, and by that time, the masses of blacks were no longer legally enslaved. And the Negroes with the genteel culture, they were trying to distance themselves from the masses because at that point, they were culturally different people. Let's continue. In Louisiana, the hostility of some members of this class to the newly emancipated blacks was so great that they opposed giving political rights to the freedmen. But generally, the free mulatto class and its descendants assumed as far as possible positions of leadership among the Negro masses. They did not break down the traditional barriers to easy social intercourse and marriage. Even in their religious affiliations, the descendants of the free mulattoes held aloof from the Negro masses. They generally affiliated with the Episcopal, Congregational, Presbyterian, and Catholic churches, while the Negro masses, as we have seen, were affiliated with the Baptist and Methodist churches. The descendants of the free mulattoes became, after the Civil War, the core of a small class which undertook to maintain the American pattern of family life and conventional sex mores. So the offspring of this class looked to maintain the values that they had developed over the years. And this was one of the reasons that they kept a distance from the Negro masses, because if they would have started mingling closely with the Negro masses, then their culture would have been compromised, especially being that there were more in numbers coming from the Negro masses who were the carriers of the slave mindset. Let's continue. In some small communities in the South, a single family with this social and cultural background would live in complete isolation rather than associate with the masses of Negroes. And why was that? For the reason we just went over. In their quiet, obscure lives, they expressed often their contempt for the black upstarts who, in their view, and often in fact, possessed neither morals nor manners. And again, this is why they attempted to separate themselves from the Negro masses, who had a very different set of morals and manners. And this is how people have always separated themselves before the European colonizer came along and started lumping people into these very large groups like black, white, Asian, and so forth, right? Groups that never initially agreed to be lumped in there together. Let's continue. The attitudes of those who came to terms with the successful members of the rising black masses was expressed by a young mulatto college student who was a descendant of a prominent free mulatto family. When asked how she felt when a big, ill-mannered Negro male student addressed her rudely and tossed her about, replied, "Well, since I've got to live with these N-words, I might as well act like one." So now at this point, we have members of the Negro masses who were attending school with other members from the mulatto class, and there was conflict. The mulatto class was stuck with the Negro mass, and we can see the frustration coming from this student here. And I'm pretty sure the Negro masses didn't like them either, right? Let's continue. On the whole, the tradition of the gentleman has ceased to have influence on either the manners or morals of the Negro community. The tradition they had stopped having influence on the Negro community, and later on we're going to find out exactly why, because it ties into the main topic of this video. In the Negro colleges, It is futile for teachers to exhort the students to behave like ladies and gentlemen. Futile means pointless. And why was it futile or pointless to get the Negro students to behave like ladies and gentlemen? Because at this point, the Negro masses had begun to take over. And the culture that they carried was nothing like the genteel culture that some of the mulatto class had. So from here, let's understand some of the background coming from the Negro masses and the culture that they had developed. The folk culture of the American Negro developed out of his experiences on American soil. Whatever element of African culture might have survived enslavement became merged with the Negro's experience in the new environment and lost their original meaning. The Negro.
Okay, that is a very important point, and one that I keep trying to convey to Be Brave in particular. Black culture, Black American culture, is not versus American culture. It is a part of American culture. It may be hybridized. There are different ways you can characterize it. But as it said, there's some vestiges of African culture, but it got merged into the quote experiences of the African in American culture, in American culture. And to me, that's just common sense. But I think it's literally a racist point of view to view Black culture as apart from American culture. It's literally virtual segregation of culture. Dude is still living pre civil rights or pre Brown versus Board.
Was made in America, right? From the language, the food, the thinking, the dancing, the songs, right? And even the physical makeup being a mixture of different people. And Dr. Frazier says that anything that survived that would have come from Africa was merged into this new environment and it lost its original meaning, right? So a new culture and a new people were created from this completely different experience. Let's continue. From the beginning, the Negro had to learn the language of his masters, and there was no chance to preserve African languages except in some isolated areas, as for example, along the coast of South Carolina and Georgia and the neighboring islands. The character which...
And just an aside, I'm sure people have heard me say this. My mother's side of the family, direct descendant from St. Helena Island, Sea Islands of South Carolina. Have spent a lot of time over there with my great aunt, my mother's aunt, Rose. So, I'm very familiar with that part of the Sea Islands. As familiar as someone who actually isn't a resident is, or can be.
The Negro family acquired under the system of slavery was due to the exigencies of servitude rather than surviving African patterns of behavior. Exigencies meaning what was needed in a situation. So the character of the Negro family, which included the woman heading the house, was needed under the system of American slavery, and it was not something that was of African origin. In a situation where no legal recognition of family existed, the dominant position of the woman in the Negro family was due to the concession that had to be made to the needs of the children as well as to attachment of mothers to their offspring. Even in the matter of religion, there are no evidences of African survivals as in the West Indies and in Brazil. Moreover, when the folk beliefs of the Negro are studied, it is difficult to disentangle the African elements from European folklore and practices and those folk beliefs which are a product of the American experience. The folk culture of the Negro was associated with the church, which has been the most important institution in the rural communities of the South. In fact, the community derived its name from the church, most often Baptist or Methodist, and the location of the membership of a particular church defined the limits of the communal life. It has been in the church that the Negro has found a meaning for existence, and it was the church that enlisted his deepest loyalties. The church set up and defined the norms and moral conduct and provided the necessary discipline to enforce its rules and behavior. It was the church that the Negro spirituals or religious folk songs were born. So the church was the most important aspect.
I'm going to skip ahead because unless you're really interested in this, it is a little pedantic. However, I can play it through. It really depends on what folks in the chat want to do. But I think probably this is enough to get my point across. Be Brave is just way off base with this racist assessment of Black culture. He has neither the expertise nor the experience. And I don't know why we keep giving his notion of the state of of Black America any credence or legs or anything like that.
Of the Negro's life. And because it meant so much to them, they developed a deep emotional attachment to that institution, which still lingers today in many of the descendants of those people who make up the most religious group in America, right?
Yeah.
Making more money.
I wouldn't listen to anything he has to say about Black folks or Black culture. I mean, he's never even lived around Black folks.
He says he grew up there, but the bottom line is that I don't know. I'm probably spinning my wheels here, but I think what I'm doing is just making myself feel better. Because I know a lot of times people on this channel think I'm full of shit, some of my notions, but, I'm not wrong about this anyway.
Are you taking me back home to it? Okay, I'll be right out. Sorry, man.
It just seems to me just common sense that Be Brave's arguments are just ridiculous. And I, for the life of me, don't know why anybody, doesn't just, I don't know why people listen to it. Well, I do know, but I don't want to get into that.
South, the rural South, and they've moved into the cities, a lot of them, where their culture and their mindset interacted with this newly discovered environment. And so they begin going to college, getting educated, making more money, and climbing up the economic ladder. And with this new dynamic, this is where things get interesting, right? And so let's go in here to page 125, where it says this. As the Black bourgeoisie has grown in size and influence, Durham has ceased to enjoy the distinction of being its capital. Durham, North Carolina was known as the first capital of the Black bourgeoisie. The Negro communities in Chicago and Detroit have both claimed to become the center of the Black bourgeoisie. In either case, the shift of the capital of the Black bourgeoisie from a small...
Yeah, I'm going to stop right here because it's kind of veering past where I want it to go. But the bottom line is that, this is basically, saying that there are two segments of the Black population. There is one that is, quote, the bourgeoisie. And then, there is more the masses is the term that's being used. And that is different than the notion because at least in Fraser's time, that small part of the Black community that was, the quote bourgeoisie, that's not 70%. I think today, things have kind of morphed and changed, especially post 1954 and 1964. There's a larger Black middle class. So the bottom line is the origins of the two types of cultures have kind of changed over the years. Post 1964, there's a larger middle class. So you still have that upper crust. You still have a working class and a working poor. Larger middle class. There's an upper middle class as well. And two things I want to show right here, and I'll blow it up a bit. Right here, it says here about 1 in 5 Black Americans say they live in a rural area. That's roughly 20%. So this top bar right here, this bar chart, 18% of the Black population or who identifies Black rural, 40% suburban. Okay, basically out in the burbs, 41% urban. Now I know I saw somewhere a breakdown of that urban population, but for right now, add the rural and suburban, that's 58% of the population. Okay. In the 40 so 58% of the population is non-urban. That's 60 to 40 roughly. So almost 2/3. So 2/3 of the Black population don't really live in the urban areas. So that's close to Be Brave's 70%. Again, the urban population at 41%. I thought I saw a breakdown. I'll have to search it up if I indeed saw it, because that whole 41% does not live in what we would call the ghetto. So I need to figure out how to parse that 41% down. And then one other chart. This is from blackdemographics.com. Somewhere I need to figure out, where do I keep that link? Let me see. I know we used to have it actually embedded in StreamYard. Let's see if it's still there. It is not still here. Well, there's a breakdown of the Black American population, or people who identify as Black American. There's a breakdown by class, and the class is based on income, not wealth, but income. Households, income. Let's see, middle class. It's this chart right here. And this actually is a little bit of an aside from my main point, but right here, Black households, 3% upper class, 4% upper middle, 36% middle class, 25% working class, 13% working poor, 19% poverty. So basically, we've got let's see, that's 61. So roughly 68% of Black households don't even count as are above the working poor poverty line. So 68% are working class or above. So that's kind of an aside from where from my main point. But bottom line is, most Black people don't live in the hood. That's the first point I wanna make. So when people say Black people commit most of the crime, that's just too broad for my taste. I like to be a lot more specific. And the last point I want to make is more just a philosophical one. The idea that, 70% of the Black population should police the 3% of the population is bullshit. Okay. Do white people police poor white people? At least not directly. So Be Brave is just really, some of his logic is just egregiously wrong, and why we put up with it, I don't know. I know I'm not going to.
I never see him over here anymore, man.
Yeah, he is. Did a show did a show with John the other day. He
Oh yeah, I see him on with John, but
he
not
he
my.
if possible doesn't want to come up. He's kind of pissed off at me as he is always. And then HB, he he basically does shows about us. But
I
I
listen
mean,
to John, but I
it's
don't have
all
a.
it's all good, well and good. I mean, I'm not, looking to wage war or anything, but I am, wanting to basically go in and just, call bullshit on his points. They make no
Yeah,
sense. I just don't understand how a grown man can just be so sloppy.
yeah, I
But
don't know.
people are letting him be sloppy, so that's part of it. So anyway, I'm done with my pedantry.
It's a beautiful day here on the Kenai, Stanley.
Yep, it's good to know.
I just had to run into town, do some banking. Now I'm headed back to the boring old woods.
Well, good. You're
Might play with my new
making a run,
shotgun.
making a run for the border.
Getting out of here. I like when I just come in town and get out. Do what I need to do and get out.
Yep, I used to do that myself. One trip to town and one trip out. If I forget something, oh well. I'm not coming back
Yeah.
out, especially if there's snow on the ground.
How much are eggs down there?
A bunch of what?
How much are eggs down there right now?
Hold on, I'll check. It's been about a month since I bought any.
Do you use those in your oatmeal cookie?
No.
No.
You know what? Yes, I do. One egg, one or two, depending on the recipe.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's see here.
It's $8 a dozen here the other day. I just said I'll do without for now. I'm not paying no $8 a dozen eggs. I can get over the fact that I don't need eggs for breakfast every morning. I can eat oatmeal, be just as happy.
Right. I don't know. I've found as I've gotten older, I don't like eggs as much. Honestly, I'll occasionally do an omelet or over easy, but I mostly use eggs for for baking. I use it in my bread mainly.
I love me a good bacon, cheese omelet, maybe some onions, peppers. I'll saute those first, then throw them in the omelet.
Let's see here. Dozen eggs is $5.46. 18 eggs is $8.18. So that's roughly $1 an egg. My God. 36 eggs, $16.
You said $8 for 18.
Yes. But that's still pretty expensive, $1 an egg.
Yeah. Especially for down there, y'all have all the chickens down there.
Yeah, I may have to hit up my neighbor. I haven't had any eggs from her since the summer.
Yeah, it's one lady locally, I could pay 18 for 11. That's a little better than $8 for them. I was supposed to do that yesterday. Got all about it. Just
Claris, if y'all haven't noticed, Claris and others, I have a huge personality flaw. It is hard for me to sit still and hear people pass bad information. I don't suffer fools gladly. If you're gonna be outrageous, at least be right on the facts. And it drives me crazy. I understand Be Brave is entertaining, but I just don't get it. The entertainment value is ruined because I know what he's spewing is just so atrocious and sloppy. And the thing is there are people who don't know as good as a Claris, what's what. So, it really does hurt my soul to see black people buy into this bullshit. And I know you can tell me to chill out. I know I should chill out, but this is the way I've always been. I just do not like. Um, I don't like to be wrong. Uh, and I think that's obvious. But I don't like other people to be wrong either. So, you know, anyway, I'll get off that tangent. I know it's entertainment. It's just not that entertaining to me. And I have to do a better job about just ignoring it. The other day during the racist roundtable, I listened to 5 minutes and I got the hell out of there because I knew the longer I stayed, the higher the chance I was going to get pissed off and just be disruptive. So I just left. Palomino, if I'm sending bad information, it's unintentional. And I think in your case, you just don't understand the information. Therefore, you think it's bad information. A little studying, a little research, and you'll be good to go. I hope that sounded as patronizing as I meant it to be. So, other than what's are you coming back from town right now?
Yeah, ready to go home for a glass of wine, Sam.
Yeah, if I were worth with shit, I'd probably go out and get some beer too, but I'm too lazy.
My life is really pretty boring, but I like it that way. I had enough excitement in my lifetime in the last 2 lives.
Boy, you're weaving quite the web there, Palomino. I'm lying about lying to people. Yeah, okay. It looks like Be Brave is wrapping up, and I see John's in the audience. John, what did y'all talk about? Probably something that's upsetting. Let's see. What is
Listen to John. I don't know about the other guy. I guess John's on there. I might check it out for a little bit.
I think John just left. I don't see him on the panel anymore. Oh, he was talking about the corporate machine. John, actually I had a question about that corporate machine. Be Brave's point of view on, Black America and racial relations. How does he know that the corporate machine is really just showing him what they want him to see? Has he ever addressed that point? It could be that they intentionally are leading him astray so he looks like the fool. So I guess I could hop over on his chat and type that question.
But the junk's still alive.
Looks like he is, but I don't know. I'll get around to. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's not. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like he is, but I'm just gonna let it go. Let's see. Let's have a look in my I have a whole list of show stuff that I could show. Do have one more new Pop the Balloon. We could watch fishing shows.
That'd be good. Whatever you and Jeff wants to do, it's good.
We'll do this for some ASMR. Those deer in
the day very often.
Yeah, those deer in the day look nice and healthy, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
They've got some wild bird feeders too, but I'll have to find those.
I don't think we do anything like that in Alaska. But I know they do farm caribou.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine they do.
They farm caribou, which is reindeer, or whatever you want to call it. Then I think they have yak farm too. Canada has a yak farm. We're like the only two places in North America that have that. We can't have it. So really,
Well, when you say yaks, you mean like the yaks they have in places like Mongolia, right?
Yeah, I believe they have yak down there too, but they have the Arctic yak also.
Interesting.
The buffalo. They look like a big buffalo. I had the yak burger when I was an England last year. Very flavorful. First time I ever had it.
Let's see here. I would have sworn, because it's almost crappie season here.
Oh, nice. One thing I meant from down south, some of that bluegill and crawfish fish.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna have to dig out because I had some videos I thought I saved. This guy's doing some simple smoked spare ribs. I've been wanting to watch this.
Trim these ribs up a little bit, ain't gonna go too crazy. Everybody done trim some meat before, so you just kind of, get the loose ends off. Anything that you don't want on there, you can take it off. Most people go crazy, Me, I don't suggest that. I suggest just, cutting a little bit off now, and anything you don't want on there, after you cook it, cut it off. And that way, if you don't want it, you can throw it away, or you can give it to the dog, or you can put it in some beans, and make your beans have some smoky flavor, you know. But yeah, to me, if you buy all that meat, everything is just too high to be wasting all that meat unless you're going into competition. You don't have to trim all your meat and make it all squared off and stuff. It's still gonna cook, man. You know, as long as you get that smoker hot enough, you know, to render the fat, you got to cook it hot enough, at least 250, to render the fat, then you're good to go. You just got to leave it on there long enough to render that fat. Now, if it's a big hunk of fat like that's on a brisket and a mohawk, yeah, you got to cut that off. Yes, sir. Just a little FYI. But yeah, I didn't go too crazy on these ribs. I just trimmed a little bit off. You'll see in a minute. I'll show the camera and put some seasoning on and got them out there on the smoker. Yes, sir. You know, because they spare ribs. They got to cook about 5 or 6 hours. So, yeah, it's fall and the days are short and it gets dark fast. So you had to try to hurry up and get these things out there. That's why I was kind of in a hurry. You know, when trimming them up, I didn't go too crazy. And you might say, Uncle B, what about the membrane? You take your membrane off? Well, I'll say I've only taken the membrane off one time. One time in all my many times of cooking ribs. I've only taken the membrane off one time to see what it was like. And yeah, that ought to tell you something. I've never done it again. Because if you
I
cook the
usually score
membrane
the
down,
membrane. I don't take it off.
if you cook your ribs right, you ain't got to worry about the membrane. The membrane is going to cook down and it's
My
going to melt
father
in and out just
actually
like everything else.
recommends
You know,
taking it
that
off.
membrane to help hold that meat on the bone. You take your membrane off and you cook your ribs like you're supposed to. Guess what's going to happen? When you pick that rib up, you're going to have a bone in your hand and the meat on the floor. Yes, sir. Yeah, so I recommend leaving that membrane on. That way it make everything stay on the bone. You know what I'm talking about? So you know, when you pick that meat up, you won't be feeding the dogs. You know, and you're gonna be mad at yourself when you drop that big old pretty piece of meat off that bone and it land on the floor and old Roscoe pick it up. You know, that's what I would avoid. But yeah, you know, back to the ribs. Yeah, we just getting these things, you know, trimmed up a little bit. I'm not gonna shape them up. You see all of that extra meat on there. Look at there. I just trimmed a little bit of fat off, and that's it. You know, didn't go too crazy. We'll leave all that extra meat on there, and we're gonna get the seasoning things up. You know, and I like to start with my salt. That way, I know how much salt I got on my meat, and plus the salt will already start penetrating the meat first. So I like to start with my salt, and it's kind of like a guide coat, you know, because you can see the seasoning salt, especially if you're using Lowry's, you can see how much salt you got on your meat. And that's what that is right there. That's just regular old Lowry's, not rub, it's just regular old Lowry's. So I put that on there first, and then I come back with my garlic powder, usually, or sometimes garlic salt. It depends on what I'm using. And then some coarse 18 mesh pepper, you know. That's what I like to use. And that's it. Salt, pepper, garlic is a basis of all your meat. In case you don't know, whether you're fixing chicken, pork, you know, beef, it doesn't matter. Salt, pepper, and garlic. That's your main line. And then you can spruce it up with anything else like that paprika right there. I like to put that on there. It gives it a little extra flavor.
You know, I started using the salt, pepper, garlic on one side. Now ribs are a little different. I probably do salt, pepper, garlic, or half salt, half MSG. But usually, you know, say on chicken or something like that, I'll do one side MSG, pepper and garlic powder, and then the other side salt, pepper, garlic powder. That seems to work out pretty well taste wise.
I have a Kinder spicy peach rub I like to use on
Yeah,
ribs, but I'm I'm not picky. I'll use lots of different stuff. Really, I don't usually do the same thing every time.
I've kind of gotten in the habit of doing the same thing every time. Now here's what I did though. Um, I've got like 5 different dry spice rubs because I've got like all kinds of spices here, like spices to make curries and stuff like that. So
Uh-huh.
I've got a taco seasoning spice rub. I've got a dry jerk rub. I've got like a
Oh yeah,
jerk.
I like jerk rub.
I've got a steak, like a Montreal steak seasoning rub that I also use for pork, or sometimes I'll use the jerk seasoning on pork as well. And then I've got a pizza spice that I use when I make pizzas. So
Uh-huh.
these spice rub things, if you actually have the spices, um, you actually go and just make your own instead of spending
Yeah, yeah.
all this money on the spice blend.
Well,
Like the
that's what people
Montreal,
do that make the rub.
yeah, exactly. And like the Montreal stuff, that McCormick Montreal steak seasoning,
Yeah, I don't like that kind of stuff.
it's expensive as hell.
I don't do the McCormick usually. I like to buy, like maybe, sometimes I'll buy like from the barbecue pit boys. That way, at least you're buying from a real small business and a small
Right.
business that gives you entertainment, instead of some giant corporation like McCormick.
Yeah, Claris, right after we get done with these ribs, I do have some catch, clean, and cook fishing. Uh, Now, I actually did have a video, I might still have it, of a lady who was cleaning rabbits. She didn't cook them. Uh, I don't know that I want to show that though, because it is a little graphic. Though it made me hungry.
What was that, Stanley?
This
What was
lady,
graphic?
she's like an off-grid lady or off-grid couple. She showed
Oh, okay.
nailed to the tree method of cleaning rabbits.
Oh,
She raises meat rabbit.
I'm surprised a lot of people won't do that kind of stuff on YouTube. I, I see them do it on Kick. They don't
Well,
even like to do that on Twitch, but
she
maybe.
didn't show the. I'm trying to think. I think she had already beheaded him and cut the fur off.
Mhm.
So all she had was the carcass, and then she went and get the guts out, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
But it wasn't too bad. Not for me, it wasn't. If you've ever cleaned a
yeah.
deer, this was
Oh,
tame.
yeah. Doesn't
A
bother
lot
me,
of
but
rubs have a
like
lot of paprika in it. That's why it's red, because it's got a lot of paprika in it. So, but yeah, that gives you color, and then yeah, a little bit of black pepper
I
on
gotta
there.
run for a
That's
minute,
about it.
Stanley. I'll be right back.
And
Okay.
yeah, you keep it simple. Everybody overthinks barbecuing and smoking meat. Keep it simple. Salt, pepper, garlic. That's plenty on meat. It doesn't matter what it is. Put it out there and let the smoker do the rest. Don't spray it. Don't mop it. You just keep that temperature. But, you got to have a hot enough temperature to render fat, and that's the key. Once you get a hot enough temperature to render fat, which is usually, like I say, anything over 225 degrees, it's going to render fat. It's going to take a little longer because that's kind of on the low side. So a lot of people like to cook it up a little higher, maybe 250, 275, and you're going to render that fat. Once you render fat, you won't have to spray, mop.
Just so you know, if I'm gonna use a smoker, I usually do the 280 degrees, maybe 250. If I might do 250 for ribs, but everything else is 280. If I'm gonna do the ribs in the oven, and I do occasionally do that, I usually do three. I think I usually do about 225, maybe 250. So anyway, That's the two. It's actually pretty cool how you can cold smoke at these low temperatures. It takes a long time, but to me, the cook is better.
Spritz or anything on your meat because it's going to sweat. It's going to do what I call talk to you. And I'm going to show you in a minute on that smoker. It's going to be talking to me, you know. And when that meat start talking to you, you got to talk back. You give it an answer. It'll tell you everything it needs. If it needs to get hotter, it'll tell you it needs to get hotter. If it needs to cool down, like I say, when it's sweating, it'll cool down. And when it's ready to wrap up, you know, it'll talk to you then too. It'll tell you. You just got to know what to look for, you know. And that's all a part of learning how to be.
Palomino, I didn't say Be Brave said blacks should police other blacks, but he implies it. If 70% are excusing and not addressing what 3% does, that's essentially implying that blacks should police other blacks. And when I say police, I mean police, not be the police. Like, um, you know what I mean. So no, he didn't say it. He implies it.
A pit master. Yes, sir. And when you get out there and do it enough times, you'll become a pit master. But yeah, we just got the salt, pepper, and garlic on here. Both sides. We're doing the other side now. We're gonna get them out here on tank. Oh yeah, you gotta give your smoker a name too. You just can't say I'm gonna throw them out here on the smoker. You gotta name your tank Jezebel or something female name or male name. You know, and it makes everything a whole experience. You know, it's a lifestyle when you're smoking meat, y'all. So yeah, and I love it. But yeah, we're gonna get these big old things out here on the smoker, and we're gonna let them rock and roll. Yes, sir. Yeah, we just paint them. That's all you do. You try to get you an even coat of seasoning, and it's better, y'all. Don't get me wrong. I'm just being lazy today because I was at home by myself that day. The wife was gone, and I was home alone. So I decided to just put them in the sink, rinse them off, let them drain in the sink, and then I trimmed them up and seasoned them in the sink. So that way I won't have to wash no dishes. Just a little FYI. You want to keep it simple. You got a stainless steel sink. You clean your sink out real good. You wash your meat out in your sink. Then you clean your sink out again real good. You got stainless steel. You can scrub it, rub it,
I can tell
everything
you
how you
right
need to
now,
do it, sanitize it, and everything's back to normal.
I don't do
Yes, sir.
anything like
And
that.
you ain't got no dishes to wash.
I don't do any damn thing like that in my kitchen sink. If I can get a big metal bowl or bucket or something, I don't do, and I clean my sink, but I'm not putting meat in the fucking sink. Salmonella, who knows what's in that sink? And again, I keep it clean, but I'm not going to risk it. Not when I have other
You just
options.
wash out the sink. Yeah, keeping it simple. That's what Uncle B like to do. I like to keep it simple. But yeah, that's it. You see it. We ain't doing nothing special to them. Just putting a little seasoning on all the meat, and we're gonna try to get a little smoke on all the meat, and that's what makes for flavorful barbecue with no sauce. Cause I don't like sauce. I don't put no sauce on my meat. I don't put no spritz on my meat. I just let the smoker do what it do. Yes, sir. And here we are. We just dumped the chimney out, and yeah, we're about to rock like it's hot. We gonna get it hot. Start out with them 2 or 3 stumps. You know, depends on how hot it is outside. If it's real warm outside, you probably can get away with 1 stump. If it's cold outside, you're gonna need a little more fuel. on the fire to get that thing hot, especially starting out. Once your steel gets hot, then you can probably use less, but you gotta always remember, maintain a good cold bed. Yeah, that's very crucial. You have to maintain that cold bed in order to produce a good product. So yeah, we usually do the 1-2-1 method or the 3-2-3 method. And what I mean by that is you run one log, then you come back out there and you put two on. Then you put one log again, then you come back out there and put two on. That's the 1-2-1 method. And then with the other method, the 2-3 method, you start out with 3 logs and you kind of cross them up. You put 2 down and then you put the 1 across the 2. And then you come back out there next time and you put 2 on. And you come back out there again, you put 3 on. And that's the way I run my smoker usually. Just depends on how hot or cold it is outside, whether I run the 1-2 method or the 2-3 method. Yes, sir. But yeah, we just gonna let this thing get hot. And once it gets up to temperature, it'll probably get up to about 275 and then come back down to about 250 with those 3 logs on there in that cold bed. But yeah, once it gets to that temperature right there, I clean my grates off and bring them out there, and we're going to get them on. And yeah, that's another thing too, people. You gotta keep your grates clean too. You don't want to put your meat on dirty grates like I say some people do. You got to maintain your smoker. Yes, sir. That's
What?
very
You got to
important.
maintain it.
But yeah, let's get them on out here. Put them on, because I think
You
we'll
didn't
sit
say
in
that, did you?
50. Got
Yeah, it
get a
looks
smoke roller.
actually really clean.
And we just gonna put them on here. And I like to put mine on with the thick side
You want
towards
that bluish white smoke.
the hot side. So yeah, you
Say
put
that
the thick
again.
side of the rib
You
towards the
want that
fire.
bluish white smoke.
And
Yeah,
yep,
that's what he's got.
let them rock. Just
Yeah.
like that right there for about 5 hours right there in that spot right there.
Man,
We
that
don't
just
move
seems
them.
like such a
Don't
waste. He
spray
really
them.
needs to
Don't
use
touch them.
that other side
Matter of
too.
fact, if I
All
wasn't
that,
making a
all that
video,
for just
I
one
wouldn't even
slab of rib.
bring my lid up on the cook chamber until maybe 3 or 4
About
hours
5,
later.
6 hours
Then they
for
might
good
get
Load that,
ribs.
load that
oh
sucker
yeah,
up
get
with
them a little
ribs, and
pat.
you can
You
always
gotta
feed.
give your meat a massage too.
Oh, you
Give
talking
it a
about do a
massage,
few racks, 2 or
massage
3
it,
racks
let the seasoning
instead of
Yeah, I
one?
mean,
rub in that meat.
to me,
Yeah.
what he's doing is
And yeah,
inefficient.
we ready to go. Yes, sir.
That's a whole lot of wood
And
and surface area just for
yeah,
one
and let the smoker
slab
do
of
what
rib.
it do. Don't do no
Now,
spritzing,
he could just be
no
doing it for
mopping, no
demonstration
spraying.
purposes.
Just try it one time. If you spray your meat, just try it without one time and keep it at 250 to 275, no higher,
The same basic
and see
smoker
what
I
happens.
have.
Let me know what you think.
You know, that
4
wood
hours,
looks like hickory.
no wrap, 1 hour with the wrap. That's just how I'm going to cook these ribs right here. And let me know how they turn out, y'all. You let me know in your comment section and let me know. But yeah, we
I
just
like
gonna let
a
them
good
get
hickory
cracking
or
on the
apple.
smoke.
I really like
And
applewood
when the
smoke.
fat starts to render, like I say, that's when they talking. And I'm gonna let you know. See right here? Look at that. It's starting to render right there.
Now, he needs to put some
That's no
oil or
spray,
something
no
on
mop.
those things.
That fat
What's that,
that's in
Stanley?
between, you see
He
it's
needs
still white
to
right now. When you know your
mop
smoker is
that
doing its
with some
job
sort
is
of
when that
liquid.
white fat,
It looks kind of
it
dry.
turns golden. Just like it's doing right there on the backside. You can see it a little bit on the backside right there. That's when you know that the fat is starting to render. When the fat is still white, it's not
He's holding
rendering.
that
You need to
open,
keep the
letting
heat
a lot
up
of heat
maybe
out.
another 25 degrees. Yes, sir. That's after you can caught some smoke. You gotta let your meat smoke first, and then you kick the heat up. But yeah, see, that's a good render. Look at that. It's good and rendered, starting to turn gold.
If you're
You don't
looking,
have to
it's
spray
not
your meat
cooking.
if you keep the right temperature. You just keep the right temperature, and the meat will spray itself just like you do. And you see it right there. That meat looks like I sprayed it, but I didn't. That's just a fat rendering. And it does the same thing on your smoker as it does on mine. If you keep the temperature between 225 and 275. That is the key. You want to keep it hot enough to render the fat, but not too hot to evaporate what you're rendering. Yep. So try to keep it under 275. But yeah, we right here. We're about 4 hours in, I think, right here. And you can see the fat rendering. You know, some of it's starting to look like it's trying to dry out. But don't worry about that, because when you wrap them up and you start to steam them, when you wrap them, all of that rendered yellow, golden colored fat that you see right there, it's going to render all over that meat when it steams in that foil. So, yeah, don't worry about it when it starts to look dry on you. Just don't spray it. Just try it one time. And see if you're good. But yeah, I think we at the almost time to wrap these boys up now. We about at the 5-hour mark right here. And they got good color on them. Got little barks forming on them. And golden fat. Yeah, right there. That's the look you want. You see how gold that fat is? When you see that fat golden right there, that means that meat is smoked to perfection. When you see that fat turn gold, when it's white still, yeah, it can take a little more smoke. But when you see golden fat right there, that's when you know you're gonna have that Uncle B's signature smoke ring on there. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's time to wrap them up when you see that right there. You wrap them up and bring them back out here and put them on for about another hour at 250. And then you bring them in and let them rest for about 30 minutes to an hour.
Don't even take them off.
And you unwrap them, and there you go. Look at that. I didn't take the flap off the back or anything. And yeah, we got bark, we got juiciness, and yeah, we ready to go.
Look good though.
And that's the simplest and the easiest way to cook a spare rib. Just keep it simple.
That's some good eating right there.
Hey, what's up, you guys? It's your girl, Mighty Renee, aka Glitter and Gills, y'all, and I'm out here getting ready to get on this water. We are on the road, actually, right now, y'all. On our way. Not for sure. We got like 3 options of what we about to hit.
She's actually really,
we'll
really good
there.
fisher
Let me
woman.
just show y'all right now. People that
Yeah,
fish the Delta,
I
do
saw
y'all
her
remember
yanking
this
hooks
spot,
out of
y'all,
bass
over the
like a
bridge?
man.
It used to be like a little cafe there.
But she's good at cooking them too.
That is totally gone. Never
Thinking
actually
she
fished
is.
it
I haven't seen her
myself,
cook, but
on my
I'm sure
way
she
fishing, I
is.
would always see people like over there, and it's gone now, y'all. Here's the bridge, y'all.
Wasn't that her just frying those fish?
Probably.
Look, y'all. It's all just like docks. Hey, I ain't gonna lie though, I wouldn't mind fishing that. Both would pull up and they would go there, and I guess they had like food, they have drinks. I mean, it seemed like it was a hot spot. I think though, when they had that really bad like storm last year, I think that kind of like just messed it all up. I don't know. A lot of docks have been destroyed in the Delta from that storm we had last year, y'all. I don't know, but we are on our way. And we'll go find us some water, y'all.
Where? This is in
That y'all see back
Mississippi?
there, that's the
It's gotta,
Altamont.
Mississippi have hills like that?
It seems like Western Mississippi has some that I can remember.
Okay.
Delta stretch is so long, y'all. All right, y'all. We are here. Get ready to get everything out that we need. Get it going, y'all. And get ready. Checked our drain plugs. We pumped. Y'all, if you ever feel like you having problem with your gas, your fuel, or something's weird, whatever, sputtering, turn it upright when you squeeze, y'all. We used to always squeeze as we was learning sideways, and we was having some real sputters going on, but we learned that it needs to be upright, y'all. Makes a big difference. We've been out like I think 3 times, y'all. Within like the past 5 days probably. We've been going almost like every other day. We fish a lot, y'all. I think we ready, y'all. Ready to have some fun. Wish us luck, y'all. Yeah, they got these little. It's magnetic, so it's actually pretty cool. Your spoons and all that, look, y'all. They hold on. Cool. So we'll be having our soup out of our little Yeti little mini cups. This is our big, you guys. I think this is like a gallon. This is big. Got us some fruits, pineapples, super sweet.
What?
Say
No
what's
chili
up, boo.
dogs?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Make sure y'all follow y'all girl on Instagram and Facebook. And please make sure you like, share, and subscribe.
Oh, really, Clarence? Now, who knows about boats? This paint,
Really
is that
nice
like a
today, you guys.
custom paint job? Or can you get them that color?
Well, I see them all kind of different ways up here, Stanley. Some of them will come with fancy designs. Others are custom, like if they're a guide or something, they'll do up their boat and like their own guide, however you want to call it, color.
Well, she's kind of big time then.
Look at this. It's beautiful out here today. It's maybe like about 50 something degrees.
See, obviously she's married. If she weren't married, I might go seek her out.
These are so sweet. Mm-hmm. There you go. There go bye-bye. There he is, y'all. A fatty.
Pink rope? She's got pink fins.
Right, y'all. So we on the water. The hunt starts, y'all. I think we only gonna keep y'all. Maybe we just find some slabs, whatever. Right now, we just want to have fun, practice with the equipment some more, and just get some of that tug, y'all. I got the craving for that tug again. So we're gonna see what we can find, y'all, and have some fun. Ain't nobody out here. It's like 2 other boats, so let's see what we can find. We're gonna hunt these docks. We already know our hitter. We just want to see what else. Ooh, that was a nice one. Got off. Dang. Oh, you pulled hard. Interested to see what they looking like. That was a nice
Yeah,
one.
it's
I wasn't even ready.
we had a warm spell.
Let a girl get her stance in
I'm
first.
I don't know. Sometime
It's
this
gonna be a
week I'm
good day
gonna
today,
venture
y'all.
down and see what's at the pond.
Uh-huh.
So it does have crappie.
It's like 20
There's
feet
another
down.
type of sunfish, might be a
They deep.
red air,
Somebody had commented
and then
the other day and
catfish
was
and
like,
bass.
they was fishing from the banks and they thought they might be deep. Yes, y'all.
Any
They love it
bluegill?
down there, but they like at 20 feet.
I can't. I think they are bluegill. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell the difference between bluegill and crappie because crappie aren't
Yeah,
always
Let's see
striped.
what they looking like.
right.
That's Lil Daddy.
But it's I'm
But
I'm I'm thinking they're
another
probably
family is down
bluegill.
there. So look here, let me tell you something. Don't play games with me because I might make you a chicken nugget. There you go, y'all. Look, that's a bite for the
Now,
boat.
see, my grandmother would have
Let
kept
the
that.
fun begin.
She never threw anything back.
Let's see. Blue's cool. All right. Nice too.
She using double hooks.
I'm gonna throw you back for good luck. Don't tempt me though. So I wasn't gonna do no catch and cook. But look, every time I look at him,
Oh, she's
all
using
I see is
worms
golden brown.
or night
I'm gonna
crawlers.
throw a minnow on there, y'all.
Disappointed.
Let me show y'all. A little bitty hook, y'all.
Oh, okay.
Minnows,
So she's
they
using the
so
lure
tiny.
and some
It's
sort of
best to
fresh.
kind of like get them on there all the way if you can,
Was it some
cause
sort
they'll
of
steal
shrimp
them. They so delicate. There you go, y'all.
or grub?
Oh,
Yeah,
nasty.
it's like a
Not a
grub
minnow, but a mealworm. Oh,
or a
nasty
mealworm.
mealworm, huh?
Okay.
Them boys produce though. Somebody else. Oh yeah, I think he's at
You're
Open
getting
Sesame.
bigger.
Hey, if you bold enough to hit that crappie jig, you big enough. Oof. I think it's time to Open Sesame, y'all. I only gonna keep the big boys. I don't know. It might get thrown back.
Yeah, what you
You know
can
what? I
do is
think we
just
could get
keep
like
them and
6 nice
start
ones.
throwing them back as you catch
Grease is on it, Pop.
bigger ones.
Or somebody. Let's see. Oh, hey, a little one. The bluegills, y'all, in January. Sunfish. Sunfishing, y'all. Boy, this is nice though because look, we gotta wait all the way to March to get to all the big boys. This pretty dope right here. Another bluegills is not playing. Yeah, they are. Y'all, they hitting the crappie jigs. Straight crappie jigs, y'all. The boat open. Boat open up. Who said y'all, this what I got. This is what I got on here, y'all. They eating that. Come on, man. Mr. Blue, y'all. Oh, they eating too. I use my good old nail to get you loose. See? That's a good thing about nails. Got my bait back too. Yep. That is crazy. Yeah, you see him? Look at y'all, Cecil Brown. We got competition out here. You can't get them all though. A lot of people be seeing the sea lions, y'all, and y'all be like, dang, sea lions, they eating all the fish. No, y'all. I chase the sea lion. We have caught a lot of fish by literally going like close to where he is and throwing. Before we had like any fish finds or anything like that, y'all, we would chase the sea lions and we used to come up. They're chasing fish, y'all. And these fish, they don't run like y'all think. They don't. Proven on the actual electronics, y'all. They don't really run. Follow the sea lion, y'all. Don't let him punch y'all out. He ain't he ain't getting them all. That one's nice. Come here. Fight, nice fighter. Yep, nice and thick. Some good ones, y'all. That's some pink panthers.
No.
Some pink ones. Whew.
Hey,
What's up, MC?
Big ups, John.
No, it's MC Nemesis.
Okay.
what are we watching here?
Fishing.
Fishing.
Look,
Is this what
y'all.
YouTube's for?
DJ,
Reacting
girl.
on a live
That's how big
stream?
their mouth is. You know, Blue's
I'm
got
sorry,
a
what?
little mouth.
Maybe if you turned the fucking video off, you could hear me.
Oh well, I don't really want to hear you.
Oh well, go fuck
You
yourself.
got something to say worth hearing?
Yeah, I got something to say. Why do you think I came up here, stupid fuck, bitch?
Oh my goddess! You know what? If
Goddamn
you're going to
nigger,
be this
stupid fucking
abusive,
nigger.
you're hurting my feelings.
You
I
think
might
you
have
can
to.
be hateful, bitch? Please, goddamn, please, bitch, please.
This uncivil behavior.
You think that you are going to be
I just
hateful to
expect
me?
better of my white
Bitch,
betters.
please.
I expect better of my white betters.
You think that you're
Come
hateful to
on,
me and I actually
you need
care?
to lead the way for us poor negras.
Yeah. And I think I know why I am like I am.
You know what? I'm sure.
So go
I'm
ahead,
going to
be hateful.
I'm going to be interested to hear why you are like you are.
All right. Let me try to frame this.
Make it quick. I'm hoping to get back to watching this sister
Shut the
cat.
fuck up, nigger. I'm going to take as much time as I goddamn.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's that.
You know, you were okay until you told me you were going to take as much time. What the fuck?
Trolls on the loose, Stanley.
Yeah, I'll give him one more chance and he's out of here. I don't, you're not going to ruin my fucking, my fishing, my fishing watching. Okay, can you act civil now? Hello? Hello? Well, I guess the answer is no. Going once, going twice, sold.
Later.
Nice. Dang. He's nice, y'all. I know what
What
I
is
said.
he thinking?
I know what I said.
I wonder if some of these guys just go around trolling black or what's mostly black channel.
Well, he should know not to do it to me. Because, I mean, the bottom line is I have no reason to entertain his foolishness. I don't find him funny.
Dang. You nice. You can get a little bigger. Look, we got options now. 8-ounce steak, 16-ounce steak. We got options. Dang. There's a nice one. That's a nice one. We will take. Come on, Nails, do your job.
Nah, I don't know. We might have to skip ahead to the cooking part.
Yep. Drop. Can't believe how hot it is.
A little warm, as in take off your bib. It's a bib.
Another one, y'all. Blue. Trying to find these crap. Blues is winning.
I'm gonna be honest. Taking a boat out just to come back and fish in a boat slip.
bit once the sun. We noticed that the bite was like really going once the sun was out, and it was just like hitting the water. Bluegills was going crazy. Kind of slowed down a little bit, but we still searching. You see them kind of
Oh, he's
spread it
back.
out, but it's definitely like the sun like made all the difference today. So we're still looking though. We're still having fun. I mean, we got food. We caught those like out in the opening. The all of the docks were pretty much kind of like not too much going on. Cecil, y'all, Cecil Brown, the sea lion, he was tearing it up. But
Stank D, why would they harass her for being at the boat dock? I think she keeps her boat there. I don't think they backed it down. Maybe they backed it down. I didn't 12th man, you didn't see them back the boat into the water, did you? I think it was right at the dock.
No, I don't think so. I
Yeah.
know here you're not allowed to fish in the harbors.
Yeah, well the deal is it could be that she pays to keep her boat at that marina. Some people
Yeah,
do.
still. I don't know about there, but here, even like I used to live in a harbor on a boat, and still no fishing in the harbor.
Oh well,
You
yeah.
know what?
This is like freshwater down south. I mean, those crappie aren't endangered.
Yeah, here you don't want to fish by the harbors anyway because a lot of people live in their boats, and even though they're not supposed to, they'll dump their sewage right in that harbor. So they get caught doing it, they get a fine, but they probably don't live on their boats too much there. Of course, that's not a liveaboard she's on.
Yeah, I think they might either. I think they might pay to keep their boat at the marina. They didn't back it down. And then the other thing, I mean, I've, that kind of boat that looks like a pretty expensive boat she's got. So anyway, yeah, I know what you mean about getting line, everywhere.
we got dinner though. So
That boat, you can tell that boat is not like out in the weather, out in the yard. It looks really clean, or it might just be really new.
Oh, see, we gonna find y'all. So stick with us. It's like 25 feet.
This is some nice ass boats, though.
But it's kind of nice having a slip because then you don't have to haul your boat back and forth to the lake or whatever. You just drive there, get in it, and go.
Baby Blue.
I don't know though. Would you want to keep a bass boat in a slip
Baby
like
Blue is your
that?
auntie down there, grandma.
That seems like a lot of money just for a bass boat.
Need somebody. Slab. I know they got some 2-pounders down there.
I've always wanted to get one of those pontoon boats.
Again, y'all.
Like the party,
Ooh,
it's got
too.
like a.
They eating too. Dang.
You know what I'm talking about? Pontoon boats.
Oh yeah.
Have like a little party on there, party boat we used to call.
Drop them.
Saying this one guy here, he had a pretty good sized pontoon boat in the Kenai River, charging $200-300 a pop to take people out to catch salmon.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's all? I mean, how many people would he take? Oh, okay. So it's like 300 a person.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. How many people could he take out?
I think when I seen him, he had 6 on there. And
damn.
People had plenty of room to cast their lines and stuff.
Wow.
These, and y'all check it out. They customize it for your girl. Yeti, of course, on the back, but look, that Glittering Gills logo, y'all, on both of them. Also, they put them on our water containers. We got a couple of those, but I put my sticker on that one, on the big girl. So y'all finna make me a hubby some soup. Got my hands nice and clean already.
Yeah, sure.
I have my laddo, my little spoon on there right there with it. The sea lion,
You don't
y'all,
have to
he is
pretend, girl.
still out here. I'm just gonna pour it in, y'all. Look, got clam chowder up in there. It's still hot, nice and warm. One for hubby.
Oh, come on now. We don't need to see you making soup.
That.
Okay, no, they did haul it out.
Get it
My
all
bad.
together. We good? All right. Pulling me out, y'all. There it is. I could turn all this off.
Oh, I thought she was good. Oh, there she is.
This water. All right, y'all. So got the fish seasoned, filleted the majority of them, y'all, and just kept a couple, like 5 whole, and just filleted the rest, y'all. Are you ready to go ahead and fry them? Cornmeal, a little bit of flour, garlic powder, garlic salt.
Yeah, that's another thing. I usually just make my own seasoned flour too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too, Stanley.
Instead of paying money for the fish fry stuff. Trying to think if I have any more pizza dough.
I used to always cut that, what do you call that top pan? You'd think I'd know it, but I usually cut that off. I don't need to fry that too.
Right. Yeah. You mean the dorsal fin?
Yeah.
Some people fry it up till it's crunchy and actually eat it.
Ain't.
Yeah, hard fry it.
Yeah. And not for me.
It looks like, is that a wok she's frying in? Girl.
Now, I have eaten the tail fin. Sometimes that does come out pretty damn good. If it's real crunchy like you're talking about.
Yeah. I can tell you right now, those crappie and bluegill,
It is done. Look
those
at that.
sunfish type
That is a
things,
whole
they are
thing
just
of fish,
out of
y'all.
this
All
world
fillets over
delicious.
here. Here's some whole
I don't even,
bluegills fried.
pretty much crappie's the only
Y'all, then we got
freshwater
our
fish
fries up here. Just go ahead and fry
I'll
them
cook and
straight up
eat.
in that
Uh,
fish grease.
I will
You know what I
get
mean? Just fry
catfish
that.
fillets when they're on sale from Publix.
Yes, y'all.
But other than
Gonna
that,
sear them up.
like bass and stuff like that, I always throw those back. I don't particularly like eating them for dinner.
Got a 5-pound bag of catfish fillets here for I think it was $24.99 for a 5-pound bag. I'm sure they're farmed,
Oh,
but
that's actually
whatever.
not bad.
I know they're farmed, but it's better than nothing if you're a guy from down south who misses his catfish.
I can tell you right now. I like my son will catch catfish every now and again down at that pond. I just tell him to throw them back. I'm not, a little bit too much trouble. I do the nail method. I don't even feel like dealing with all that.
They have a nuclear plant in Oklahoma that uses a lake to keep the reactors cool.
Oh yeah.
And that's it. They also farm catfish right there.
Really?
And me and a buddy of mine used to sneak in there at night, and catch what we wanted, and go home. All the way to Arkansas. Bootleg fishermen. Good spot, though. Sure, the 20, 30 catfish we would take wasn't going to hurt them any, right?
Right. All right. Well,
throw your line out there and bam, they hit it.
This is my girl. My wannabe, wish I could girl.
Oh yeah, I remember you playing her before. She's scuba diving those lobsters and bringing them back up and cooking them. Yeah.
Woo. Welcome, guys. It's your girl Tiffany.
She's easy on the eyes too, Stanley.
My channel.
Yep, that's
now,
why I like
today,
her.
I wanted to do something before the year ends. We are at the beautiful
Now it's
remote island
kind
here,
of
and I'm going to
interesting
be
though. She is, at least if her videos are to be believed, and I actually believe her, because I mean she's out there diving and getting all this. I mean they hike into a lot of these little river places they fish. She seems like she's really fit, and I appreciate that.
doing some diving. We're gonna catch some whelks. We're possibly gonna catch some fish. I don't know.
Now she's
But I
kind
really
of
wanted
thick,
to do
but I mean,
another video before the year ends, just to
No,
have that
not too
fun.
bad.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go out now, catch something,
That's
come
about
back.
right.
Yep.
Mm.
So stay tuned, guys.
I don't like big old butts, but I like ample butts like she has.
As you can see, I am in the shallow area. I did
What
dive
is
out a
I
little
don't
bit
even
deeper,
understand what this
but it was
means. Do
really
you
white
understand what he's
and I
talking
couldn't
about
see
here?
anything.
Let me
So
look
I came
here.
back into the shallow.
He says you get too many of these double-digit current viewers, and you might break the stream.
Oh, he's being sarcastic.
Oh, hey, you know what? It's kind of weird, this channel. I literally had like over 100 viewers about a week and a half ago, one morning. Now it was they came in and kind of I forget what you call it. They were kind of traveling around, but I don't worry about the numbers too much. Kind of the same crew tends to hang out. I know I'm a bit much. I'm a liberal and a very, very strong-minded liberal. I don't do the echo in this echo chamber. What can I do? What can I say?
At least I think you're a little less liberal than that myself, Stanley.
But you
You're
know what?
definitely you're definitely not a Maxine Waters.
But here's the deal. When you go and you look at the analytics, like after a week, believe it or not, my numbers are pretty much everybody else's numbers. And when you consider that, at some point I was doing like a overnight stream, my numbers were good. So I understand Palomino is looking out for my best interest, and I sincerely appreciate you looking out for me. What? 74 pounds? Where the hell did you get 70? What were y'all doing? Fishing for like 5 days on an they were camping out for 7 days. 7 days of crappie fishing.
And this girl was just in her boy there.
I envy you. Where? I need to be your son, Crown Reese.
Area to catch some whelks
You need to
and to
adopt
see
an
what
old
else I
man.
can catch.
Damn, that's a lot of crappie. Wait, oh my lord, you didn't catch those recently, did you, Crown? In the winter?
You must have a big ass family to feed. She
No,
getting like these.
they just like
What are these shellfish?
probably freezes them a lot. I mean, I caught a cooler full once and froze a bunch of them.
What is she picking, Stanley?
I don't know, some sort of mollusk. I don't know. It looks like a giant barnacle, but it can't be. Maybe those are conch.
She must gonna eat them if she's picking them.
Oh, I got you, Crown. That's a good idea.
Little yellow and black fish was pretty. That's even prettier right there. Mm-hmm.
Those legs get a workout. Hey, she's built like a sprinter. Let me see in the description.
Be cool if she had a little mic that she could talk in under her scuba helmet. I'm not even sure if you can talk with a scuba
What is that?
gear on. I've never been.
Stone crab.
Gonna get that little fucker. I thought she was gonna get it. Oh, she is gonna get it.
She must be doing some sort of seafood stew with a variety
Something. Caribbean gumbo.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another crab, wasn't it?
Well, that's a spiny lobster.
She decided to let that one go.
It looks empty.
What in the hell is she gonna do with those? I wouldn't know where to start to cook something like that.
Well, she is going to cook, so I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. That looked like a nice sized lobster.
I guess she's saying it's too small.
Little antlers it has make it look bigger.
One thing I have to say, though, those extra long flippers she's got. Yeah, what is the advantage of having them that long, I wonder?
Well, I didn't even know they made different lengths like that. I mean, according to your size, anyway.
So let's get cooking.
Like her boyfriend has more normal size. I'm trying to trying to figure out. It seemed like those would be a lot more uh, difficult.
I'm gonna find a quiet spot to cook.
Damn, I guess they're somewhere pretty.
Out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
You must have a little drone to do those kind of shots with.
Well, they do. Yeah.
They bring one.
They get some great aerial shots.
Kind of welts it is.
Oh,
I'm not really
welts.
familiar with these,
That's a lot of work for those
but
little
I think it's the
bits
same
of
thing.
shellfish.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Yeah. And this one I found, that's the shell, but this is how big they get. I think they get bigger than this actually, but I just wanted to show you guys how big they are. Look at that. How big this is compared to this.
Ooh, I got one next.
But yeah, I have 2, 4, 6, and the one that I took out the shell makes 7. I bought a snapper from home because I wasn't
Little
sure
red
if I was gonna
snapper.
catch anything, so I just bought this from home just in case. Yeah, it's a good size, really good size. Guys, I bought pineapple. It's not the sweetest, but I couldn't find any sweet ones, and we're gonna make
Very
this
funny,
with,
Humble.
trust me, we're gonna make this
Seen a clip the other day of people roasting those pineapples like on a barbecue.
Oh, by the way, I'm making
Really?
whelk soup.
In the
I gotta try
I've
that.
done that before,
Yeah,
so
just
I wanted to do
you know that not with the
I think because we have the
leaves
snapper
on the top,
with
but
whelks, I
yeah,
think
the
it's
whole coconut.
gonna be a pretty
I
good
mean,
soup.
not pineapple.
So I have my machete
I've
here,
never
and we're
seen
gonna
that
get some
before.
sticks.
Just on a grill, or do they smoke it, or what?
Yeah. Well, they're smoking some other meat, but they had those in the corner of the grill. Just, I guess, getting hot.
Well, I guess I could see it caramelized. You know, they're real sugary.
This as a table. Can I use this as a table?
They were doing some little piglets, and they had those in the corner. Yeah.
Oh, look at that crab. Oh, that's a ghost crab. Maybe.
Crown Reese says barbecue.
Oh, nice. Look at this. This is nice. Can definitely use this for a table. So I have this.
Yeah, this is my least favorite part where they're going and finding wreckage. I guess this is supposed to be some semi outdoors cooking thing. Not that impressed.
Pretty cool. I think you showed a video one night where this Alexa Outdoors or Karina Outdoors will go out and do stuff like this kind of, but in a snowstorm. She's a crazy Canadian.
Right.
Find some wreckage to work off of, huh? Whatever works.
one more.
Wonder what kind of wood that is. The cooking kind, right, Stanley?
Yeah, it would help to have an axe or a hatchet.
She got like a like a machete or something there, it looks like. I'm
Yeah.
working with my phone. Yeah. All right, lady, you're hired.
All right, we're good now.
Yeah, I have
Okay,
kind of
so
mixed
I
feelings
have
about this
everything
meal.
laid out. I have the seasonings here. I have the pineapple. I have
Especially
the
those weird ass
bread.
shell clam looking
Freezing
things or
bread.
whatever.
I'm gonna use it as a table. I'm gonna take my cutting board.
Well, apparently they're whelks.
I'm gonna use this as a table.
Oh,
We have everything prepared right
well,
now.
never even heard of.
The sticks over here that
And it's a
found
type of
earlier,
shellfish.
and the ones that
I don't know that I've ever seen anyone cook and eat them.
All right, so just I break up the sticks, put them on the fire. All right.
I'm sure those only grow in warm waters.
I think I'd have to look it up. It seems like they grow. They'll grow in at
Oh, look
least
at that.
Southern American waters.
Guys, it's a ghost crab. No, I lied. All right. Here we go, baby. All right, we did it.
I'm gonna skip ahead here.
Time to clean the whelks off the fire. And now I'm gonna take them out. See them come out now. Oh, there we go. There. Oh, this is their feet. That's why them so strong.
Now, what is he making? Some sort of.
See?
Oh, looks like she stripped the. Cut the fish in strips.
And a long man. So all of this is the feces.
I don't know. Hopefully it looks better cooked.
Pull the whole clam out, or whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
Well,
Just gonna give these a quick wash. So we have a slice of fish and a few whelks. Not much, but it's only me, so
This is a real survival meal. It's not a lot of food.
Not more than that. Maybe I season it just a little bit, even though it's soup.
I'm wondering
Some
if
rabbits.
this is even a replacement, enough food to replace the calories she burned getting those
Nah,
things.
it's a catchery, as usual. Just prep everything. Sweet pepper. What sweet pepper? Sweet potato.
Is that a potato? I hope she uses the whole thing, skin and all. The skin's out of look.
Well, some people don't like the skin.
Some carrot.
Maybe she's doing a boil.
Carrot. Love carrot.
I don't know. I
Some
think,
sweet potato.
sometimes what they're doing here is just a little too fancy. Because you got to haul all that stuff in.
Yeah.
And we have Irish
Well, they
pepper.
obviously had to have a boat to get there, right?
Yeah.
Gonna raw chop these
Pack along
onions.
stuff in a boat.
Just want everything ready.
Yeah, I don't know.
Everything out of the pot.
I guess I'm thinking,
Have some garlic.
just eat what you can catch.
Maybe a little bit finer.
Of course, that's kind of dangerous because if you don't catch anything, at least
Yeah.
get some veggies.
Right.
Scotch bonnet pepper.
Oh, she's playing with that damn Scotch bonnet. You can tell she's Jamaican.
The man them pepper hot. No more. I was gonna put 2, but I'm not bother. We have pimento as well.
Come on, Marine. You don't believe in all
Very
that
essential.
astrology stuff, do you?
Very essential. All purpose. Mix.
I don't know. This isn't really doing it for me, to be honest.
Gonna put in the sweet potato.
This whatever this stew is.
Hello, little guy. Hi. Hi.
Is it a hermit
Let me
crab?
pet you. Hi. Hi.
Fucking grab it and put it in the pot.
Alright, pot on one. Alright, so now I'm gonna add in the fish. So you can go and mash out in there. Can make the soup nicer. Tried it before and it worked out perfect.
Now, wonder did she bring oven mitts?
So now we're gonna add everything. Finale time. Alright, so we have the busu. Sorry, we have the whelks. The whelks kind of already cooked because I did put them on the fire earlier. And carrot. And then the seasoning. Oof.
Yeah, I think we get the idea of what's happening there.
I think the whelks in there too, Yeah, me get one whelks. Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think? This does not impress me.
More whelks.
What's up to you, Stanley? I
Oh
did
no,
send you one in the back.
I'm talking about the
Perfection.
food. It's
Oh,
not really doing it.
yeah. That last lobster meal she did that I watched, I thought that was a lot better for sure.
Yeah, this is just kind of. That's just a little too skimpy on the calories for me.
The carrot.
If I was hungry, I'd eat.
Oh no, I would eat it. I'm just worried that that's just enough for one. her boyfriend or whoever's doing the filming there, it's not going to be enough for you.
Poor guy.
Yeah. You have to catch your own. All right. Well, this is the good stuff here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fluctus channel. The United States has one of the most advanced navies in the world. However, every effort has been made to equip these vessels with early detection equipment. Enemies can still pose threats from land, sea, and air. Fortunately, the Navy has many tools at its disposal to defend its vessels, even when they're in the middle of the ocean.
Apparently
proximity threats are those that are near enough to the ship to pose any immediate danger. They range from fast attack boats and unmanned vehicles to aerial threats like warplanes and drones. For such circumstances, sailors are trained in the use of .50 caliber machine guns. These powerful rapid-fire weapons can provide instant suppressive fire against small boats, low-flying drones, and other nearby threats. They are especially useful against fast-moving targets, as they can fire at rates as high as 100.
I have to admit, like sailors with these 50 cals, they just look fucking weak.
20 rounds per minute. This is often enough to push threats away from the ship, if not destroy them outright. Some close-up threats call for more precise attacks, which is why Navy soldiers are also trained in the use of light arms and assault rifles. In the event that the ship is boarded or larger weapons cannot be used effectively, these crewmen can still defend their ship effectively. While at sea, crews will often turn portions of the ship's deck into firing ranges so that they can practice various attack and defense scenarios.
Seems like a waste of ammo.
Not really.
Despite their size, small boats can pose a major threat to even the most sophisticated battleships.
Let me tell you something. Back in the early 90s, I used to run when I was on duty. You know, I would run these little small craft drills. Back in the day, and I don't know, looks like we're a lot more lethal. Back then, you know, these little small boat attacks weren't really a thing. Literally would do repelling invaders with fire hoses.
Yeah, I've seen it.
The protocol didn't call for weapons.
I was watching this cargo ship video the other day, and evidently they have armories now, and they were shooting at these pirates.
We had an armory, but it was, you know, it was a destroyer.
I was talking about like a cargo carry, you know, those big cargo carry ships. Yeah, and apparently they even had, like, watched a movie about them being kidnapped and detained on a cargo ship, but apparently they finally wisened up and started carrying firearms, and they were being attacked on this one video, and these pirates were coming after them, and they started shooting at them from off deck, and evidently hit the fuel tank, and that whole little pirate boat just exploded.
Well, you know, these Israeli Israeli container ships have been carrying arms for decades.
I figured. Doesn't
I
surprise
mean, as
me.
a matter of fact,
They're smart.
every now and again, when I was in the Red Sea, we would board. You know, we were boarding all container ships, even the Israeli ships. They'd come up, and these captains would be like, "Oh, hey, let me show you what we got." They'd be opening up their army with pride.
Heck yeah. That's the way they should all be armed. Just like that.
All you got is that 45. Oh no, let me show you what we got.
Marines and other Navy personnel are trained to take such threats seriously.
Yeah, now the Marines, they have to do target practice. It's part of their job.
Right.
They will use everything from machine guns to helicopters to explosives to keep fast attack boats from breaching the ship's perimeter.
They ain't even got a Bearcat on the fucking boat? Good God.
Another extremely valuable asset available to some Navy ships is the Mk-38 Mod 3.
I had a buddy of mine. I don't know if it's I think it's an Essex class, that's 6 or 7. He actually was a strike group commander on one of these things. It was basically his flagship.
The
Mk-38 can be fitted with a 25mm chain gun, capable of firing more than 200 rounds per minute. Most importantly, this state-of-the-art weapon system has been modified for remote operation, allowing for precision targeting in rough seas or against moving threats. The weapon has a maximum range of more than 16,000 yards, but is most effective against targets within 3,000 yards.
That one not even manned?
For naval vessels,
Anyone?
aerial
I don't
attacks
think it
pose
is.
the greatest threat.
I haven't been on a ship in decades. So I don't know what all they got.
This has proven true since the invention of the aircraft, but is even more critical thanks to powerful new anti-ship missiles and other aerial weapons.
Oh, those Tomahawks, man.
For this reason, many ships carry advanced aerial defense systems, including radar, missiles, and automated guns. One of the most critical of these is the Close-In Weapon System, or CIWS.
Sea-Whiz.
This radar-guided Gatling gun system is capable of firing 20mm rounds at a rate of 4,500 rounds per minute. This creates a dense wall of fire, capable of disabling and destroying a wide range of threats. Codenamed Phalanx, the CIWS is fully automated, allowing it to provide rapid target detection and engagement. With its 1-mile range, it's often capable of detecting and destroying a target before a human operator would have been able to identify the threat. Most importantly, it can be used against multiple targets, including aircraft, missiles, and drones. Most U.S. Navy warships are equipped with some form of vertical launch system, or VLS. These are weapon systems built into the deck of the vessel and are capable of firing surface-to-air missiles to intercept aircraft, drones, or even other missiles fired by the enemy. Most VLS designs are reloadable canisters or cells, which eliminates the need for traditional deck-mounted launchers. When tied to a combat system like Aegis, these missiles can be launched against multiple targets at once with minimal human involvement. Another key aspect of shipboard defense is RAMs, which is short for rolling airframe missiles. These are more lightweight and far faster than their vertical launch counterparts, with models like the RIM 162 ESSM and RIM 166 being able to intercept their targets in a matter of seconds. Between their speed, small size, and low altitude, they are nearly impossible for enemies to detect before it's too late. Warships, like aircraft carriers, need to be prepared for 360-degree warfare. Indeed, since World War I, dozens of nations have begun using submarines to attack surface vessels from below. This is why naval vessels are equipped with powerful sonar systems that detect and track submarines or their weapons. In most cases, the best way to protect against submarine attacks is to use their own weapons of choice, torpedoes, against them. Torpedoes are essentially underwater missiles. They move through the water via a small onboard propulsion system. And use sonar as a means of guiding themselves to their target. Most Navy torpedoes carry a high explosive warhead designed to detonate upon contact or proximity to the target. This allows them to do immense damage to boats above or below the waterline. Depending on the model, a torpedo can travel at anywhere from 30 to over 100 knots and boast a range of up to 50 miles. Lightweight models have a depth capability of around 2,000 feet. Though others, such as the Mark 48, can reach depths of 4,000 feet.
4,000 feet? Wow.
Unlike submarines, surface vessels typically fire their torpedoes from above the water via side-mounted launchers. This allows for quick response to close-range threats, as well as more measured attacks. Once the ship's sonar or other detection systems locate and classify the submarine, the crew will select the appropriate torpedo and program the guidance system with the...
Okay, let me put it to you this way. You don't ever fucking ping. You never ping.
enemy sub's location. The torpedo is then ejected via compressed air or hydraulic pressure. Upon entering the water, It immediately homes in on the target, detonating upon contact or proximity. Many modern naval vessels are equipped with aircraft such as planes, helicopters, and drones. In the case of aircraft carriers, a ship can become a floating air base, capable of launching massive attacks on enemy forces. However, aircraft also expand a ship or fleet's defensive capabilities. Not only do they provide early threat detection, but they can often be used to neutralize those threats as well. A significant part of the U.S. Navy's aerial defense is the E-2D Advanced Hawkeye. An upgrade of previous Hawkeye models, the E-2D serves as the eyes in the sky for fleet operations. The plane is classified as an early warning and control aircraft. It uses a highly advanced rotating radar system to provide 360-degree coverage of the area, detecting targets as far as 300 miles away. This aids in providing early warnings about potential threats, thus ensuring friendly vessels have a tactical edge. The moment a potential threat is detected, an aircraft carrier could launch an E-2D, as well as several fighters. As the Hawkeye does not carry any weapons, it can serve as the bloodhound to seek out the threat, while the fighter wing engages and, if necessary, neutralizes it. Since the 1990s, the Navy has had to contend with the fact that not all threats come in the form of missiles, torpedoes, and bombs. Electronic warfare is just as significant a threat, with the ability to disable entire fleets completely. To counter this threat, many vessels now carry the Boeing EA-18G Growler. Though it shares an airframe with the F-18 Super Hornet, it has the added ability to disrupt, disable, or deceive enemy communications, radar, and air defenses via a powerful electronic warfare suite.
We can fulfill multiple roles, but our primary mission is that electronic surveillance to be able to detect a surface-to-air threat and then be able to jam that threat for blue aircraft, for blue strikers.
When it comes to protecting the fleet, fighter aircraft are the best possible option. This is why carriers are considered the heart of any major naval operation. Some of the largest carriers can house more than 75 aircraft and deploy fully armed squadrons in a matter of minutes. Once in the air, these F-35s, F-18s, and Harriers can create a wall of defense that is as deadly as it is impenetrable. That's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to subscribe to this channel so you don't miss any of our new content. See you next time.
That was a pretty good one, Stanley. Got busy for about 5 minutes of it. Oh boy. You want to be on the wrong end of that one. It's what they need on the border. Hey Stanley, did you hear that special ops going into Mexico and South America to take out the cartel? Anyway, just thought I'd mention that.
Where in South America?
Well, I'm not sure exactly, but they're definitely going into Mexico and South America special ops to take out the fentanyl factories and shit like that. We'll see how that works out. I remember Iran Contra still today.
Well, I hope they're doing it with the country's permission.
I think United States stopped asking for permission after 9/11.
Yeah, okay.
Well, didn't they put that Patriot Act in and all that where they could just unilaterally go around taking out enemies of the country when they want?
Where did you hear that they're going in?
I don't know. It probably might have been Fox or Newsmax or something like that. You could probably look it up.
Okay, because I'm trying to figure out. Hopefully, I mean, that it's on the news is disturbing.
Well,
you know, special ops usually likes a bit of secrecy.
Well, basically, like they designated them terrorist groups, the cartel. So they're a terrorist organization. We can go where we want to take them out.
Don't know so much about that. But like I said, it's a little disturbing to know about it, or they know about it. Secrecy is always a good thing for these sorts of things. Don't want them waiting for.
I don't know if it's official yet, but they could be doing it now, and we don't know about it.
Well, Fox obviously knows about it.
They use satellites to track them, and then they take them out.
This is the Air Force's strongest female. That's an interesting designation. Did she lift the helicopter?
Might be just doing an inspection.
The motors actually look like fiberglass. Now I might trust her to help pull me out of a foxhole if I needed it. set of Ranger tabs he's wearing? Hey, 12th man.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. Troll says
Okay.
might be confusing it with the verbal agreements, AFAIK from Mexico, that they would use their own forces to start battling said Fent camps, probably joint ops, if anything. Hey, Troll, do they actually, they don't use Marines for this sort of thing, do they? Don't they use just Army, maybe? Or do, yeah, let me know. I didn't know Marines did this
Well,
sort of
yeah. Yeah, I think Marines work with those combat helicopters too, Stanley, because
Okay, well, they're doing the flying. I'm talking about the ground stuff. I wouldn't imagine Marines would be doing it. It'd be Army, but I could be wrong. I don't know about that sort of stuff.
well, I found this real quick, Stanley. Short paragraph. Any U.S. military campaign to combat the cartels would only succeed if accompanied by a robust partnership with the Mexican administration led by President Claudia Sheinbaum, who has expressed desire to fight organized crime more aggressively.
Yeah, sounds kind of like what Troll said. Wow, I didn't know they went that fast. I had no idea. That's what that room is for. Who knew?
You let me there? That's what's going on, Rex.
It's computers. That can't be like a KC 130.
You're breaking up a little bit, Stanley, or your mic's not right or something.
Now I'm saying that can't be a KC 130, can it? Trying to figure out one.
You would know better than me.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know air ops either. But I didn't know there were. Maybe they can fly that low. I had no idea helos could refuel in midair.
Yeah, I've never seen it done before till just now myself.
We do all kinds of crazy shit.
I like that one video of the F-35 refueling midair. That's badass. How that thing just connects like that and fills her up. That is just a practice run or something here, huh? It's like they're in the Mojave Desert around Area 51. Something about shooting ammo at nothing just breaks me the wrong way. I don't know what it is.
That's probably hot as shit in those helicopters.
I guess you do have to get used to running a gun like that, though. That takes ammo. Hey Stanley, did we watch that Navy video about that laser yet?
I think
They
we did.
had that. Yeah, I think we did watch that one already. I don't know if that's being used yet or not, but that video is like a few years old, so I'm sure they're probably using it by now, but I don't really know for sure.
If I think about it, I'll ask around. Oh, this is. Let's see here.
Call stock in here.
Yeah, it might be a little damp too.
It's about a female officer, like 155 guys and
am inside
one female officer on a
torpedo tube. This is a first on YouTube.
Somehow I knew that was a torpedo tube.
So guys, welcome to Fleet Week. I am inside here in Port Everglades, and we're going to take a tour of some of the ships.
If it's a torpedo, isn't that on a submarine, or do they have those on ships too, Stanley?
They have them on ships, surface ships too.
Oh, wow.
Hey, how are you, sir?
Yep. I always thought it was a sub thing.
Okay, guys. We're about to check out a submarine. I just realized it almost blends in with the water. Look at that. Stealth.
vantage point of where the explosion took place.
Okay.
Oh, somebody needs to get their fucking ship maintained. All that rust.
Res?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
So I am standing topside of a submarine here.
I didn't see anywhere.
The expression they used, and
Look at all that rust on that ship.
Indiana.
For fleet
Oh,
feet?
oh yeah. Okay, I did see some on the stairs.
Tisk.
Flanked by the coal we just came off of. It's, there's a drop off.
Oh yeah, there
This is
goes
very
one right
cylindrical,
there.
as you would imagine a sub should be. So I
I
have
had to
my
blow it
wrist
up,
out.
Stanley. I'm getting blind.
What?
I had to blow it up, Stanley. I'm getting blind.
Oh, this is so annoying to see a ship in that state. I'm embarrassed.
I bet. Mm. I guess you can't keep it all up all the time.
Thank you. It's awesome. What a great opportunity. We appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people ask, they ask the question, like when we submerge and we're underwater, the initial question is, hey, what's that like? It's just like being in your house. It's a little tighter, and you have 150 of your best friends all around you, right? So one of the things that we can go up forward real quick and take a look.
How old is this video?
What was that, Stanley?
I'm like, how old is this video? I wouldn't think this is a year ago. I wouldn't think the coal was still around. That ship is old.
It's a coal-fired ship?
No,
Fucking
Coal is in USS Cole. It's a cruiser.
One of the newer advancements
I think it's
the newer Virginia classes have is Virginia payload tubes, or have the capability for our strike
So
capability.
guided
We
missile
also, it's a
destroyer.
modular design that allows us to have different capabilities that this ship can support. So the technology allows a lot of different mission sets and really expands our ability to support whatever the operational commander needs. So this right here next to you, as you're looking up to it, as you walk by, this is the sail. We can move back after the sail now. The officer of the deck, who is ultimately responsible.
Must be an honor to go on a real naval submarine like that.
Stand up in the
Dang.
bridge. Just like on a surface ship, you're driving from sight, right? When you submerge, obviously no windows,
right?
No cameras. It's dark. We basically use our ears. We're all about acoustics and our ability to hear things, and that's how we drive.
He's on to the teeth.
Okay. Is that a shotgun?
Oh, these submarines? No, they guard those things like a fort. The ships, not so much. Subs, oh yeah.
I feel very safe.
Down the bullet hole.
Wow. It's tight, and very efficient use of space.
Yeah.
Very tight.
I want to see the
Honestly,
galley.
I would have expected it to be.
It's actually, believe it or not, my first ship was a minesweeper, which probably has about the dimensions of a sub. You believe this or not, it looks roomy. Probably doesn't feel roomy if you're actually in it, but it looks pretty roomy to me.
What kind of galley they have, Stanley?
I don't know. It probably
On that minesweeper. Like the
Oh,
kitchen?
a minesweeper has a crew a little bit smaller than a sub. You could feed the crew on a deployment was about 100. Non-war, probably about maybe 50. So you have to seat in shifts. So you could probably seat, I don't know, 30 at a time.
Would they eat just MRIs or what?
No, hot food. You don't eat. Usually MRIs, the only time you'll use them on a ship, like a destroyer or something like that, is if you're on water hours. My last ship did not make water as fast as we consumed it. So every now and again, like if you're out in the Red Sea and for some reason you can't be resupplied real quick, they'll restrict water usage. Basically, they'll even turn off the water fountains and shit. You won't be taking a shower for a day or two.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting experience. I'll put it that way.
Did they at least have wipes so you could wipe the funk off?
Yeah, if you brought them with you. I don't remember because I usually brought my own. I don't know what the enlisted guys did, to be honest. But you weren't like washing sheets or anything. You were just,
Yeah.
until further notice. But what I was gonna say is, we will use the MREs during water hours when maybe you're not able to use water for cooking. Sometimes midnight rations, like if you get off a late watch, so you do an 8 to 12, 8 to midnight, after you get off watch, you might swing down and, get an MRE, just, to eat.
Yeah.
But the Navy doesn't use MREs that much.
Clock? Oh, got them all over the ship, and they're all synced up.
So they had a regular kitchen crew most of the time, Stanley?
Yeah, they'll have mess specialists. Basically, it's like a commercial kitchen. The difference is you use a lot of steam for heat.
Right.
You won't have like a gas stove or I don't. They might have electric like griddles and stuff, but it'll be like an electric flat top. But like for the boiling, like if you're gonna make a big pot of stew or something like that, they'll have the giant steam kettles, and then the heat, is by steam.
So
pretty industrial.
Steam is off the engines.
I wonder if they use nuclear to heat on those nuclear subs.
No, the nuclear produces steam. Basically, you superheat
from the seawater.
No, it's fresh water. You can't use seawater. You'll make your own fresh water, but seawater would corrode the pipes and everything.
Yeah,
I'm the executive officer, so I'm second to the captain. Manage the entire crew, personnel, and so it's three things make up what we consider the triad on the submarine. So we got the captain, myself, and then our chief of the boat, who's kind of our command master chief. So three of us, run the ship together.
So you live here. This is your home.
Oh yes, yeah, this is my home. Yeah, every day underway. You'll see our staterooms in a second. Cap and I share a head, live right next to each other. So,
wow,
so
fantastic.
We're in about probably knee deep worth of water where the water line is. So the majority of the ship again is underwater, even when we're on the surface. The majority of the upper level area that we're in right now, the forward compartment, is all berthing, and you can see the curtains laid out. They're all 6-man berthings we have on board. We have about 150 sailors on board. Initially, one of the things we do on a submarine, because of the numbers of sailors we have on board versus the number of racks, we have about 112
hot
racks
rack.
on board. We do what's called hot racking, and what that means is we have 3 sailors assigned to 2 racks, and they'll rotate through those racks via.
Dude, I never had the hot rack, thank God.
when they're standing watch or if they're off watch or whatever the case is. So it allows
It's like port and starboard.
us to be able to, everyone gets a rack. We can have
You pray your bunkmate is not a slob.
more personnel on board to be able to support the watch bill, and we won't have to take up as much room. You see that here? When we were standing topside, you were getting some footage of down the lockout trunk hatch. The lockout trunk allows us to be able to support soft forces, and what you can do is this lockout trunk is large enough to support almost 20 SEALs or Special Operations Forces and their equipment. They all get in this lockout trunk, shut the hatches, flood it down, and then we can support soft forces being able to exit and enter the ship while we're underway, while we're submerged.
Wow, 20 people in the ship.
Going down.
Come on, slide down those rails.
So, watch it.
Good?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you want to head that way. Okay, so the goal has the bridge. But this is a control room. This is where this is kind of the brain of the ship when we're operating. So
Man,
when we're
I'm
submerged
surprised
underwater,
I'm letting them film.
basically everything happens in this room. So up forward we have the ship's control station, and this is in essence where we drive the ship, literally drive the ship. And it's manned by two sailors, the pilot and the co-pilot. And that's not, they're named the pilot and co-pilot because they fly the ship. We have the ability via these 8 screens, and these are all touch screens, to compare to that want to go to over on this side of the control room, which I'll talk about in a second, is where all of our sonar watch standards stand. And they're able to take all that raw data. Because these guys control all of our air systems, our water systems, and our hydraulic systems. Our water systems are obviously very important because we need to maintain buoyancy of the ship, right?
Question about the oxygen on the ship. Does that come from the ocean? You guys bring ocean water and take the oxygen out
So
of the
all
water?
of our environmental systems, we create all of our own air. We create all of our own oxygen. We also take carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide out of the air. And so we basically create our own environment because it's a closed environment once we're underwater. The younger generation comes along and they say, how can we make this more intuitive? Submarine Force did a number of studies and they said, let's use an Xbox controller. So we now operate our periscopes with an Xbox controller. That picture, that common operational picture, puts us in a position to be able to accomplish whatever mission we're doing, whether that's anti-submarine warfare,
Xbox controller
anti-surface warfare,
on a sub.
Intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance missions. All those things rely on sonar's raw data and then our guys' ability to put those pieces together. And there's some space behind these partitions here, and there's some partitions here. And I think it's just barely 25 square feet, maybe. But it's really fortunate to have this in my office, where I sleep, where I do a lot of my work. That's the CO stateroom. Let's move down here.
No. That rust is not DEI cause.
It's an expensive suite on board. Right?
There we go.
The New York skipper's stateroom. I have not yet. I imagine it's a little bit larger than that. This is the XO
Right,
stateroom. He actually has
anybody
two
can
beds.
hang off the side
We
of a
have
ship.
VIPs on
and
board.
paint it. It's pretty low tech.
He'll stay with the XO.
So that's the top of the bed right there, and then
So there's a bed here, and then there's a rack underneath with the
Wait,
curtains.
hold it. Who's
As we walk
staying
by
with the
here,
XO?
on your right, on my left, on the port side of the ship, you'll see internal countermeasures. We walk by here. So there's with the XO. Actually has 2 racks. I have not yet. I imagine it's a little bit larger than that. This is the XO stateroom. He actually has 2 racks, 2 beds. When we have VIPs on board, he'll stay with the XO.
So that's the top of the bed right there, and then
So there's a bed here, and then there's a rack underneath with the curtains. So you guys don't have to. As we walk by here, on your right, on my left, on the port side of the ship, you'll see internal countermeasures. And you'll see those 2 tubes. Those are our countermeasure launchers. So if you come down here, you can see on my right, on your left, this is a stateroom. This is a stateroom for the officers. 3 officers assigned to a stateroom. And you can see that there's 2 desks that fold out of the wall there. A lot of space for storage and stuff like that. It's likely you'll have one officer on watch, and then you'll have 1 or 2 in here, potentially 1 in there and 1 in the racks.
Something smells good around here.
Now this
Nice.
this galley area, I thought you were going to see it.
Have you guys lost yet?
That might have been the officers' mess. That's about the size of the ship of my first ship. It's a berthing area.
We're able to have these cradles. Each one of these is assigned to a specific weapon.
Oh, I thought it was a
And
bird.
each weapon, and you can see over here, this large green torpedo with the room that's fully loaded out. We've opened up one of our port tubes.
Okay, they must have those shrouds there.
Don't want to be on the business end of that.
Yeah, those are either racks or they just don't want anything filmed.
Hell yeah, one. Can I really? You let me do that? All right, I'm gonna go in there. Just don't fire it while I'm in there. You know what? I'm gonna do better than that. I'm gonna go inside of it.
Don't be
That's
doing
not a
that.
bad idea.
I think you got to go feet
They got a torpedo stuck in there. They're sending me in to loosen it up.
Do you want me to get you a set of like green? Do you want to cover on, or are you gonna get dirty?
You know what this reminds me of, Stanley? Is the old Star Trek, and they had to send Scotty down there to fix the lasers, and it was fucking way radioactive down there or something, and then he barely survived.
Yeah, Clarice, that marine rust gets mighty dark. But bosun's mates generally maintain the hull of the ship. So, you can hang anybody on a scaffold to chip and paint. That's
Sandblast and paint, more like it on a ship like that.
you don't sandblast unless you're in the yards. No, you chip and paint by hand. Now maybe things have changed by now, but it's pretty low tech stuff.
I have the look at that, guys.
All right, we got you. Wow.
Sandblast with a little
Oh, look at this.
air compressor.
Put it on. You can crawl right in.
Yeah, that'd be great. The things I do
Oh, what
for
a
you
pussy
guys.
he put on the coveralls. Why does he even need to go in there?
Any instructions on how to do this? Crawl on in.
Just say you did it, probably.
You don't have a grease pencil. You could sign his name at the end.
I hope somebody
Get in there and scrub them tanks out, boy.
There's a.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you
Clean that shit up. Get in there and polish that aluminum.
Yeah, I want them to just close the tube and fire one.
And then you can get a shot of that. Hey, do you have a grease pencil hanging around?
Yeah, Stanley, you're tall, bro. Dang.
It's so funny. One time when I was in the Red Sea, we had CNN come aboard, and I was the only black officer on the ship. And they tried for like 2 days to get me to appear on camera. And I always I made sure I was on watch or just in somewhere where they couldn't find me. No, you know what? I wasn't doing that shit. So I avoided the press like the plague. My captain thought it was funny.
I mean, if you want to, so it's tradition to go all the way to the end. And
I can only imagine had I appeared on that and some motherfucker on this channel found it making DEI jokes. I'd have been pissed.
It's a tradition to go to the end, so I'm going to do it.
Get in there and polish that cylinder, boy. Sure, wipe it all clean.
You know what? I actually let me play this. That video might be on
you
YouTube.
stick this in your pocket. There's a pocket. I got left breast pocket. Stick that in your pocket. When you get to the end, if you want to do it, it's tradition to sign your name.
Oh, heck yeah.
On the door out. First. What you can do is you go headed first. You can crawl out. You can
Oh
go start
shit, it is.
Here I go, guys. Nice knowing you.
All right, Terry, you got this.
Sailor Fields reporting for duty.
Yeah, we go back up.
Oh, it's dark in here.
Yeah, it might be a little damp too.
Am I taking the flashlight or not?
Yeah.
Close the chamber, boy. Put him in there and close the chamber.
Oh shit.
You got the grease pen already?
I think baby doing this on my back. I don't know how to turn around. All right.
guys, can you see me? I am inside of a torpedo tube. This is a first on YouTube. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I have to get to the end. Oh, it's a good thing you guys gave me this to put on. It is pretty wet in here. Oh, what's all this? What's all this water? Getting out is going to be
What
tough.
with sailor pits?
All right. All right, I'm almost there.
We could flood it and send you out the other hole.
Good thing I'm not claustrophobic.
Yeah, the other.
I made it. Okay, they told me it's tradition to sign my name here, so I'm going to do it. What did I do with that pencil? Come on, pencil. Here you are.
This is hilarious.
Whoops, let's get that light on it. All right. And you know I'm going to sign it barefoot. Barefoot. Was here.
Yeah.
Done and done.
All right.
Oh, now I know how Bruce Willis felt.
Come out to the coast. We'll get together. Have a few laughs.
I'm trying. Let me know when I get to the end.
Just
Making progress.
Could you scoot down that tunnel and back that easy spinning?
Do what?
Could you go up that tube and back that easy?
Coming out of this thing?
Can you read the camera?
I guess.
Yeah, well, not yet.
It's only been on the sub once.
Kind of lift up on your groin.
Or it was just a visit.
There you go. Yeah, watch out for your foot. There you go. Right. I'm going to call it the next break.
Looks like an older guy too. What's he, about 60 or so?
Watch out for your groin again.
All right. That's what she said.
He just needs a hand. There's a to your left. To your left. There you go. All right. You got it. Good job, bro. Make sure you.
Holy fuck.
How was it? No shoes on. Get his feet.
It was great.
Get his feet.
Yeah, get my wet
Barefoot.
feet and everything.
Yeah.
Living up to the name.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. A lot of.
Not quite that
That's
old.
where I
I
was,
guess.
guys.
You looked all up in there
It
though.
was fun. No, I'm good. There you go.
Hey, I
There's
found
that. Let me give you your,
I found a clip of
pajamas
my
back there. What do you
Red
guys call
Sea
this thing?
deployments.
Coveralls. Coveralls.
Flame resistant.
I don't think I appear on camera.
Onward and onward.
Sorry, yeah, it's all right. So I was gonna climb into. I see someone climbing into a torpedo tube. I'd probably.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Hi, guys.
Taco Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday, guys.
Taco Tuesday on the sub.
Great.
Got a whole crew in there.
I'll take two. Hold the shower train.
A lot of guys are really excited about it looks like right now they're making quesadillas.
All right.
Mess hall? Is that what they call it?
The courtside, we call it the courtside cafe. And the rationale on the courtside cafe is obviously the basketball themed support, or spreads out here.
It's not on no sub.
Indiana
No
in general,
fucking
the
way.
state supports the ship.
The hell is that?
Awesome. From the stuff you see here to one of the cooler things on board, and I'll show you when we get into the workroom. Is each one of the cruise mess tables has some Indiana specific theme, and this one is commemorates the annual Navy Notre Dame football game. Very cool. And what's cool about this table specifically is, and all these tables are made out of wood, specific to Indiana. One of the other unique things about submarines that, as of relatively late 2010, the submarine force integrated with females. This is Lieutenant Lexi Silva, one of our officers on board, superstar. She's going to be duty officer today.
Yeah.
I have a question I'd like to ask, but I'm just curious.
Hey,
I think it's a
Ebony.
great thing that it's a co-ed situation. We have men and
Hi,
women
Ivory.
serving on a submarine together. It's
Hey,
fantastic.
Stanley.
Can you speak to
Hey
what
there.
that experience is like for you?
I think it's pretty normal to me. I think every other community is integrated for the most part. So just having men and women in the same quarters is it's not super different. I do think I kind of get to give the sailors a different perspective. All the enlisted are men, are like male on this boat, so I think sometimes them having female officers that they can talk to and confide in probably gives them a different outlook on things and can make them feel comforted in a different way than being on an all-male boat.
She's a DEI
That
hire.
is awesome. Thank you so much for your
Let me
time.
put it to
Thanks for
you
your
this way.
service. I really appreciate it. And
I
you
didn't
guys,
see.
Times them having female officers that they can
Okay.
talk to and
Well,
confide
let
in
me put
probably
it to
gives
you
them
this way. She is literally a nuclear engineer. So DEI maybe, but she literally.
Well, I don't have a problem with her being on the ship, Stanley. I have a problem with her demanding that the men accept people for whatever they are.
Yeah, I'm sure you would have that kind of problem. Hold on one
We
second.
gotta have standards. She has her standards, right? Well, I think we should practice the standards that have always worked in the military. And if you qualify, you qualify. If you don't, you don't. Simple. Anyway, didn't mean to get off track there. But she is, I think, a DEI hire. She could be a nuclear scientist anywhere. I'm just
Yeah,
not
okay.
sure on that.
I gotcha. Whatever.
On a ship, it's not the right place, I don't think, to
Yeah. Well,
be pushing that kind of thing.
your opinion is noted. I disagree.
Thank you very much.
You know what? It's funny. That was my sister on the phone. I didn't even realize today was my wife's birthday. That's a bummer. I completely forgot it.
Subconsciously, probably, Stanley.
No, I don't know. I guess I don't really celebrate it. As a matter of fact, January 30th was our anniversary. I didn't think of it then either, but it's been 11 years.
Oh, wow.
a different outlook on things and
She
can
looked
make
like
them
a little
feel
boy.
comforted in a different way than being on an all-male boat.
Oh,
I wonder
that,
what her
guys, that
job
is
is.
awesome. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for your service. I really appreciate it. And you guys are doing a great job. Keep up the good work.
We're glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was awesome, man. I know. It's not many people can say they did that. And my name's in there, so I can prove it. Up here? Oh, yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed the tour. I know I did. I'll never forget it. This way?
Throw it alike.
Oh, lost already. Oh, yeah. My old friend. All right, let's see. When I'm talking, they're going down. Hold on, I got a camera in my hands. Thumbnail. Got a lot to choose from with thumbnails. All right. Made it.
I have not because to be honest with you, Universal, there's a Wilderson book that I need to read, and I'll be honest with you. Essentially, what it is critical theory, or it's kind of based. It is a critical theory, and I will read it probably this month, but I don't look forward to reading it. Critical theory is just sometimes overly dense, and I don't like it when I have to read it, but I think it's gonna be yeah. Put recommend the clips. Just put them in the chat, and I can watch them tonight. It's been a few years since I've read. I think I read Incognegro, so it's been a few years since I've actually read. I'm not like into Afro pessimism that much. It's a little too dark, though there are tenets that I do believe in. Like basically the U.S. is like, it's terminally racist. It was tore up from the floor up, and it's not going to go away anytime soon. Universal, I found an old CNN clip of my old ship. I was actually on the ship, but scrupulously avoided the camera. But it's like 4 minutes, and then I can start watching right after that. This is kind of a walk down memory lane. This is from 1992, I think. Now, CNN was on for 2 days and did a 4-minute video. The video's not that good. I remember
At this
that.
time, recommending divers so we can access all.
Oh, they did it to the music of Tina Turner. That was my roommate, by the way. We were boarding ships that's Captain White at CEO. We were in the North Red Sea, boarding ships, boarding container ships. I remember that. That's Rick Wright. That dude's a 3-star admiral now.
That Tina Turner
Yeah, it was a
flying in the
CNN.
background.
It was a CNN.
Yeah, be careful with that, Stanley. Don't want to get another strike.
Oh shit! You know what? I didn't think about that. Let's see here. I'll just play it with the volume on. It's 4 minutes, and that's the XO right there. But I'm surprised I'm not on that boat. It's the ship's gem. Let's see, what else is there?
I sent you one in the back chat earlier about Korean Outdoors if you want to play that one.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm not sure. There's a story behind this picture right here. It looked pretty big, and she has a bunch of like Amazon stuff. So I'm not sure that I can. Not sure that I can
I
do it.
wouldn't risk it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we get any
Not
sort of.
worth the strike.
It's going to be interesting to see if we get that little clip of music. I didn't get any sort of warning.
You don't want to get the warning.
Well, YouTube will allow you to edit the music out, believe it or not. Oh, I remember him. He's a bosun's mate. He's a good guy. Motor whaleboat.
Fly under the radar, as they say.
CO. This is an unwrap where we pull alongside a ship and throw over lines and resupply. It's fuel lines. Yeah, MS1, mess specialist, mess decks. That's the flat top I was talking about.
Eggs look pretty good.
The food on Navy ships is actually really good. Fresh baked bread.
Oh. Did you make them your cookies, Stanley?
No, this is the mess decks. I still have my Briscoe hats.
All right, that's enough. Go back to work. You had enough. Back on deck.
It's pretty much the end. I miss that. I miss those old days.
Yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie, eh, Stanley?
Oh yeah. I was Lieutenant Satan.
Oh.
Lieutenant Satan. They called you that? No way.
The supply officers did.
Oh, there's Lieutenant Satan. Why they call you that, Stanley?
Oh, look at this dude. A monkey with a memory could be a naval officer.
Stanley, why they call you Lieutenant Satan? What's up with that?
Yeah,
You
come
really
on
need
up,
to ask.
Universal.
Do you
You
really
don't
need to
want to
ask?
talk about that, Ebony.
I'm
You
sorry,
don't
say,
want
say that again. I was reading something that Universal dropped. What were you saying?
why exactly did they call you Lieutenant Satan?
I was
I
an
gotta
admiral.
hear this shit.
Let me put it to you this way. At my going away party, uh, I'd never met the captain's wife. So we were over at the XO's house. So the captain introduces me to his wife and goes, "Well, hey, this is Stan Cross. I love him. He's an asshole." And I looked at him and I'm like, "Well, Captain, why did you introduce me like that?" So, he's telling his wife I'm an
That
asshole.
doesn't sound very Satanistic to me.
Well, on the going away photo, they basically said we are gonna miss you, Lieutenant Satan.
Oh Lord. I could only imagine how much of a mess you were, Stanley.
Oh, I thought my shit did not stink.
They told
that's why
Stanley
they
to
called
drop
you
down and give them
Lieutenant.
20. Stanley said, "Motherfucker."
Hey, let me tell you something. We after like we threw this ship's party at a hotel in Hurghada, Egypt, and they pulled out the beer, and it was just a big to do. Basically, before we went, to the Red Sea, they just kind of stopped and did the shindig. So the enlisted guys started throwing the officers in the pool. It's just kind of like, hey, they're human too. Get them, throw them in the water. I was the last fucking officer they threw in. And guess who prompted them to do it? Because the guys weren't going to do it. My boss. He's like, get him. So you got like
Oh God.
a bunch of enlisted guys and my boss, who was a lieutenant commander, just like hauling me into the water. They weren't going to do it. basically my boss had to give permission. I don't know. I guess they just didn't want to chance it. Oh, and then I said, "Well, wait, hold up. Let me take off my shoes. Let me take off my watch. Let me take off my glasses." So they let me do all that, and I was good to go.
Sounds like good times.
They had a good time. At least they let me get off my shoes. Awesome. So, oh, cool. Okay, this is nice. I didn't get to see this interview, so let's have a look. Was it good?
Well, greetings, everybody. Good evening. I hope everybody's having a great Saturday.
What's up, Universal Jones?
Not much, man. Chilling.
I'm
My
enjoying
God.
every minute that I have off, Universal.
As you should. I'm sure you've been working hard all week. You probably need a break.
Can I start calling you UG for short?
What did you say, 12 man?
Can I start calling you UG for short because your name's too long?
You can call me UJ. I usually respond. I see it in the
Yeah,
chat.
UJ.
UJ is fine. That works. Perfect.
You know what? Humble presidents, everyone, I mean, everybody was kind of trepidatious when they dealt with me. My guys loved me. Because, at the outset I told them, you know what? I will defend you against anyone. No one treats you like shit but me. Um, if if you ever get approached by like another chief or whatever, I will defend you, but you better be right. Okay, if you're right, I will fight to the death. If you're wrong, I'm gonna fucking throw you to the wolves. So but you know what, it did come down to it. As a matter of fact, one day we were going through this major engineering inspection, and I had this bad habit, and it was an evil habit, of walking around like, and if I was wearing coveralls or something, I wouldn't wear my rank because everybody knew who I was, who needed to know who I was. So I wasn't thinking. So this chief, this on the inspection team, is chewing out one of my guys. And I happen to walk by, so I walk up and I go, "Well, what's going on, chief?" And he tells me, and it was something minor. So I chewed that chief out in front of my guy. I tore that chief a new one. Well, I wasn't thinking, so I really shook this chief up. He thought, he went to my boss and he was like, "Well, some black guy, some young black guy came in. Is that how you're enlisted, guys?" So my boss goes, like, kind of like shakes his head and goes, "Oh, that was Lieutenant Cross."
We know exactly who it was.
So that chief was fucking freaked out. My boss came to me and he goes, "Look, Stan, come on, you can't be chewing people out without your rank. That dude thought you were some little seaman or something." So I used to love doing shit like that.
Well, kept them on their toes at the very least.
Oh no, but this guy wasn't even on the ship, in the ship's crew. His boss was a 1-star admiral, and I could have gotten in trouble. So what was this actually really good? It looks like.
Well, Stanley, I haven't watched this yet. I figured it'd be good for us to both kind of catch it live together.
Awesome.
But what I did was I had some time today, so I went and looked at some of the people you suggested that I wasn't familiar with, and I came across this this concept of Afro pessimism, and it's interesting. I don't necessarily disagree with the concept, but I think it just leads us to not being as constructive as we probably need to be. But and then also I wanted to let you know I did check out you covering my video on Mr. Filler, and I'm actually surprised that we aligned on something, Stanley. We actually aligned on the thought process there. So I appreciate your review.
Yeah, I don't always disagree.
Yeah. As I'm learning. Yeah, cool. But yeah, let's watch it. Let's have a, we don't have to, I don't know if we want to get through this whole thing, but
You know what? You tell me when you're done.
I'm done. We can go ahead and roll the tape.
Okay, let me do some muting here. I don't know, what is he shoveling snow or something?
Might be.
He's putting coal in the stove.
But let's go ahead and get right to it, because
He's
as I said,
hacking ice
our
cap.
first time meeting, so to speak, was through.
I haven't watched Jared Ball in over a year.
I was just gonna ask you, are you familiar with Dr. Ball?
Yep,
It's
I
been a
am.
long time since I've watched any of his content or read anything from him, but yeah.
Well, oddly enough, the last time I watched them, they were still BPM.
Mm.
So now they're Black Liberation Media.
Yeah.
BLM.
Yeah, I know. They had the ride the wave apparently. So.
Let me see how many how many subscribers they have now. Oh shit. This isn't the main channel. This is his channel.
Mm-hmm.
There's an I Am Will, and then there's a BLM main channel.
Okay. Yeah, I mix what I like. I remember, yeah.
Through those airwaves at WPFW in Washington, D.C. And of course, I'm talking about Dr. Frank Wilderson, who, among many other things, is a professor at UC Irvine and has publications like Red, White, and Black Cinema and the Structure of U.S. Antagonisms. And of course, as I mentioned at the top, he wrote Incognegro, a memoir of exile and apartheid. And we are talking today about his most recent book, Afro-Pessimism, a theoretical approach to the world that he is credited, and I think rightfully so, as founding or being its most prominent spokesperson. So Frank Wilderson, welcome back. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Jared Ball. It's great to be back with you, and shout out to Todd and Dr. Haight too.
No doubt. Absolutely. Our original crew. And look, I got to add those links to the show notes for this as well, because I would encourage people to go check out a lot of those discussions that will probably cover things we won't get to today. My favorite among which is your Incognegro memoir. And of course, all the discussions we've had about Chris Hani in particular. People should go check all that out. So anyways, good to see you. Thank you again for coming through. As I was joking with you, somewhat joking with you, my presumed or real association with you has been causing me so many problems and raising so many questions for so many people for so long. And and I wanted to start with, a couple of years ago, I did an interview with Dr. Lewis Gordon. And I have to be honest, at the time, I did not understand the depths of his disagreement with you and your work. I didn't understand, so when he came on and we had this interview, he was right in his critique of me, that when he said that a lot of people who are critical of the critics of Afro-pessimism haven't read the criticism. And at that time, I certainly hadn't engaged much of it at all. And as I kept saying, look, my engagement with Frank is largely around Incognegro, the politics you represent in that memoir, the worldview you represent in that memoir still is to me tremendously appealing. So I was never claiming to be an expert in Afro-pessimism in favor or as a critic, but I just thought, it just seemed odd to me, some of the criticisms I was hearing of your work. So, which would include, for instance, some of the more easy stuff, the dismissal of feminism, Marxism, et cetera, and so forth, or discussing the limitations of those theoretical approaches. But the biggest ones are that your argument is discouraging of political activism, that it's just saying we should just give up and not struggle, and that it prohibits solidarity with other, particularly non-white, colonized struggles and peoples moving in their movements. So in a recent interview, I'm going to stop this long preamble in a minute, but I just wanted. I'm listening.
I'm
No, I hear you. I hear you. But in a recent interview I did with Nora Erekat, the Palestinian lawyer and activist, she had put me in, she put me up on an interview that she had done with Mark Lamont Hill, where our interview for some years ago, one of them, a transcript of them, was used as a way to discredit Afro-pessimism and to say that Afro-pessimism encourages a lack of solidarity. And in that excerpted piece, you were saying, and I don't know, the transcript rang true to my memory at least. What you were basically saying is that, listen, Palestinians will work with them and we'll struggle with them, but after we get them free from Israel, we're going to have to check them on their anti-blackness. And I said, I agreed. But this was extrapolated to mean that there can be no solidarity. And I've heard this many times. People have said this to me a lot. And I've always said, but I don't get that from your work. Now, it is true I don't understand everything, including your latest book. I'm not going to claim to understand it all. We'll get to that in a minute. But so I wanted to really just start right there. Can you just clarify before we get into the depth as much as possible of of the theory? Is your argument intending to discourage Black people from struggling at all, from appreciating their radical political histories? And are you saying that there should be no solidarity with other folks? Because to the point about Lewis Gordon, since then I have read a good number of the critics, and on these issues, I don't understand or agree with what they're saying in terms of how they interpret your work. But anyway, so let's just start there. Are you saying any of that in your work, intending to at least?
Absolutely not. However, I do understand how it could be perceived as my having said that, because most people come at a unequivocally Black cry and an unapologetically Black analysis of everyone else. In other words, people experience us looking at them analytically as an assault on them. And so what happens is that Afro-pessimism is an analytic interpretation of everyone else's capacity. I'll repeat that, an analytic interpretation of everyone else's capacity. And just as Marx condemns the capacity of the capitalist, whether it's a good capitalist like George Soros, who is actually, I want to give a shout out to George Soros because he's a part of the distribution network for Afro-pessimism. When he poured millions of dollars into urban debate camps, what he did is he created a pipeline for Afro-pessimist texts to be infused in the inner city without even knowing what he did. So thank you, my man. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to say is that what I don't give a fuck about. Can I swear on here?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's a little late
I
for
really
that.
don't care that the sentimental response to the analytic critique clouds the other person's capacity to understand the analysis. I think that we
Whoa, let's I'm gonna rewind.
Yeah,
that.
can you pull that? Whoa.
Yeah, I think I love that.
I kind of got a little
to
lost
the
there.
inner
I was
city
like, wait.
without even knowing what he did. So
Here we
thank you, my man. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, yeah, let's go back a little bit farther. Because what he did in the schools. Oops.
Network for Afro-pessimism, when he poured millions of dollars into urban debate camps. What he did is he created a pipeline for Afro-pessimist texts to be infused in the inner city without even knowing what he did. So thank you, my man. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to say is that what I don't give a fuck about. Can I swear on here?
Absolutely.
Okay. I really don't care that the sentimental response to the analytic critique clouds the other person's capacity to understand the analysis.
You won't believe this. I actually fucking feel that way all the time.
Really?
Especially on this channel. Okay, people, I don't care a lot.
Yep.
Okay, because you know what? trying to think of a specific example. People just sometimes don't seem to understand that, I don't care doesn't mean that I hate something or anything like that. It's just, I'm not going to lose sweat over it.
Right. It doesn't move the needle for you.
Yeah, it does not move the needle, and it shouldn't move the needle. If it ever becomes necessary to care, I have the capacity to do that, but I'm not going to care before I have to.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that for hundreds of years, we have reached across the water and tried to help these people understand our suffering and understand their relationship to it, and that's a kind of cosmic manifestation that began, over 1,400 years ago in the Bantu.
Okay, is he is he saying something like, "Hey, you know what? Racism in America, that's a white people problem." Okay, I should not have to be a magical Negro, or
Right.
I should not have to bend over backwards to be a model minority,
Right.
just to appease white people.
Correct.
You know,
That's what he. Yes.
Glenn Lowry, for instance, and others will go, "Oh, hey, we need to stop doing this because we're going to piss white people off. They're the majority. If they get pissed off, we're cooked." And I find that just fucking mealy mouth. Like, what? It's not our problem if white people can't handle shit. So I think that's what I hear him saying, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, and
The migration, it's called Ubuntu.
I'm just gonna quick commentary. I think that's why he's getting criticized right now, because that is completely opposite of what the typical intellectual black dialogue is. It's hold white people accountable,
Yes.
beat them down with white supremacy and racism, and make them feel the pain that our ancestors have felt. And
Like when I call Be Brave a stolen valor white man.
yeah, right.
It's like, dude, you talk about how great your culture is. What have you done to improve it?
Exactly.
Not a damn thing.
And I'm not too familiar with Wilderson's his philosophy, but I'm curious to know if he's saying we need to work on our culture and figure out how to work through those issues internally before we start helping others, whether that's whites or non-whites or whatever. I wonder if that's where he's going.
Well, I would hope he would say we don't have to help others.
Right. I would agree with that too. We have to learn how to compete and coexist.
Exactly. And that's my whole point about damn the second best. We need to start looking to see what the Asians are doing as far as academics, etc. Whites are second best. Now, it's harsh, but it is statistically true.
Yeah. Let me tell a quick story, Stanley, because you just brought up something that reminded me. I used to do, I still do this, but this was back in maybe 2016.
Now, see, hold on one sec. Let me put this here. If you want revenge because of your ancestors, bring it. You will lose, motherfucker. When did I say anything about revenge? Did I say something that would suggest I'm going to go out and fight?
In a weird way, I think that's actually a small percentage of black people, whether we're talking BLM types or whatever. I don't think a lot of black people want revenge. They want more of a pat on the head.
I don't even they shouldn't even want that.
I agree. I 100% agree. It's
You know,
like a
we
weird validation type of thing.
Exactly. We are fully formed. We don't have to care what white people think. As a matter of fact, just this morning, someone was talking about, well, yeah, a Solid Snake. Yeah, we have to care what white people think. Yeah, you represent the race. So and so, some famous black person represents the race. We have to care. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no single black person in this country, rich, famous, or whatever, represents the whole race.
Yeah.
This, you know, basically, and this is probably kind of real debatable. In my opinion, the black community ended once segregation ended. We were pretty much all out on our own. And I
Mhm.
think we probably fooled ourselves.
We did, absolutely. And you know what, Stanley? I think about that time period. I've done some of my own research there. What you just said is very important because what we created from there was this pro-black identity. I'm black and I'm proud, and we recreated the physical community into some like mythical
Yes.
movement, and we went from being black Americans, is how I look at it, to being black folks. And this is what I talk about, the racial idolatry all the time. Is it's like a belief, it's like a religion to black people. So when you hear a solid
It
snake
is.
say those things, if you go against that, it's like sacrilegious. Like you are doing something incorrect by not seeing yourself
Right.
as part of the collective. So that's why an individual like me, who, yes, I'm conservative to a certain extent, we are looked at as coons because everything we do is completely opposite of the common black narrative. It's very fascinating.
Well, let me put it to you this way. We're closer aligned than you might imagine. To the Hotep folks, fuck you too. I don't want to be like you. I don't want to be like white people. I want to be like me.
Yeah, yeah, and honestly, Stanley, I think that's the way to really improve a lot of the issues that Black Americans have, is to be a little bit more independent focused and not so
Yes.
concerned about the race aspect. But and this is where, and I talk about this professionally too. We've all been racially socialized so bad, even white folks, that I don't think that we know how to exist without that filter.
Look, white people are not to the degree that black people are, but they're victims of white supremacy too.
Exactly. But
And I don't think white people understand that.
no, they don't. And honest, in a weird way, Stanley, the super liberal white folks who like fight against white supremacy, that's part of their victim mentality. Like they also have a version. They also have a version. It's the be braves of the world. They also have a victim mentality. But it's weird because they have the most benefits in the system, right? But they also suffer from it. Like they're not reaching their fullest potential either. This is one of the most fascinating things that I think I've come across when it comes to racism.
Okay, whites don't perpetuate black racism. Blacks perpetrate it. Yeah, okay.
I think we all do in a way.
Yeah, I think we all do in our special ways.
Yeah. But anyway, we can play more of the video. We can dive
Oh
deeper.
yeah.
Appreciate it.
No, I'm enjoying.
Which means goodwill and compassion and love of the other. And so what you can rightfully say is that there is no Ubuntu in Afro-pessimism. It's just a cold gaze. But that doesn't mean that it's actually saying what other people experience it to be saying. Solidarity is I mean, I'm checking myself now at 65 on my solidarity. I'm fucking sick of it. I have struggled in more people's oppression contexts who are not Black over the past 53 years than I have in decidedly Black struggles. And so attitudinally, I don't have any more energy or compassion for someone who can't see that what you just said at the very beginning, that Israel is a blight on, if not the world, the Middle East. The United States is a blight on the world, and Israel is a extension of that blight. And so much in the Middle East would be restabilized if Israel did not exist. But that restabilization would not do anything essential for the liberation of Black people. And I did a 6-hour Afro-pessimist workshop for 35 activists / leaders of Black Lives Matter from Pennsylvania, New York City, and New Jersey back in 2016. This was at actually the Audubon Ballroom, which is now the Malcolm X Shabazz Foundation. And in that 6-hour workshop, the Black Lives Matter people talked to me about a sojourn they took to Palestine for 2 weeks, in which they were going with this whole idea that Ferguson is Palestine. And before they went, they had asked the Palestinians in Gaza if they could meet, and Ramallah, if they could meet Black Palestinians. And they were told yes. And when they got there, they were redirected for almost 10 days away from meeting any Black Palestinians. And when they finally put their foot down and insisted that they do that, they had one-on-ones with Black Palestinians who talked about the structural feeling of anti-Blackness that they experience in a community that's being bombed every day by the Israelis, okay? They didn't talk about Israeli anti-Blackness. They talked about Palestinian anti-Blackness. I had the same experience when I spent 6 weeks in Cuba, you know? And this is, and I'm really sick and tired of people, you know, and what I mean by that is I was with Medea Benjamin's group, Global Exchange, in Cuba for 6 weeks. And we were 13 Americans, 3 of us Black, and we were paired with 2 young communists, and we went all around the island together for that period, and we met with government officials, we went to hospitals. It was a groovy experience. And then at one point, the Black Cubans said, we would like a session with the Black Americans, just the 3 Black Americans. And so 3 Black Americans met with about 8 Black Cubans out of that 26 group of Black Cubans. And the white people from the United States, the 10 white people were like, okay, cool. We'll go on a field trip for a day. So y'all can have the crib. We lived in this big house in Verdado, which was a rich neighborhood that had been subdivided for poor people. But the white Cubans were like, what the hell is going on? We're all communists here. We're all, you know, and to make matters even worse, this is why psychoanalysis is so important to Afro-pessimism, because the force of the unconscious is what you described to me in your opening remarks. And the force of the unconscious actually doesn't have any relational dynamic to it. The force of the unconscious was such that these 3 Black Americans, one of them was fluent in Spanish. Another one was taking intermediate Spanish. I was taking beginning Spanish, okay? But because I was the oldest, I guess, I don't know, or maybe the darkest, I don't know. But the white Cubans vamped on me and demanded that I come to some kind of luncheon tribunal with them where they accused me of fomenting racial divisions on the island. This is a global phenomenon where these people feel victimized by our critique of their capacities to be, and often of how they use their capacities. And I'm very sorry. Afro-pessimism is about them. It is not to them. There's been too many hundreds of years of Ubuntu where we have said, okay, how are you feeling about this? How are you experiencing this? Okay, I don't give a rat's ass anymore. So on that regard, they're right. But in terms of the analytic, they're absolutely wrong, because I've done nothing but solidarity work throughout my whole goddamn life.
I like him.
So what about also the specific criticism that Afro-pessimism dismisses the Black liberation movement, all of the work, all of the George Jackson work, all of the BLA work, all of the, you know, Asada, etc. And then even this other thing, by the way, you don't have to respond to this. This is up to you. But I forgot to mention it. The reason
here's the deal. Here is where they're going to lose me with the Marxist framework.
Yep.
You know what? I'm just not going to be able to go that far. I will do anything. I will do anything for love, but just not that. Here, I'm going to put a link in the back for you. I found a part one of the audiobook Afro
Oh,
Pessimism.
perfect. Perfect. Yeah, thank
It's
you.
7 hours. There is no part two that I can find, but it'll at least get you started.
Perfect. Thank you.
I eventually took down the Lewis Gordon video, which is, I think, the only video I've ever willfully took down. By the way, my bad. Please forgive me, everybody. Just real quick, the remix show from Thursday, a couple people have asked about it. Google took it down. YouTube took it down. Alphabet took it down. And I suspect it was because of the sort of naturalist discussion around responses to COVID. And even though I have already said I am vaccinated and I'm on the side of the people I interviewed the other day, the medical practitioners that encourage us to get vaccinated, I am not in favor of censorship. So I'm not cool that they took our shit down. I am not cool that they took our video down, even if I disagree with the particular message in the video. But that's what happened, by the way. The reason I'm bringing that up here, Frank, is because I took down, the only time I willfully took down a video that I can think of, at least, is the Lewis Gordon video. Because, not because he disagreed with you, but because he insinuated that your story about your experience in South Africa was not true. And when I asked him to come back on, I felt like after the interview, I thought, man, I let that go. I felt uncomfortable. So I reached back out to him and said, would you come back on and either lay out your evidence or, take it back or whatever? He basically said no. Long story short, he said no. So I took the video down. So that's why I just
I hear you.
It didn't sit right with me. If you have evidence that Frank is lying, then say it. Otherwise, I don't think it's fair to disparage the argument by suggesting his personal story is not true when you have no evidence to say it. I should have checked it at the moment when it happened. I didn't. And then, anyway, tried to correct it coming back, and he didn't want to engage going further than that. So,
you know what? That's okay, because I will tell you this. I was hired and fired almost on the same day in 2005 at the University of California, Irvine, because a cat named David Theo Goldberg, who's a white South African, said the very same thing about me and put that shit in the dean's ear. And then she rescinded my provisional hire based upon the fact that I was being called Jason Blair in advance, the dude who made up stories a long time ago. And what happened was, thank you very much to Professor Joy James, because I had made $20,000 the year before as a graduate student. Okay, I'm not anywhere near that low now. Okay, and I didn't have the money to pursue that. And Joy James loaned me $2,000 to get a lawyer to sue the University of California, Irvine, and my wife, Anita Wilkins, who was not my wife at the time, was on sabbatical in South Africa in 1992. And in her travel journals that she has from all over the world, she has a very detailed description of a meeting where Nadine Gordimer, the Nobel laureate, had nominated me to take her place at the annual convention of the Congress of South African Writers on the executive board. And there were 100 delegates, and I won by 99 votes. Then an ANC official in the government of Pretoria wrote a letter about my participation. And the other thing that they said I was lying about was that they said, Samuel Jackson never performed your work at the Negro Ensemble in 1988, okay, which was actually on HBO. So I have experienced this for almost 20 years now, and it's nothing new. I think that, I went to South Africa. There are 100 Black people living there. No, 100 Americans living there, living permanently there when I went. And most of them were doing stuff for either the State Department or USAID or NGOs. And I joined the ANC, And so I'm happy about that. And there are people who have actually
decided to do
supported
a terrorist.
my claims. I've documented verification of all that.
You need to read that book.
Go ahead. I just had to get
No,
that
I mean,
out.
it's cool. I appreciate that. I was just saying, you know, the other thing I'm on the record as saying, by the way, on that issue, just for the record again, is that look, I couldn't prove one way or another, and I ultimately don't care. And you know, if you know what you did politically with Incognito was enough for me. So if anyway, that's where my bias is. That the argument you lay out in there, the history you draw out in there, the views of the struggle in South Africa that you put on that. I'm like, you know, to me, I don't mean to disrespect your real life and what you're saying about your real life. I'm just saying, even if it wasn't true, I wouldn't get a damn difference. But because my point is, let's talk about what he's saying and politically, and that's ultimately where. So the last point before we get to by the way, your critics would also say that, in terms of your point about Soros, that in fact, because Lewis Gordon in another video I saw did make this point, that your work is being used to destroy the debate scene for Black youth. So when you say Soros is the one putting it there, a lot of people would say, so that's evidence right there, because Soros is seen by a lot, including myself, as not a positive influence on certainly Black radical struggle. So
what I just said as with the tone of irony. If George,
I hear you.
If George Soros and I think we got to say it very clearly without being ironic. If George Soros and I sat down, we could not agree on lunch. He's just a dirty liberal-ass capitalist to me. He did something accidentally, like a good liberal. He tried to help some Negroes in the ghetto form debate camps. They picked up the work and began. So here's what I think people are pissed off about. Afro-pessimism has one addressee, which is Black people who are sick and tired. It doesn't have three addressees, such as Native Americans, Black people, Palestinians, Latinx immigrants. It has one addressee. Now, anybody can read it because it's in English, but it is not written to anybody. It is only written to people who are ready to set it off, or interested in setting it off, or privately disturbed by what they're going through in life and they say it publicly. And I think that what people say is, you should be writing to a wide range of people. You should be writing to a wide range of cognitive perceptions. And I just say no, absolutely.
Well, it's also I mean, it's also that it's also not might. You are said to be writing to an academic intelligentsia, so to speak. That when you're saying you're writing to Black audiences, it's not all Black audiences.
Yeah, but I would say two things. One, this book changes the paradigm, or that this is a trade book. But I would also say that people have to really pay close attention to what they're saying. We have suffered slings and arrows in the academy for trying to get this out. Okay, it has not been well received in the academy. That's number one. Number two, what people who say that are not actually getting to is the fact that I've been to personally Black community centers in Los Angeles, Black community centers in Oakland, Black community centers in Black Montreal, Black community centers in Vienna, Austria, where semi-degreed and undegreed people are reading early Afro-pessimism and understanding that the energy and the affect is with them, and that the only thing that they have to get over is like the instrument, like John Coltrane getting over the instrument, is the words and the language. I worked in Soweto with kids who were going home and going to the United Nations Food Bank and bringing grains of grain, bags of grain to their homes, and then coming back to school in a place called Pimville, a part of Soweto, where we would have Antonio Gramsci reading groups, okay? And you know how hard that language is, okay? And all those kids brought a thesaurus, and we sat around and we got through it, okay? So all those people who are talking this smack is really, it's just their way of degrading what we're doing without looking at the hardcore evidence. There are people in the ghettos who are reading this work before this book came out.
Well, I've said some of the trouble you've caused me. One of the good things you caused by especially this visit this morning or this afternoon is that my brother, I'm just seeing it and I'm late to it, so I'll get the response to you shortly. But shout out to Luke Stewart, also at WPFW, whose Radical Jazz listening group is checking this out and looking to extend the conversation in their group beyond today. So I appreciate that, and they're very excited for this discussion. So I appreciate that in them, and Luke in particular, real good brother over there at PFW. So anyway, so thanks. It gave Luke an excuse to me after some time. That's what's up. One more thing I did want to ask you, when I was doing not all the reading, let me rephrase that. When I was trying to do some of the reading of the criticism, so that to address what I thought was right, what Lewis Gordon said to me, at least for me, like I had not really read that much of it. One of the things I saw was that that piece where Orlando Patterson is quoted in the Times as sort of dismissing your take on his social death analysis. Did you ever respond to that, or did you have any thoughts on that, or does that mean anything, or how, or what do you do with that?
First of all, I thank Orlando Patterson for a groundbreaking work, Slavery and Social Death. I mean, there are certain books that are out there that we could not have formulated this analysis of Black suffering. That's all it is. It's an analysis of Black suffering. It is not a blueprint of what to do about that suffering. It is not a historical kind of account of that suffering. It is not a sociological intervention of that suffering. It's an analytic. It's like looking at a piece on the chessboard that's a queen, and looking at another piece on the chessboard that's a pawn, and saying, before anything happens, what is the capacity of the queen, and what is the capacity of the pawn? That's all we're doing, okay? And so I think that there are people who are alive and dead who intend to do more in their work, and we have taken this little nugget from their work to expand our project, and they don't like it. I mean, I think I've heard through the grapevine that Hortense Spillers has had some issues, and we could not be anywhere and anything without her work. I know that Frantz Fanon, who is a humanist, is rolling around in his grave every time we mobilize him. And the way I say to that is that, well, Fanon, wait for David Marriott to die. And when David Marriott dies and gets to heaven, he will teach you how to read your work a little bit better, okay?
Oh, damn.
And
but you can see why people would be like, Frank, come on, man. That sounds...
Frank doesn't give a damn. I like that.
When my crew dies, we're going to get there and tell Fanon how to better read his own work. That's gangster.
Yeah, it is. But the reason I say that is because so many Black writers, me included, although I'm like this in person, but not like this on the page, so many Black writers are so traumatized by the comprehensive scope of Black suffering as they look at it. That by the time they get to what I would call metaphorically the end of,
that is a big point, Stanley. and as somebody who, in my real life, I've written a lot of things on just analyzing Black community, whether it's been for school. I've written for the oldest Black newspaper in the state of Minnesota. I've been a columnist on that for almost 10 years now. Actually, damn, it's past 10 years. Holy shit. So, he's being very honest about that. And I appreciate that, because a lot of black academics in many different fields, a lot of black writers, they so I've noticed that sometimes they're afraid to get beyond the black like identity and the race thing. And I think it
What
actually
do you mean get beyond? You mean like into like, hey, let's get past this. You're just a horrible human being.
yeah, absolutely. And that's part of it, but also I feel like they don't write about anything but the black experience. And
I got
I think that limits their skills and their talents and probably their gifts because they don't know what else to talk about. Like one of the things I pay attention to, Stanley, are dissertations. I'm a fucking nerd, but I read people's dissertations. I help people who get PhDs as well.
Mhm.
You know, I'm on a couple master's projects right now for one of the schools I'm associated with. And these are students from all ethnic backgrounds. Stanley, every year, the black students that come to me, they all want to talk about race. They can talk about anything they want.
Interesting.
They all talk about race. It never fails. And what I end up doing,
Let me
Stanley,
ask you a quick question about those people, though.
yeah.
What's their background? Um,
Well,
are they middle class from the projects?
yeah,
I
good
mean,
question.
or
It's
is
a
it
mix. It's a
a
mix.
variety?
Yeah, it's typically a mixed with the master project level students, a lot of them are folks who came from like working class backgrounds. They've elevated they kind of developed their own academic and then they went on to get a master's degree. Usually they're from working class backgrounds. For the PhD students, I get all types of mixes. A lot of people from middle class backgrounds for the PhD students. But it never fails though, Stanley. They always want to talk whatever topic, chemical dependency, um, working with a peer mentor. It doesn't matter. They always have a racial lens on it. It's very interesting. So what I end up doing is I try to challenge them to think, what are you really trying to solve, or what are you really trying to find out or discover with your research? And does race have to be a part of that equation? Because I feel like, man, there's so many like brilliant people that limit their ability to like do things because they just can't stop thinking about race.
What do you think about this comment here?
Let's see. Have you seen a lot of white streams centered around race these days?
Well, no. What do you think about it? Why would someone ask?
Oh, why the
Why
actual
would
statement
someone
itself?
ask me this question?
Because I don't know, Stanley. That's my
Let
that's
me
my answer.
let me respond to it. I'm literally here doing something that I find interesting with a professional who has more credentials than me, who finds it interesting too. We get to kibitz about it. Do you know how fucking rare that is in my life? So my point is, why the fuck would I care what white streams are doing? Why would what they're doing have a bearing on what I want to do? You see where I'm going with this? They're not my compass. I don't go around to white streams wondering what they're doing and wanting to emulate or not emulate. Dude, get a grip. My life is not white centric. So, anyway, that's my response.
You can roll the clip. I don't have anything to add to it. It's kind of
Race topics have become uninteresting to me the older I get. Yeah, well, EAE, you're looking to a Trekkie future. Essentially what's going to happen here is people are going to get pissed because we're not worshiping white culture. That's basically what this is going to be about.
you know
The
what's
book,
also
they say,
interesting.
how can I put some relief
I can't
in this?
believe I can't believe this motherfucker has the gall to ask
So many
me
black writers are so
about what white people are doing on their streams. God damn, dude.
we're actually having a racial conversation that's probably atypical for most racial conversations that happen online. Like we're looking at a specific philosophy, a state of mind. And honestly, I think this is what more people who do talk about race should do. They don't look at the academics. And that's where a
Right.
lot of this stuff starts.
Oh, dude, you are so fucking right.
They don't. They
Ground
find
yourself in an actual systematic, as Wilderson says, analytic. This
Yeah.
is fucking about feelings.
Yeah, but see, Stanley, this is this is the problem. Most people, and not just black people, most people, they stay in the emotional state. They can't process the analytical piece, and that's why they need a Tariq Nasheed or Dr. Umar or whoever, somebody who dumbs the bigger things down.
Right.
You okay, 12th man?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Got some
Well,
background.
I just like Sam Fisher has fallen to second place in the final round of our group. So if Stanley might find it in his heart to share the link, then maybe we can get some more votes to help us win a decent amount of money. And
You're gonna
maybe
share it?
Can you put the link in the back chat?
Yeah.
Right, we'll
Yeah, we've fallen to second place in the channels, and I think I already made a deal with Portia. Every vote donated, like if you pay for votes, like I will do my best to reimburse dollar for dollar if you care to pay for a vote. And it is 2 for 1. It is 2 for 1 today for I think at least another half hour or so. So yeah, it makes me a little nervous that little dog getting ahead of me, Stanley.
Yeah, just I'll drop the link.
Perfect.
Yeah, like I don't keep anyone's names or anything
Can you put
like
the link
that.
in the back? Can you put the link in
Yeah,
the back?
I think I just did, didn't I? Yeah, it's back there, Stanley.
Okay. Let's see. I must be in the wrong.
Trying to make Sam Fisher win, and currently he's in second place. So obviously we need some help right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Universal Jones.
No problem.
You might help out, man.
Yeah, I have my screen
And
going too, so I'll throw it in my chat and I'll put it in my description for folks who might come by later.
Yeah, I know Portia wants Sam Fisher to win, and HB, and I think Stanley and everybody were rooting for Sam and me. My name is Jeremy. If you want to call me Jeremy, that's okay too. But I really appreciate y'all for taking the time out for that. You know, that's pretty cool.
Absolutely. Thank you, 12 man. Tyrone, welcome. Greetings, sir.
Hey, Tyrone.
What's going on? Who is that? Universal and Stanley?
And Virgo.
Virgo's here. She's been pretty quiet,
Man.
but she's here.
12 man, Virgo.
I'm here. I'm back. I'm back and forth. Hey.
Virgo, you be bullshitting. You always be around. You just be lurking.
No, I mean, right this second, I was right this second. My husband's talking to good high school friend. So,
your husband doesn't care what you do. You ring your husband. There ain't nothing wrong with that. You understand what I'm saying? That's what submission. That's what submission.
You sound like me when I get drunk,
Virgo.
Tyrone.
Most women don't understand what submission gets them. evidently you submit because you're able to come on this panel and chat and kick it and talk shit. And I know that you submit to
Oh
your
boy.
role because of that. And if you didn't, you wouldn't be able to come over here, come on this motherfucker in peace.
Gotcha. Juan, what's going on?
What's going on, Stanley?
Oh, nothing much. Just catching up on some philosophy.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here blowing and flowing it.
Oh,
I
that's
want to know what the topic is. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the topic is Afro pessimism with Dr. Frank Wilderson.
Afro pessimism. So you're pessimistic and you're not optimistic?
I'm learning what to be.
Oh. So in all of your 60 years, what have you been practicing? Pessimism
Well,
or
no,
optimism?
I have been I have been practicing being Stanley Cross and saying fuck you to everybody else.
Yeah, a pessimistic then.
No, that's not pessimistic. As a matter of fact, that's really positive. It's pro Stanley.
Pro Stanley.
And it's anti bullshit.
Anti bullshit. Hey, I get that, Stanley. I like that. And this is what I want, Stanley. This is what I want. I want me and you to take on Be Brave and Judge.
Oh, tag team match. Oh shit.
Tag team. Because
Yeah, it'll
what
have to
Be
be a
Brave
cage
doesn't
match.
understand is the white man himself and their culture and their history, they robbed and pillaged and did rape and everything to every other ethnicity. And for him to sit there and say 70%, it's 90% of whites that agree with that.
You know what? The white man what?
The white man has robbed, raped, stolen, indoctrinated, and changed the history of all kinds of people on this earth by them
And apparently
colonizing.
put smallpox in
Let
their
me make a
blankets.
proposal. Let me make a proposal for tonight. Let's not make this about the white man. Let's just watch what this esteemed philosopher has to say
Allegedly.
about the book that he wrote.
Oh, I'm down with that, Stanley. Let's do it.
This is not going to be bash the white man or even talk about the white man if we can get around it.
Hey, Stanley, can I ask you a question?
Sure thing.
What? If I send you a 50 cash app, could you vote on Sam Fisher with that 50?
Man, go feed Sam Fisher, man.
What?
We talking about some other shit right now.
Why can't you just spend the 50?
Spend
Because
the
I'm
50
not
on
allowed
Sam
to
Fisher,
vote
man.
for.
We talking about some other shit.
I'm not allowed to vote. I'm not allowed to vote for myself.
We don't give a fuck about Sam Fisher. Me and Stanley give
Oh,
a fuck
come
about
on
black
now.
man and black woman. Me and
That dog
Stanley
didn't do
are
nothing
against
to you.
anti-black,
There's a
against
lot of animal
anti-black
abuse going on
motherfuckers.
this channel.
That's what me and Stanley. That's me and
Yeah,
Stanley's
P
fight
Black,
right now. The
P Black
anti-black
with Chippy,
motherfuckers.
and now you with
Judge
Sam
and
Fisher.
Be
Come
Brave.
on now.
Stanley,
Yeah.
when you gonna be ready, Stanley?
12th man. If you want to do
Man,
it,
I'm
like,
not talking about no Sam Fisher. I want
okay,
to know
let
when
me
we're
let
gonna be
me
ready for Judge and Be
let
Brave.
me
I'm gonna call
address
Peter.
let me address my esteemed colleague, 12th man, please.
Man, 12 Man is not an esteemed colleague with Sam Fisher. That's Batman and motherfucking Robin. And we're not doing that right now.
Yeah,
We're talking about
we can do that later.
the plight of black people, and anti-blackness is what we're talking about and what we're dealing with, Stanley. And if 12th Man is not on our side, then we got to get with the people that's
Well,
on
I
our
don't
side.
think there's a side being presented here. We're just trying to listen to this guy talk. That's pretty much it. Hey,
I don't
Juan.
want to hear about Sam Fisher. That's a motherfucking
Okay, well,
dog.
that's
He
cool.
got a fucking better life than I got. So
Frank
I'm
Wil-
jealous of Sam Fisher.
Frank Wilderson. Frank
That motherfucker
Wilderson
can breathe. I don't give a
not to
fuck.
mention dogs.
He's
Juan,
the
are you?
channel mascot, so he's gonna be discussed whether you like it or not.
Okay, look,
'Cause
guys.
he's the channel mascot.
Hold on. We're not gonna
Motherfucking Sam
we're not gonna
Fisher.
fight over a dog. I hope.
I'm not fighting over no dog.
Hey Juan, are you familiar with Frank Wilderson at all?
Stanley, where you come up with this Frank Wilderson person?
I've known about him for years, but Universal found this video because I think you told me about it and I'd forgotten about it. So he and I have kind of chatted about Wilderson and Tommy Curry, and it's kind of work related, to be honest, for Universal and for me.
So what's his theory?
Well, basically, his theory is number one, black people just kind of need to stop caring what other races think and just be us.
Right.
Do you feel that way, Stanley?
Oh, 200%. Sometimes we are our own enslavers.
Yeah, be yourself. Don't be a fake. I mean, goddamn. Be who you are.
All the time.
Man.
I would almost say
Go feed
I would
Sam Fisher some
almost
beef jerky.
I would
talking
almost
black power.
say, oh god damn, dude, I'm gonna start putting people in the back. We got to keep
We're
an order.
talking black talk. You can put me in the back, but we're still talking black talk when you bring me back.
Okay,
So,
what I'm gonna say, I think I've almost forgotten it now.
No.
I was gonna say that, to backtrack a little bit, I think the black community, as we thought of it, as a solid, like everybody pulling equally yoked, pulling in the same direction, that pretty much ended when integration ended. And I think possibly that we have been carrying this notion of solidarity and all that stuff longer than we actually should have been. We need to be a lot more individualistic, pull together when it's necessary. But in 2025, I don't need to be down with Black Power. I have a son to raise, a house to keep clean, dinner to cook, and a show to run occasionally.
And cookies to bake.
Exactly.
So Stanley, I don't think that there's a such thing as a black community. We have neighborhoods.
I literally just said that.
No, you
Not
didn't.
one that's not one on a national level.
You look, Stanley, you are articulate in what you say. And the people that are on here, Stanley, you have to be careful when you're talking. You got to start talking in layman's term for a lot of people on here because you are letterman. You understand what I'm saying? You're a walking dictionary, a walking thesaurus. So you can't talk to everybody
This
like
is
that
my
on here.
normal way of talking, and I'm not going to coach.
I know it is, but you got to break it down. You got to break it down in layman's terms for a lot of us.
I didn't dumb it down with my own child.
I'm not your child though.
No. I'm not even talking about you. I'm just saying,
you taught your child to be astute. You taught your child to be astute and
I'm not
literate
going to
to a
change
lot of things. But I wasn't privy to that. And what I'm saying is,
to your point, no, I'm not going to change the way I talk. And I'll tell you a quick story. It's a Navy story. We were preparing for another major engineering inspection. It was over Christmas. My boss went home for Christmas. I was the acting chief engineer while he was away. So, my charge is to get this engineering plant ready for a major inspection. I go down to one of the engine rooms and one of the so-so E7s down there. I go down there. The captain and I go down to inspect this engineer.
Stanley, you muted yourself.
Yeah. The chief, here we are. This dude has a bucket hanging on a pipe catching an oil leak. Okay. Like a week before an inspection. So I go find him. He's in charge of the space. I go, well, chief, what are you doing? You've literally got flammable oil dripping into a bucket. Why not just tighten the fitting? so it doesn't leak. So he goes into this spiel about, well, sir, it's the holidays and this, that, and the other. And you know what? I couldn't lose it like I ordinarily would because the captain was there. But I looked the chief in his eye and I told him, Chief, I'm not coming down to your level. You need to come up to my level. That is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to go down to anyone's level. If they think they need to come up to my level, and I doubt that they do, that's what's going to happen, not the opposite.
But Stanley, everybody that doesn't understand your level.
I don't give a fuck.
That's fucked up.
Do some
Because
homework.
you as an elder,
Or
you as an
just,
elder.
hey, if you need,
Can I finish, Stanley, please? Can I finish? You as an elder,
need
Stanley,
me,
you should be willing. You should be willing to
me,
communicate. You should be willing to communicate to the people under you in whatever
no one's
terms you have to do that.
no one's under
Do
me
that
on
in
this point. We're all the same. We're all the same level. If you have a question or need me to explain, just ask me to explain. We're all adults here. We're all equal. I should not have to talk down to another adult. So that's what I have to say. And I'm open to critique. Virgo, 12th man, Universal Jones is a professional in communication and other things. Let me know if I'm wrong. I'm actually open to whatever y'all think I need to do.
No, Stanley, don't change who you are. That's why we love you, Stanley.
Well,
I think you're doing a great job, Stanley, myself.
In all honesty, Tyrone, it's a sign of respect. I respect y'all. I think that y'all are smart and you can understand me. So yeah, I can be a little assholish, but I mean, in the end, I do respect the folks who come up on these panels and kibitz. So I guess we'll go forth, and if nobody has anything, we'll sally forth.
Yeah,
In
well-
Universal, I did kind of a down and dirty of explaining Afro pessimism. Feel free to.
I think you're pretty from my understanding so far, you're pretty accurate. Like again, this is a new term for me. I just got into it today. So
cool.
So Stanley,
Yes, sir.
Stanley, can I ask you a question, Stanley?
Sure.
So do you think you could handle if I sent you $100 and then turn around and put it toward my dog?
What I would like to do is wait till either tomorrow morning when I have more time to do it. I'm in the middle of something right now.
Well, it's 2-for-1 votes right now. But
cool.
There'll be another 2-for-1 later this week. Maybe I can
I'm not
do
going.
it.
I'm not going to stop what I'm doing.
No, that's all right.
It needs to be done later. If you want to do it, maybe after I'm done with this, we can do it that way.
All right. To email or something.
Yeah, just this has nominally about an hour and 20 minutes or so. 24 minutes, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's early in the week, so
gotcha.
We do have a few days left, and there will be one more 2-for-1 vote day, but
I
we need a.
plan on helping you out with this period, just not this moment.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Stanley. Thank you.
Comprehensive scope of Black suffering as they look at it. That by the time they get to what I would call metaphorically the end of the book, they say, how can I put some relief in this book? How can I put some redemption? How can I put some hope? As opposed to saying, hey, I'm going to cut it off right here and let Black people in the streets figure out what to do with that. That's why I think there's a hope in Afro-pessimism, because I believe Afro-pessimism does something for revolution, which frees the imagination of Black people to the point where you can look at yourself and engage your imagination without having to ask yourself, how is my desire going to affect the non-Black person next to me? No, I'm for solidarity, but it's not a two-way street. It is that's where okay, I'm gonna get gangster on you, right? Okay, because it is not a two-way street. It is incumbent upon them to figure out how they can be in solidarity with Black people, not incumbent upon us to figure out how we can be in solidarity with them. And it's precisely because, as I said in the opening chapter of this book, that the unconscious of the Palestinian is structured by the same anti-Blackness as the unconscious of the Israeli. It just so happens that economically and territorially, the Palestinian is suffering. So provisionally, we're down with him, her, or them until they stabilize something. But once they stabilize something, we're going to have to destroy what they've actually created.
So
precisely because their capacity to be is dependent upon our ongoing destruction of our capacity to be. Now that's an argument. It's not a sentiment.
Now there are two, if I remember correctly in your book, there are two stories you tell that address this point. One, so if you could, because this is so quickly, I agree. Reading Afro-pessimism, I enjoyed it. I'm not going to say I understand everything. I'm not going to say I agree with everything, but I enjoyed it. And it was not the I guess the intellectual heavy lift that some of your other works have been. Incognito notwithstanding, you took me back to that, so I appreciate that. You made it easy for some of us, or whatever you had to do. I appreciated that. But there are these two stories. One where you're sitting with the Palestinian.
Stanley kicked me out.
What the fuck? Tyrone, there are two of you now. Are you switching phones or something?
No, I'm gonna go out and come back in. I'm gonna come back in. I'm gonna go out and come back in. All
right, Tyrone.
It's Saturday night.
I wonder T's gonna come on later.
Who?
T, Chili Podcast. T.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. Let's see. Let's get back to this.
And he makes the comment about the Ethiopian Jew, which if I'm understanding if I understood it, you might want to maybe quickly allude to here. And then the other one about, now I'm forgetting the details about it was one of them a Sudanese. They got into a fight, and then oh man,
I'll look for it. Fought with the Kuwaitis.
That's what it was. What it was.
Yeah.
But in each case, in each of these stories, they kind of tell they explain the point that you're making about the lack of a two-way street to Blackness.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, let's be very clear. And this is another controversial point. What is Blackness? Some people, and I mean, what are we trying to say here about the Black as a position? We're not saying that Blackness is devoid of all of the cultural and linguistic accoutrement that comes, say, from that even someone that I have issues with, like Ron Karenga would bring up, or comes from Pan-Africanism. We're not dismissing that. We're actually asking the question that Fanon asks in the opening chapter of The Wretch of the Earth. He says the native does not always tell the truth. The native is the truth. And then he says, what is the native the truth of? The native is the truth of the settler's undoing. And what he means by that, he doesn't mean, how do Algerians think about themselves? How do Algerians feel about occupation? How do Algerians feel about communism? How do Algerians feel about Islam? He simply means that there has been a structural wrong done to Algerians. And they embody that in their corporeal reality, in their bodies. And if you were to right that wrong, then the category of the settler and the native would be destroyed and we'd be into a new world. And that's all we're saying. That's all we're saying is
Very
that
critical theory.
anti-blackness is the embodiment, blackness is many, many things. But the one thing that is the truth of it at the core, not the totality, the truth, is that is the embodiment of a kind of violence and positioning that cannot be reconciled, cannot be analogized with the violence that is suffered by other kinds of people. That's the argument. We get that argument by
Okay, we got to stop it right here.
The calculus.
This is perfect and an antidote to Thomas Sowell and the other people like Thomas Sowell who want to say that everywhere, every society had slavery. Essentially, no two slaveries are alike.
John Stanley, can you rewind it back so we can hear his point again?
Okay.
And greetings to those who just entered the chat. Salute.
You want? Let me tell me if this is
violence and positioning.
That a little further.
You want to go back to the Algerian thing?
No,
in their
right here,
reality, in their bodies. And if you were to right that wrong, then the category of the settler and the native would be destroyed and we'd be into a new world. And that's all we're saying. That's all we're saying is that anti-blackness is the embodiment, blackness is many, many things. But the one thing that is the truth of it at the core, not the totality, the truth, is that is the embodiment of a kind of violence and positioning that cannot be reconciled, cannot be analogized with the violence that is suffered by other kinds of people. That's an argument.
Okay, essentially, American slavery is different than Arab slavery in Africa, different than African on African slavery, European slavery, the Slavs. You can't analogize. You can't say that every society on earth, every society in history has had slavery. Every one of those slaveries has been unique unto itself.
Yep.
And Thomas, that's what I've been saying all along. You can't just say everybody did it. It's cavalier.
Yeah. And also with that, everyone's or the ripple effects of those experiences are different for different people.
Absolutely.
And I think the American slavery experience is very unique, and has led us to what we are dealing with today, for better or for worse. But I don't think that it should be an excuse today for the things that we can achieve. And that's where we get into a lot of back and forth with people.
Well, I mean, all he's saying is it's different. It doesn't have to be an impediment. He hasn't gotten that far.
Correct.
Now, I'm going Eureka because it's been something that I've been kind of thinking about and railing against for quite some time, years. So I'm probably a little happier than everyone else.
Argument. We get that argument by extending and distending the calculus of Fanon, by extending and distending the calculus of Orlando Patterson. Orlando Patterson has said, people, stop thinking about slavery as a historical event. People, stop thinking about slavery as people chopping cotton. People, stop thinking about slavery as people in chains and whips. think of slavery the way Marx thought of capitalism, as a relational dynamic. And that was a brilliant breakthrough. The only problem is that he says that everyone was at some point not a slave and then became a slave. And what we're arguing is that Black comes into being through the vamping on East Africa by Arabs, Moroccan Jews, Chinese, Iranians, Iraqis, and East Indians. That Black doesn't exist before a global consensus that Africa is a place of slaves. What exists before Black is Ashanti, Buganda, Maasai, Kikuyu, okay?
Nice.
So what we have argued is that Black is essentially a paradigm, just like worker is not a cultural position. Worker is a paradigm. There are workers who speak Spanish. There are workers who speak Swedish. There are workers who are gay. There are workers who are straight. Those are cultural identities. And we're arguing, okay, y'all don't like that? Show us Black before social death. Just show us. Just show us. Because you know what? I'd like to go away somewhere to the Mediterranean and be a poet and study oceanography. I don't want to do this shit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I wanna ask you a question concerning what he said as far as picking cotton, and I want to say this:
Did he mention
the money that we have in our pockets right now, the money we have is 75% cotton and 25% rayon. So in essence, we are all picking cotton right now.
Okay, you mean that's the fibers in money?
In the money, yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
for those of us who actually carry cash, I rarely do. So
I
I'm
mean,
not.
it doesn't matter, but it's
I'm
still
not
at the
picking
same
cotton.
time.
I'm not picking cotton. I'm holding plastic.
You're picking cotton. You
No, I'm
call it
not.
holding plastic.
No, I'm
You
not.
call it holding plastic or whatever, but cash rules. Cash rules,
Does
and that cash that we carry around in our pockets is 75% cotton and 25% rayon. So we
Okay, well
all are in
let's just
essence
go.
still picking cotton,
Let's just
and we
go
are
with
slaves to the
let's just
system.
go. Let's just go with what you're saying here. Why are you saying it? What is the point of saying
Because
it?
we are all slaves to the system,
Okay, so
whether we want to admit it or not.
you're trying to basically establish a commonality
No,
based
I'm not trying to
based
establish a
on
commonality. I'm trying to tell you that we are all slaves in this system.
okay, and I'm gonna tell you I don't give a
Whether
shit.
you want to acknowledge it or not, Stanley, you
No,
are more
well,
of a
allow
slave.
me
You
to
are more of a
respond,
slave in
sir.
the system than a lot of us
Allow me
because
to
you've been in the
respond.
military. You've been in the
Allow
military and
me
you are
to
indoctrinated.
respond.
So you don't
Let
like
me
to
tell
deal
you
with
why I
people.
don't give a
You don't
shit.
like to deal with civilians
Can I
on a
tell you
civilian
why I
level.
don't give a
You
shit?
try to deal with civilians on a military
Oh, for
level,
God's sake.
and that shit does not work because
You know,
civilians
I
don't give
might
a
just
fuck
give up
about you
drinking.
being
It's
in the
very
military.
unattractive.
Period. The military don't give a fuck about you being in the military. If they did, you would have to fight for your rights and to get medical attention as a veteran as you have to. And me as a person, I feel like anybody that's been in the military, whatever branch, whatever service, they should have to fight to get medical or whatever housing or whatever because they put their time in regardless of how much it is or regardless. I'm a firm believer in, hey man, y'all said y'all was fighting for the country, but at the same time, y'all was killing motherfuckers. Y'all was killing
Gotcha.
motherfuckers and saying it was your job.
Okay, let me respond right quick. Nothing you said is relevant to what we're watching now.
It is very relevant.
How so?
It's very relevant. You
How
may not
so?
think it's relevant, but it's very relevant.
How
Just
so?
say you don't think it's relevant.
Enlighten me.
Just say you don't think it's relevant.
I
There's no
want
need
to
to tell
be.
me
I
enlighten
want
you
to be
because
on the
Stanley's
same.
gonna think
I want to
Stanley's
be
gonna
on the
think
same
what
page
Stanley
as you.
fucking thinks, and it's gonna be what Stanley fucking wants it to be.
Well,
So
it's
there's no
obvious.
need in me
Hold
trying to
on,
prove
hold
nothing
on.
to Stanley.
Who
Period.
else do you think I'm representing here?
You're representing Stanley. You're not
Okay,
representing
so
everybody.
of course
represent
it's my
Stanley.
it's my opinion and it's what I think. I'm not
Yeah,
representing
and,
anybody
and
else.
your opinion is fact to you. Your
That is
opinion
de
is fact to you.
facto. De
Yeah,
facto.
because you tell people all the time, motherfucker, I don't give a fuck. So
I don't.
what we say,
I literally just
anybody
said
else's
that a
opinion
couple
doesn't
minutes
matter
ago.
when it comes to Stanley.
Okay. Well, Stanley thinks what you said is not relevant. Can we
I
move
already
on?
said that, Stanley. I just got through saying that, Stanley.
Stanley, may I cut in real quick?
Oh, please do.
I was going to ask the same question that you're asking, Tyrone. How is it relevant? Because to me, it sounds like what EAE said. It sounds like sophisticated philosophical trauma bonding. I don't understand it.
Maybe that's what it is.
And this is Warren, right?
Yes, Juan.
Okay.
Essentially what it is Wilderson has written a book called Afro Pessimism, and he's explaining it to Jared Ball. So we're all learning about it, but essentially, the long and short, from what I can gather, is he's basically saying, "Hey, black people, stop giving a fuck what white people think."
But I don't give a fuck what white people think.
Okay, because I'm
That's
looking,
why
and
what
this
B
is
Brain,
looking.
that's why what
I
B
never
Brain talks
thought
about
you
is
did.
funny to me. It's funny to me. That's why
Good.
I laugh at the shit. I don't get
Awesome.
upset about the shit.
So Juan, what do you think?
Well, that's where I'm confused because again, Stanley, this is just me looking at this on the fly. This is the first time hearing
Gotcha.
I guess Africanism or something, Afro pessimism. I'm sorry.
Afro
And from what
pessimism.
I'm seeing,
Well, we're 34 minutes
right.
in.
And so again, this is me looking at it on
The
the
link
fly, but
is in
from
the
what
back
I'm
if you
seeing,
want to.
it's in the 80s that basically. Yeah, most definitely, because I'm looking through the stuff that I'm seeing right now, and from what I'm seeing, it's just it's basically from what I'm getting. I don't know how to explain it other than black nihilism. Okay, everything in Africa is
No,
useless.
it's not.
There's
Not
no use in
exactly
explaining
that.
why it's useless, but it is.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and preface it
Okay.
so we all know where I stand on this. I'm interested in it, and I'm going to watch it.
Go ahead.
Everybody, I'm not holding
Oh
anybody
no, I'm
hostage.
interested in it as well. That's what I was asking.
However, essentially what it is, and Wilderson's been around for quite some time. I'm vaguely familiar with his work, so I have a little bit of a head start. But essentially, what he's saying is black people really need to start thinking for themselves. They need to be themselves. They need to stop being white centric. They need to look at themselves. They need to develop themselves. They need to do what is good for themselves. And in some ways, it's very conservative. It's kind of a conservative position because it's saying, hey, you know what? Don't let white people slow you down. Don't let this argument over DEI slow you down. That's a white problem. If Trump has a problem with DEI, that's his problem. He's fixing it. Good for him. Let's stop protesting it. Let's move on. Let's do what we need to do to be successful. We don't need DEI. Fuck them.
Agreed.
We never needed
Can you
DEI,
repost the link,
Stanley.
Stanley? Because I
We
don't
never
see it in the back.
benefited from
Probably
DEI
right
or
about that,
civil rights.
Tyrone. You're probably right about that.
We never benefited from either one of those, civil rights
I'm
or
not going to
DEI
go that far.
or affirmative
I'm
action.
I'm sure there are people who needed it, but quite frankly, me and my son didn't need shit to get in other than good grades.
Stanley, we're not talking about your son, Stanley.
Oh well, motherfucker! I brought him up as
Well,
an example.
motherfucker, we're not talking about your fucking son.
You know what? You're
There's
not
other
going to be
people
talking at
besides your
all if you
fucking
piss
Stanley.
me off.
Just because Stanley
Yes.
provided a better
You know,
outcome for his
how much have
son
you had to
than
drink,
other
Tyrone?
people, don't negate
Tyrone.
other people, Stanley. Don't do
Tyrone.
that. Don't
How
do
much
that,
have you
Stanley.
had so far?
I ain't had nothing, Stanley. Yet.
Really?
I'm about to
Holy
get something.
This
I'm
is you.
about to get something.
This is you sober?
Yeah, I'm sober
God
right
damn,
now, but I'm about to get
you're a
something. I got some
you're a
Cavassier,
handful.
and I'm about to take me 2 shots, and we gonna talk.
Bottom line, and I'm not. I'm just getting into it. I kind of know a little bit about it, but it's like reading a blurb on a book. But basically, and I actually do believe, and this is kind of PTSD from a conversation I had with Solid Snake last night that was quite disturbing to me, frankly. Basically, he still thinks that black people, it's like some moral suasion politics sort of thing. Black people need to do the straight and narrow because we need to care what white people think. We want white people to think well of black people. And hey, we in a be brave world need to go, and the 70% need to go and deal with the 3% for white people, so white people will think better of us. So Be Brave won't think that 70% of the black population in America is making excuses for crime. We need to think about what the Be Braves of America think about
I
us.
don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what a be brave.
I'm just
This is what
trying
I
to
care about,
explain.
Stanley. This is
I'm
what I
just
care about, Stanley.
I'm just
Can I ask you
trying
a
to
question?
I'm just trying to explain,
Yeah, I want to
what
ask
I
you a question
understand.
though. I have a question to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have black people that are millionaires, multimillionaires. We have a few billionaire black people. My question to you is this, Stanley: Why why do these people not come together and make something for us as a people?
Okay. Why should they have to?
Because every other race does that, Stanley. Every other
Okay.
ethnicity does that,
Two
Stanley.
things, two things about that. That is myth. Okay.
It's not a myth, Stanley. It's not a myth.
White people are not helping the Be Braves of the world. Be Brave actually thinks that Be Brave is helping himself.
White
And
people
that's
are
what,
helping to be
God
brave
damn it,
because of
Tyrone,
white privilege. Because
Tyrone,
of white
you need
privilege,
to,
Stanley. That's how
Tyrone,
they help be brave.
Tyrone, you need to chill out.
Stanley, come on, Stanley, man. We all know that this is the white man's world.
Okay, to answer your question, billionaires don't have to do shit. Okay, and the
I just
myth
asked a
of
question,
all
man.
the
If you
other,
don't want
the
to answer
myth,
that question, then
the
so be
myth
it. I
of
just
all
asked a
the
simple
other
question.
races, the myth of all the other races getting together and forming a cabal, that might be true maybe at a neighborhood level, but white people in America don't have a national policy to help just white people. If they're banding together, it is more at a local level than it is anything else. It's not a national project.
That's so fucked up, man. Because unity is where it's at. The
And
Migos do it, the Asians
Afro
do it, the
pessimism,
Jews do it,
Afro
the Arabs do it.
Afro,
Everybody's doing it but us.
God damn,
Everybody's doing it but us. And we seem to
Afro
think that there's something wrong with
Afro pessimism disagrees. We need to stop that.
McDonald's and they done fucked
You
your
need
order
to
up.
you need to stop wanting black billionaires to come and we need to stop depending on or wanting black billionaires to come and save us. We
Yeah.
need to save ourselves.
And Stanley, I think we confuse institution building and system building
That's
as
good.
white people supporting one another. It's honestly practicing
not.
what our level
Okay,
of
that's
They
brilliant.
practice
That is
nepotism.
thank you, Universal. Perfect.
Black people
That was
don't practice
perfect.
nepotism. We think there's something wrong with nepotism,
Black
but white
people
people
do
do it every
practice
day.
Two white
nepotism.
Asians do it every day.
What are you
Arabs
Two
talking
do
white
it every day.
people.
Every Mexicans, every other ethnicity
That's not
practice
nepotism.
nepotism, but us. We think
Okay,
something is wrong
see,
with practicing nepotism.
fundamentally not
That's not.
understanding what
See, this is the
There's no
nepotism is.
idolatry.
nepotism.
And
I know what nepotism is.
I don't
And
think you do.
we frown upon it. We frown upon it. A lot
Okay,
of black
let me
people feel
give
like
you
their
let me
children
give
should
you just
struggle.
one
Their
little
children should struggle.
anecdotal.
And niggas was talking.
Okay, goddamn, dude.
Oh man, good lord, man.
All I have to say, just
oh,
one little
classic.
anecdote. That plumber I told y'all about, black plumber. I will go to him forever. I will never call anyone other than him for plumbing. Training his nephew basically as an apprentice.
As he should.
Yeah, that's nepotism. He could
Right.
get somebody else.
But two
Exactly.
random white people, let's say they went to the same college, or maybe they're just from the
You
same
got it,
town.
son.
If that white person hires a person just because they have some connection, or maybe they don't, shit, that's not nepotism.
That
It might
is
be
it's not.
nepotism.
preference.
That is
Well,
nepotism.
I don't know.
No, it's
Let me
not.
look it up because I thought, like, say you're both Columbia. Let me give you a good example, and y'all are gonna love this shit. When I graduated from college, I interviewed with Merck to be like a
See,
pharmaceutical
oh,
rep.
I guess associates.
Uh-huh.
So they flew me up from Savannah to Memphis, and it was like a multi-tiered interview. It was an all-day interview process. Well, excuse me. Lo and behold, I get to the top floor, final interview, and guess what? The guy who was like the final say-so, he looked down at my resume and he went, "Well, you went to Benedictine Military School." I'm like, "Yes, I did." "Hey, my son went to Benedictine Military School." "Oh, what's your son's name?" We didn't even talk about the job. We talked about Benedictine football.
Yeah, the connection.
And
The
I got
connection,
hired.
exactly.
And I got hired.
Yeah, and you know,
So it
and this
doesn't
is,
happen too often, at least that I know of. But, to me, that was nepotism.
and I wouldn't even say that's even nepotism, Stan. I think that there may be a slight preference because of the connection, and there was a network built there. That's not, to me, that's not nepotism.
That's not
Nepotism when
nepotism.
you're hiring a family
Yeah, I could
member,
be getting the definition wrong.
a close friend.
So LeBron and Bronny James wasn't nepotism.
That is nepotism.
That is nepotism.
that
That's
is
his
nepotism.
son. That's his son. And
Okay, so it's got to be specifically relatives.
So Dion,
or close friends.
Shiloh, Shador, and Travis Hunter is not nepotism.
I
Not
don't
Travis
think
Hunter.
these are good examples because I mean
No, they're
there's
not
other
good
dynamics
examples.
here.
Dion is dictating the outcome
I'm sorry,
of where
Mom.
those boys play
How
at.
you just said black
So
people
that's
don't do it, but you gave
nepotism.
2 black examples, so I'm
That's
confused.
nepotism.
Yeah, and it's
White people
sports.
practice nepotism all the time. Why can't black people do it?
They can.
Because that's not, they can, but that's not, real quick, if I can cut in, that's not nepotism, Tyrone. If nepotism would be, for example, I get hired by the Cochran law firm in Houston, and my kid, after graduating from Texas A&M, goes to law school, and my kid, because of me, because I put in a good word, and because I slide a nice little donation, she gets in, and within 6 months she's partner. That's nepotism. What you're talking about, that doesn't even come close. In fact, what you're talking about, that's what we do. Let me finish, sir. Let me finish.
My son is not gonna play for the
Tyrone,
Giants. My
let
son
me
is not gonna
finish,
play
sir.
for the Giants. He's dictating like Archie Manning did with his sons, Eli and Peyton. That was nepotism. I know
That's
what
not nepotism
is.
because they
You
didn't.
might
Archie
you might
Manning.
not want to call that nepotism, but it is.
It's not. It's not.
If you can dictate where your sons are going to play football, that's nepotism.
He didn't dictate where his sons played ball.
NBA because LeBron was at the Lakers. He went to the Lakers and then he dropped down to a smaller league, but he still is on the Laker rostrum. That's nepotism.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He got dropped to. Let me finish.
You're right.
It's not.
You got it. You got it. That's not nepotism.
You do too. No, it's not, because for starters,
You got it.
LeBron didn't put in a word for Bronny. That's the big difference. And number two, Archie Manning didn't.
Bronny started playing with who? Who was Bronny? What team was Bronny on when he got there? The
Not
Lakers.
because of LeBron. LeBron
Yes,
didn't
it
say
was
my
because
son.
of LeBron. How was
It
it
was
because
not,
of
sir.
LeBron?
If
Come
I could
on,
finish,
man.
if you
It
would,
wasn't because of
if
his
you would,
talent. It wasn't because of his
if,
talent.
if you would let me finish, I would be able to explain that, Tyrone. It's because his daddy, LeBron, did not put in the word. Now the Lakers thought it was good marketing
LeBron didn't put
strategy,
no
but
word in. There you go.
LeBron sure as hell did not. He didn't. Nor did
Okay.
Archie Manning put in a word for his sons. That's the
None of them
difference.
put no word in. Okay.
No, they didn't.
Hey,
If they
by
would
the
have,
way, did y'all hear Eli missed the Hall
the
of
Hall of
Fame?
Fame. Yeah, I saw that. I saw
He'll
that.
get in. I think he'll get in.
Oh, really?
It'll be next year probably. But the NFL lost so much reputation right now. Nobody's going to give a shit when he does get inducted. I'll be quite honest. Stanley, it's so bad that the Super Bowl tickets have decreased such that you and I could afford to go.
Really?
It's really that bad?
Yes.
Down there?
Wow.
It's really that bad.
Shit, maybe I should have went to the Super Bowl this weekend. I thought I might still be able to make it. It ain't too late.
Hey, let me ask Universal, what do you make of this one? When Universal speaks of black people that use white supremacy as a coping mechanism, this is an example of what he's talking about. How so?
When Universal speaks of black
Oh,
people
I'm sorry.
using white supremacy as coping mechanisms,
Essentially,
I'm not sure what the point. I'm not sure the connection point there.
well, he's basically saying that what we're doing, or I'm doing specifically, is coping with using white supremacy as a coping mechanism. I literally said I don't even want to talk about white people.
I mean, yeah, we were definitely having this conversation, not really talking directly about white people, but how black folks should be thinking.
Exactly.
But see, that's the idolatry that I was talking about before, Stanley. We can't even fucking get through an hour of thinking without bringing white people into the equation. Now, yes, we are talking about existing in a world where racism is present, but we can have that conversation without comparing how white people do things. It actually doesn't even matter with the conversation that we're having.
Exactly.
Well, there would be a difference between talking about how white people do things, so to speak, and how systems are set up, which I mean, here in the United States, the majority of our systems are set up by white people from, 400 years ago and less, but there's a difference. I'm not talking about the white guy. I'm just talking about how the system is,
right.
if that makes any sense.
Right. And technically, the system's supposed to be colorblind.
Right. And
exactly.
This goes back to the dialogue earlier today on the channel where we talked about other ethnicities coming here and building systems that work within the society. It's not that they're trying to be quote unquote white. They're just using the tools that work in this environment.
Right.
Black folks are not using the tools well. We're complaining about the system instead of getting to work. That is the issue. There's nothing stopping any black child from going from K to 12, working hard, and graduating high school. We shouldn't have any damn dropouts or any kids that have to go to high school until they're 23 years old. There's nothing stopping a kid from fucking graduating high school. But
exactly. How the hell are you 20 years old and in the 10th grade? Make that make sense, right?
Especially how easy they've made it. There's no excuse outside of parenting and culture. Like we have to stop. I don't want to hear about white supremacy in schools anymore. I don't want to hear that shit. Sit your ass down and learn.
Right. Hey, Universal, real quick. You know what that did? What you did? You just gave an eloquent statement of don't hate the player, hate the game. I like that. That was beautiful, sir.
Literally.
Well, I think basically it's don't hate the player, play the game.
That's right. Learn the fucking rules so you can win.
Exactly. I agree.
Let me make a mission statement here, or a mini mission statement. Stewart says Western supremacy is more than white people, and social local Jimmy says DEI is patronizing. Well, ordinarily, I would address the white supremacy. The Western supremacy thing, and I would address the DEI thing, but that's white people's problems. We're talking about something different. So
I got the link, by the way, Stanley. Thank you.
oh, you're welcome. I don't want to talk about DEI. It's not relevant to this video. I don't want to talk about Western supremacy. Tangentially may be relevant to this. So let's see. Even now, most people process worldview. No, Stuart. Now I'm an anachronism. Okay, if I had to be all fancy and I wanted to make myself seem important, I would call myself a domestic policy expert or analyst at least. I don't really care about worldviews unless I have to, and even then it's probably because I need some tool or some idea to help with the domestic policy. I am limited. I'm obtuse, whatever you want to call it. I just don't care that much about globalism. It's important. I'm not diminishing the importance. I'm just saying I'm not that guy.
Stanley, are you familiar with Stewart's channel?
No.
You should check. You might find some things on his channel that might be good to review.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, check out Stuart, and everybody go ahead and subscribe. Stuart, if you can put the link in the chat, either mine or yours, I'll try to highlight it for folks.
Okay, well, good to know. Well, since he's a friend of yours, I understand that culture is more than people, but it kind of isn't. The people, this, in my opinion, and this isn't an original idea, culture is basically the software. People are kind of the hardware. It is the code that kind of allows people to interact with each other in a structured manner. Customs, all that stuff. So I understand it's not just white people, but it mostly is. It's white people that, just so happens that it's European more or less. And by accident of nature, it happens that way. So let's get back to this. Where'd Tyrone go? I miss him.
Okay, but there's an essential dynamic of suffering, which is not only our suffering, but it is necessary for everybody else to formulate who they are. And that's what I was saying anecdotally with the Palestinian. He's grieving about a cat who is his cousin, who's making a bomb in a basement in Ramallah. I'm grieving next to him because I'm down with that cause. It's 1988. There's no Afro-pessimism. I'm just a straight up head internationalist Marxist, right? And all of a sudden, he starts telling stories about Israeli occupation. And he says, it is so humiliating to get at a checkpoint and they just run their hands over you, and they run their hands, his words, over our women, right? Okay, and I'm like, yeah, right on. He says, but you know what the most humiliating thing is? When an Ethiopian Jew runs his hands over you. Okay, that says to me, it is a symptomatic truth that in the collective unconscious of everyone in the world, the Black exists as a threat. That's just, I can prove that. I can.
So why do you think he was saying that to you, though?
He wasn't saying it to me. He was saying it to the sky. What I'm trying to say is that he was in a condition of crying, grieving. We were sitting on a hill overlooking downtown Minneapolis, and he was speaking out. I didn't have to be there. It was a psychoanalytic moment. It was the force of if he was looking at me and conversing with me, he would not have said that.
See, but this is where I personally, and I think beyond, me, keep running into issues. So when I read your work and I'm sitting and I'm reading Afro-pessimism, and I'm enjoying it, and I'm not finding, whatever I might disagree with, I don't even know exactly how I would phrase it or what it would be, but it would certainly not be in sort of not recognizing the stories that you share, for instance. In other words, when you lay out those stories, they're reminiscent of so many of my own. I'm sure anybody else's, any number of other Black people would have experienced versions of this. And I'm gonna get to the mixed question before we leave. Don't worry, I'm gonna get to that. But for instance, I got into an argument in an email chain where it was presented to a group of Black radicals, your recent article in The Nation magazine, and where you outline sort of what you say in Afro-pessimism is what you call the meta theory, the critical project, by deploying Blackness as a lens of interpretation, which interrogates the unspoken assumptive logic of Marxism, post-colonialism, psychoanalysis, and feminism through rigorous theoretical consideration of their properties and assumptive logic, et cetera, and so forth. My point is you put that on display in that Nation article. And one of the things and as I said, I think to you in an email, was that the first thing that, not that I disagree with anything you said in the article, other than that it was in the Nation, and that this is part of what is used in the criticism of your work in some circles. So, for instance, as I was saying a moment ago about George Soros wouldn't pick a Black Marxist, a Marxist-Leninist, Black liberation, text to distribute. The Nation magazine isn't publishing many overtly radical, Black Marxists and militants of that nature. Medea Benjamin isn't hanging out with a lot of these same folks either. So when your name and work comes up in association with these spaces, it seems, on some level, people would say, and this is where I wanted to go with this next question, is that as a stereotypically traditional, or coming out of the stereotypical traditional lineage of cultural nationalism and race-first analysis, wouldn't it be easier, and isn't it often easier for white liberals in particular to associate themselves with that than anything Black and radically materialist? So in other words, what I also think is just a criticism of your work that goes unsaid is that you're offering what for many is, simply put, a race-first analysis that many people don't think is expansive enough or radical enough. Anyway, please respond to any of that if you would.
I don't know. What do people want me to be? Slothful and hand out leaflets on the fucking corner? I mean,
what I think they would want to say is,
yeah, he says he's got a little sense of humor there. Hey, everybody in the chat, please make sure you hit the like button, and if you're new, share, subscribe, and then share the wealth. Tropes. To be honest with you, I'm kind of, just getting into it. And I still need to read the book. However, I would actually say that I don't know that Afro-pessimism speaks to any of the stuff you mentioned. I'm sure it cares about causes and all that stuff, but my impression is that it's not wanting to go back and rehash the history we already know.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it gives you, it's more about what to do with what we've already experienced. Yep, all that's true. We're here now. Here's a pathway forward.
And it's beautiful meeting the situation where it is. Let's not go back and rehash the causes. We kind of know the causes. Even if some of them are debatable, let's not get bogged down. Let's just keep moving forward. And, I'm sure I'll probably have to go back and, backtrack some ground, but I'm not getting the impression that, we're talking about 1619 much.
Shouldn't we all acknowledge when even if it's not our intent, that our work is being recognized, appreciated, or even misused by people who would be well-funded and be in position to well-fund us? Shouldn't we be critical of that?
I am, I have been. I continue to be. I mean, look, I operate in a vertically integrated range of spaces. I operate at Research One institutions, and like I put to you before, I operate in community centers in the inner city. Incognito, was slated for a $50,000 advance in 2006 by Simon and Schuster, and the publisher just came down to the editorial room within hours of them supposed to fax me the contract and said, I haven't been down here in 30 years, but I'm telling you, you're not publishing this book. I'm not giving you a reason why. HarperCollins was going to give me $35,000, and the sales force came the day that we were supposed to do the deal and said, we're not bringing this shit to our buyers at Barnes and Noble. At Beacon Press, they said, take out all the shit dealing with white women, and we'll publish this, for $7,500. Then it went dormant for 2 years because I had spent the advance from Beacon, and then South End Press, which had become black through Asha Tal and Jocelyn Burrell. They published it, and they said, we can only give you, we only give $1,500 to like Bell Hooks and Noam Chomsky. We give you $500 for this. I said, we got a bigger problem. I don't own my book.
Bargaining to the bottom, or what? Who's gonna give him the least advance?
To Beacon before, and they paid, those black women paid the money, and they upped it to $1,500. And I hit the phones for 3 months in the spring of 2008, and I would, for my stockbrokers, I would dial 100 bookshops a day, get 30 contacts, make 3 deals, and I got a book tour, and then Jocelyn Burrell put in $4,000 for me to come to New York, and that's partly how that whole thing, the East Coast, how I met you. So what I'm trying to say is that I am not a darling of the establishment, okay? It's largely because Afro-pessimism has taken off in the Black community. What people don't see is that from 2006 until 2018, this was largely an underground movement where we were working only in Black spaces. It's only now, with the death of George Floyd, which came 2 years after I got the contract, and the fact that Afro-pessimism picked up as a trade book, that all these people who forgot, these terrains who forgot how they treated me in the past are coming back. So I really think that that's an unsophisticated critique, that somehow I live in these rarefied spaces and where I'm eating caviar with the heads of state and publishing houses. It's just, I'm vertically integrated in my interactions, and I've suffered a lot and had to claw my way to where I'm at. I make no apologies for that.
No, right on. Fair enough. So what is the biggest thing that I struggle with in Afro-pessimism is this master slave piece. Like how, never mind, you're criticized for your wife, I'm criticized for my mother. Never mind all of these relationships that we have, willfully or not, with white folks. How is it that this master slave thing is so
Can't
permanent?
do that in
And then
racial
how can you
idolatry.
engage on any level with white folks,
right?
If from your understanding and their perspective, all we can ever be is enslaved or a slave.
Well, I don't. The last question is a question that haunts me day and night, but I refuse to answer it, because if I answered it, I would be, having said that, and now I'm going to get a little theoretical, which goes back to the other work. What constitutes a relational dynamic? And the essence of what constitutes a relational dynamic
Hey, by the way, Universal, just so you know, you may already know this. Jared Ball's father was like like a '60s black radical, um, like relatively kind of well known. His mother was Jewish, so this black radical married some Jewish girl.
Uh huh.
So, so he had kind
I
of like
wasn't around. No, I didn't know that, but I wasn't around during that time. But come on, just think about it. College age students rallying at that time, SNCC, all that stuff. You don't think that they weren't some interracial dating and shit going on?
oh
Hell
shit,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
most definitely.
That's what a
hey,
lot of it was about. We
hey,
can date these white women
Universal.
out in public. Like, let's
The
do this.
Universal, they had to ban it. They literally, like during Freedom Summer, they literally had to sit everybody down and go, "Hey,
Stop
you can't.
fucking. Yes.
You're
Black
hurting.
Panther.
You're
It's
hurting the
quite.
cause."
Go ahead.
So yeah, I'll go ahead and play. I
You know,
thought
as
that was an interesting thing, though.
yeah, that's very interesting. And as quiet as it's kept,
Is
a lot of
that
Black
I
Panthers
am
were
not
dealing with
black.
white women too.
Yeah.
Okay, and so to be able to form relations is to not be black. That doesn't mean that black people don't desire relations, don't
Okay, wait,
have
hold on
what
here.
Jared Sexton, who actually
Really, Virgo? Really?
Really?
Do
What did
we
Virgo have?
really need to know all of that?
Well, I'm telling you why I'm jumping off, and I will see you
Are
guys
you telling
later.
us that you would like us to fantasize, or
Oh, whoa.
that's
I did not say all of that.
I
that's
don't think that's the case. I think what it is she's explaining why there was an earthquake in the Caribbean just now, and why there's a tsunami warning from South Florida all the way to the Bay of Campeche in Mexico right now as we speak.
you're
Oh
you're about
Lord.
to take, you're about to take a real bubble bath.
Yeah, I got myself some Dr. Teal's.
Oh,
I'm being serious. I
this
got
is
myself some Dr.
when I read
Teal's.
this, your voice engaged. I'm going to take a bubble bath with candles.
And
Oh
wine.
yeah.
Come on.
Candles and wine, and
How
I'm gonna
about
read
hey, I'm dropping
a
out.
book.
That's all we need to know.
Well, I would like to talk about this book at another time. I know
Oh,
religion is not your thing,
anytime you
family.
want to talk about a book, I'm game.
Oh, okay. Do you
Apocryphal
know?
Master Collection.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you know?
anytime.
That's all that's the code. That's the 18 text that was rejected from the Bible.
Ah. And you're gonna drink wine while you read it. Gotcha.
Well, didn't Jesus turn water into wine?
Hey, Juan, your
Keep
volume's not working for some reason. You know, I don't have a response to that. You go sip your wine.
I also have the
Now,
Gnostic
is it gonna
Gospels as
be
well.
red wine? Is it a Cabernet Sauvignon? Is it gonna be white? Is it gonna be a Riesling? Is it cheap?
Is it gonna
It is
a Pinot
Pinot
Noir?
Grigio.
Pinot Grigio.
Ah, Pinot Grigio. All right.
White or red?
White.
Isn't it white?
No. They make a red Pinot Grigio.
No, they make
Really?
a Pinot Noir. That is
Oh,
the
is it
red.
I've heard of Pinot Noir. I've never heard of Pinot Grigio
Okay,
red.
my bad. See, I'm not that big a wine guy.
Oh yes, I am a wine connoisseur.
Yeah, you
Well, real
sound-
quick, Virgo, are the books that you're reading, does it have the book of the Quella? I think it is. It was one of those lost books that wasn't approved in the Bible. They call it the Book of Q.
Hold on, let me
the
thumb through
book
it real
of
quick.
Q?
I don't think I'll read the whole book, but I'm gonna read a
Well, it was
couple.
I think it was called the Quella, Quella. But some books called it Q, the Book of Q. One of the
No, but
lost
I
gospels.
do have Ptolemy's letter on the Jews' behalf. And I have the Gnostic Gospels as well, and the book of Enoch. Oh, this one sounds interesting. It is the rejected gospel of Mary Magdalene.
Who rejected it?
I don't know. I will find out. This looks very interesting. All right, I got to do my setup.
Stewart says, funny how so many establishment black radicals marry white. Why? What's funny about it?
It's more common than you think, and most black people don't even know who a lot of these black liberation type leaders are. They work in predominantly white environments. They
Let's
get invited.
face
Yes, they do.
Who was this?
They get
Was this
invited.
a jab at anybody in particular?
No,
I don't think so. It's just
Not
a
really.
discussion.
Hmm.
Are you a black? I don't think that was a jab. Are you saying that was a jab at you?
Are you a black radical?
Yeah, I don't think you're a black radical. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't see you as a black radical. This guy just said a moment ago that he's a Marxist. I mean, the majority of us up here are not. So
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
Oh, damn. Hello,
that's
T.
gonna be the dividing line. You know,
Coming
I
in here gracing us with all that beauty. Good evening.
What's up, or how y'all doing?
pretty good. T, how you doing?
Good.
Oh, well, see, now I can't even go because T's up here. Hey, T.
Hey,
Oh, actually, you can
girl.
go.
Shut up, Stanley.
Dismissed.
Oh, Jesus.
I was the
Hey,
only
T, how are you doing?
estrogen on here, T.
I'm good. How y'all doing?
No disrespect, but your hair looks beautiful tonight. No disrespect.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, well, let me see. I can't see with this
There's nothing
phone.
wrong with
Oh,
complimenting
oh my
women.
God, yes. Did you change the color?
Yeah, it's like a brown blonde thing happening. Yeah, something.
Like a bronze blonde.
Yeah, it's something going on over here.
Yeah.
I like it. I
It's
like
giving.
it. Looks
It's
pretty on
giving.
you.
It's giving. I'm
Yeah.
rocking with it.
It's giving.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Here goes
I'm not flirting.
Universal.
I'm not
Okay.
flirting with you. It just looks
Clarence
good.
wants to know if you're a Gnostic.
No, Clarice, I'm actually a Christian, but
She wants to be a Gnostic.
I'm just interested in reading everything,
Bob says hi, T.
Hey, Bob. What's going on, my favorite pilot?
And Young Blessed 18 says T definitely enhances the show.
Oh, that's sweet. That's
Now,
sweet.
enhances it how?
You're too kind.
Makes it more watchable. At the very least.
Be nice. Be nice.
Oh, no. Hey, you know what? I am perfectly sober. I'm not
No,
even.
I'm saying be nice.
Well,
Me?
you missed it
I
yesterday,
don't
T.
feel
Chris
nice.
Reed was really nice.
Oh, okay. I thought you were throwing a little shade there.
Who,
But
me?
Oh, I am throwing shade.
No, I'm talking about Stanley. Usually,
No,
Stanley's
actually,
nice.
it was just a joke.
Okay, all right. Okay. Sorry, maybe I'm a little
Not
sensitive right now.
Chris Reed was a little
Gnosticism.
too nice last night.
Well, he was hitting on you guys something different yesterday.
Oh,
or
he
what?
said something really out of pocket.
Is that
Juan,
what
very
you were
out of
calling
pocket.
nice? Woo.
I was being sarcastic, Stanley.
Oh, okay. Man, it curled my hair.
Yeah, I never would expect that from
And
Chris Reed.
I wasn't involved, and I'm a sailor. It's like
Oh
that.
my gosh.
Put it like this, Stanley. I've never heard that kind of talk working at a car dealership with all these men.
Mm. That's crazy. I thought about selling cars once, but I don't know if I can do the heat in Texas, and it's just
I don't know.
it's a lot of work.
A salesman is very that job is very hard. I could never be in sales, to be honest with you.
I suck at sales. Yeah.
And that's the funny thing, T. I think you'd be great at it because I tell you what, a pretty woman selling a car, you would make so much money.
You definitely enhance the sales department.
That's
But the
what I
hours
heard.
are gruesome.
I don't know if I could deal with that type of labor. That's a lot of work.
No, what you really mean is, you know what? These people are trifling, and you just don't want to have to deal with them.
Yeah.
That's true.
And it depends on the brand too. Like if you work for like people that buy Mercedes and BMWs, they're not gonna haggle you. They're coming
Right.
in there with their money in their pocket and they're
Right.
ready to buy. Just give me the car. Now if you're at a used car lot, or a
I know.
Kia,
Right. They're trying to get
and
all kinds of bargains and yeah.
I work for
Right.
Honda, and the salesmen there make pretty good, and they have a good pay plan too. So
Oh, that's cool.
The
they
customers
get
are
on my nerves.
all right. Well, let's get back to Mr. or Dr. Wilderson.
Had he not asked the question, what if we looked at the essential antagonism through anti-Blackness in 99, 2000, we wouldn't be here today. I mean, he asked that question in a reading group. It doesn't mean that in the other parts of the Black psyche, there's not a desire to be a relational being. There's not a desire to have violence and aggression fomented against us for contingencies, for reasons. One desires all of that. What we're saying is that if that were possible for Black people, then it would not be possible for anybody else. To know who I am in the world as a human being, I have to know that I am not Black. That is a basic extension of a analytic that undergirds psychoanalysis, which is called semiotics. I won't get all into it, but it suggests that words and concepts do not have organic relationships to the thing. If I say to my students, what is this? And they say, this is a book. And I say, okay, now book me for a
Oh my
climb.
goodness.
And they throw it at me, then they would not be able to cross the bar of metaphor. In other words, words are constantly sliding, and the only way they get meaning, the only way one gets meaning in one's life is in contradistinction to someone else. The key part here is that the N word and the Black body has no transformative capacity. Now, this is a controversial point,
Oh,
and we're not
shit.
going to have a way of
He's going there.
backing it up
He's
in the
going there,
short time that
Stanley.
we have. But the transformational capacity of Blackness.
Bob,
Yes.
I'm sure this is suitably comical for you, right?
Okay. Now, see, I wasn't even. I'm just trying. Moose, stop. I'm just trying to wonder how y'all listening to this and not laughing.
Because it's interesting.
Say
Well, I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to say, Bob. That's why.
Guys, let's just stop for a second. Let's stop with the intellectual bullcrap and let's just listen to the presentation. Now he is he is angry.
Actually, he's not.
He is.
I've been watching this for 47 minutes, and I haven't gotten that impression at all.
He's disappointed. Can we use that word?
Wouldn't even say that.
All right. His emotions are generally on the negative side. He's having difficulty expressing himself.
I don't think you're going to pass the empath bar exam.
No, I suppose I wouldn't. I'm just struck by how all of you are keeping composure. And
no, actually, I'm kind of into philosophy and stuff like that. This I guess would kind of come under the heading of philosophy of race. Just to catch you up right quick, and it's something that I just kind of it came up in a conversation I had with Universal, and we're both kind of interested in it, and kind of exploring it. But the one thing that it kind of suits my personality almost. Essentially, he's saying we need to stop caring what white people think and get about our business. We know what America is. We know what the past is. We need to just get on with it.
I like that, honestly.
yeah,
So-
I suppose if I could give a retort.
Sure.
What's the we part? Does we include me?
No, well, Let's just say Black
Black.
Americans with roots that go deeper than 1964 in America. I mean,
Okay, so it's a generational black person.
no. Basically, the term is FBA or ADOS.
Yeah.
Not say second generation. Well, I mean, it could apply, but I think his audience is mostly people like me. My
Okay.
lineage goes back a ways. So foundational Black Americans, American descendants of slavery, that sort of thing. We need to basically stop caring so much about the white gaze. And, and it resonates with me because a conversation I had with Solid Snake last night, where I basically said, we need to get past um, famous black people, for instance, don't represent the race. Why would anybody think that in 2025? Maybe back in the day in the 1950s or something. But George Floyd, for instance, he doesn't represent black people, in the main.
Mm-mm.
Why would we be so wrapped around the axle either way? If you
Which is
basically want to say that George Floyd was kind of like a not a credit to the race, or crime in the inner city, like Be Brave thinks crime in the inner city reflects on all black people. 70% of black people make excuses for the 3% committing the crime in the inner city. Well, my pushback is what happens in the inner city isn't a reflection on me. I've never lived there, don't know anybody there currently. Why would it be a reflection on me? And why would it be on me to go and criticize or police it? Or, I'm not my brother's keeper. Black people need to be a bit more individualistic.
individualists. Yeah.
The argument that, other races, why can't black people pull together and be like the other races and, all that stuff? Well, to Universal makes a good point. These people built the institutions. It looks like nepotism. It looks like they've got each other's back, but it's really institutions. Black people in 2025 have access to the same institutions.
Right.
Why are we not using them?
And culturally we have not built well, that's not true. We just don't build institutions as we should in a society. And
Right.
and to look at other ethnic groups come here who have more recent quote unquote traumas than we do, be able to come here and benefit from the system, it really makes us racially look bad. Because
Well, you know what? It doesn't even do that. Who bad to who? Hopefully bad to ourselves, because I don't care
Correct.
if we look bad
Correct.
to we need to do better, but it's not because other people look down on us. We need to do better
For
because we
ourselves.
need to do better.
I
Right.
agree.
I think that if you took all the black people, we became a country. 90% of what we would have, we'd have to outsource.
Okay, and that's a problem. We need to start
It's not a
thinking.
problem.
We need, well, I think it's a problem.
No, it's a problem. It's a huge problem because in the event that shit goes down and you become enemies with the country that you're trading with, you're screwed.
Right, but I don't know that we want to go as far as like planning to, what if we have to secede? If in a lot of people, like a Glenn Lowry, for instance, he will say, "Hey, black people, we need to stop. These white people are going to get pissed. We need to pay attention to what white people think and basically appease them." I'm saying bullshit to that.
Uh,
We just need to do better. Who really cares what white people think, one way or the other?
Okay. Well, it the silent generation, the boomer generation produced Generation X, my generation. And for whatever complaints that those folk have about what we need to do and things of that nature, by their actions, the following generations are doing quite well. So,
Okay, the silent generation was mostly white.
well, I'm talking about silent generation blacks, Stanley.
Uh,
But
is there such a thing?
yeah, I mean it's age related, not race
Many
related.
left, though. Not many left.
Okay, I had no idea. I've never heard that generation of black people called the silent generation.
These
Were
are
they
broad.
actually silent? Didn't they turn into radicals?
These are broad
No,
American terms.
I would
that
say
would be my grandmother's generation, 1919 to what, like 1940 something or what
yeah.
have you.
Yeah, exactly.
And no, that
Well,
they were
I don't
my
mind.
grandmother at least was get along. My grandmother at least was go along
Get them.
to get along.
Yeah.
Right. Well, she didn't much have a choice.
Right.
Black people today have choices. You can be who you want to be, let your freak flag fly,
Mhm.
but what white people think about you letting your freak flag fly in a racial sense, we need to stop obsessing over it.
But the following generations are not doing that.
They should be.
What's up, T?
What do you mean? Hey, tough
Okay.
man.
My goodness.
12th man, can you hold on one sec?
I just wanted to ask T if
They need to they need to kind of do what they want to do, but really we need to start thinking of ourselves. We need to be a little bit more self sufficient, and we need to dispel the notion that there really is a community.
But the younger generation is doing that. Well, not maybe not the last part as much.
Well, that's good. They should be. I'm proud of them.
Right, and I'm saying a lot. It's largely thanks to the boomers and the late silent people for
Can I ask
creating.
a
Go ahead.
question, Bob?
Sure.
So I guess my question is, do you feel like the younger generations, like the Gen Zs and thereafter, the Gen Alpha, whatever, you think they should be more like the boomers and the silent generation, or should they be more outspoken?
They should not go along to get along.
I agree, Stanley.
I wish their values would be more boomer and silent, but in terms of how they're living, I think they should be what they are, which is free.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm.
Okay. All right. Because I that worked for them back then, to be silent and just go along and get along.
They didn't have a choice.
They didn't have a choice, right? So
Well, they had a choice.
they did, but
I don't think
do you
they
want to
actually
live
did.
or do you want to die? So that's the kind of the choice that you have to.
Now, there were people who had more choices than others. You go back and you read like E. Franklin Frazier. He will talk about a segment of the black bourgeoisie. They had more choices than than more of the working class, or I forget what's the term he uses. So there was a segment that had more choices, but even they had limited choices. There was a glass ceiling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The number of things brought up. I was listening to this guy and I'm thinking, but you brought it
Well,
up. What generation?
we're still kind of learning what he's about. I've read him before, but it's been a while. He is more a critical theory guy. He is a Marxist, which I don't have a problem with. I don't happen to want to go that far, but I'm the sort of person who will pick and choose the good stuff, and the stuff that I don't need, I'll leave.
Fair enough. All right, I'll shut up.
Oh no, Bob. I still at some point, maybe not tonight, but I really do want to talk to you about maybe if you have any thoughts.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to do it now because I want to get through this. But if you're going to be around a while, we can do it either later or just at another time.
Yeah, well, if I'm around, but yeah, I'll get it to you. I'll be happy to talk about that.
Quick question though: have you ever had to fly into Reagan National?
Oh, I have.
Well, tell us about that. Did it scare you? Was it routine? Night, day?
You're pretty much on your toes. There's a lot of restricted areas around there where if you fly over it, you're going to have to be answering to the federal government.
Mm-hmm.
So you're very alert, but the actual approach, I would say, is fun. And as
Really?
long as you plan ahead and know what you're doing, it's a chance to put the airplane in positions that it doesn't normally do with the turning and going down and turning back the other way. So
Nice.
I think most guys will say it's challenging but fun.
Would you say, I mean, just, and I don't know anything about the industry, so, it might be a dumb question, but do they let new people, do you have to have a certain number of hours, co-pilot time? I mean, how do you get someone who's relatively new experience wise prepared to deal with it?
It's a good question.
Well,
No,
yeah,
they don't have specific.
Stanley,
Yes.
you have a TSA pass, and then you can just walk right by them. You don't need to strip and all that to get
No,
on an airplane.
I'm talking about flying into it as a pilot.
There's no specific instruction that you get on particular routes that are challenging, but in the simulator,
Excuse me. Okay.
but during training, you are subject to a number of different scenarios that would more than enough have your skills sharp to handle something like that.
Okay.
So
Yeah, and then if you're flying in state and you're on a non-international air flight, then you don't really need that much. Just say your name and you're on the plane.
Awesome.
Just like that.
Do you get to meet the pilot?
Oh yeah.
Was he Bob? Just joking.
No, he was actually it was a she. It was a she pilot, and she was very good.
I love
But some people on a airline in Alaska, they weren't so lucky. So 10 died today, or actually it was yesterday. Flying from Kotzebue to Nome, or
That's
something
right.
like that.
Yeah, there was a crash in Alaska.
Yeah, and so it does happen, but I still trust those small planes better than those big ass planes. I don't know why it is, Stanley. I just don't trust the big planes.
Stanley, I'll be happy to get that information to you at a later point. I'll sit back and listen. Good to see
Yeah,
you.
absolutely, Bob, and I appreciate it.
No problem. Talk, y'all.
Take it easy.
Have a good
Well, let's finish
Take care, Bob.
our egghead journey. Universal, up to you when you get bored with it, but I'm kind of invigorated.
Yeah, let's. I mean,
blacknesses.
Let's continue on. We don't have to go through this whole thing. It's a long video, Stanley.
Oh, I'll go through it.
Hey, you're the host.
I have nothing to do tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I might leave in a little bit, but
No, if you leave, we'll I'd rather watch it with you. So when you're ready, we can curb it and come back to it.
All right, okay.
Hey, Stanley, I thought you were going to church tomorrow. Aren't you going to church?
The last time I went to actual mass was on a ship. So that's like 30 years ago.
Oh, wow.
However, I did go to my mother's funeral mass, so that's that.
What's up, Latino? Me no black.
Well, Lieutenant Satan Stanley don't go to church. Said they call him Satan Stanley.
Oh, that was a Navy. That was a Navy thing.
Oh my God, that's funny. But you guys, thank you for having me. I'm not gonna stay long. I appreciate you guys having me. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Oh, we bore you.
I need to come hang out on your channel.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to come say hi. I haven't been up in a minute, so.
Well, yeah, I'm supposed to come over to your show and be brave enough to come up on the panel one day.
You should. What are you
I
afraid
will.
of?
T's channel's fun. I want.
It's
I
fun.
don't know over here all the time.
It's crazy, but it's
I
fun.
don't think I'm hip enough.
Oh, please. You'll be just fine. You'll be
T, are you doing karaoke tonight or no?
I think I'm gonna do a little piece of karaoke tonight.
Yeah.
A piece of karaoke.
A little piece. So yeah, y'all. If
Well,
y'all
save a spot for Virgo. She's probably going to want to be singing some.
Oh yeah,
some
she's sipping her wine too, like me.
right. She's going to want to be singing some Anita Baker.
Oh yes, come on, caught up in the rapture of love. Absolutely. So I'll be waiting. But
All
thank
right.
y'all again.
Can I-
Y'all.
Take
Y'all
it
have
easy.
a good stream.
Can I pick a song too, T?
Of course. Of course you can. Yes.
I love T.
Oh, I love you too. I'll see y'all later. I'm not trying to
No,
do too much, but I love y'all. Y'all have a good one. Bye, guys.
Take care. Take care.
I will see you in a little bit, T.
Did you see Palomino's comment? Don't go to church, Stanley. They will burn you at the stake.
That's why he's going.
Hey, flames are afraid of me, buddy. Oh, you don't know many black Catholics? Well, I grew up in Clarence Thomas's parish.
Dynamic, which cannot be imagined. This is what makes and I will stand by this, not just because I've written analytic articles about it, but because just like my Palestinian friend, everyone understands that blackness is a threat without an idea. Fanon wrote this. He says to Sartre, the Jew is a threat conceptually.
Now, see, I would actually wonder, and I would actually ask the question to him, and who knows, maybe I'll find his email. And people like a Be Brave actually want to say that black is a threat because of the crime. They equate one.
Come on, Stanley, you've been talking about Be Brave.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't. Hold on one sec. They shouldn't, but they do. You know, black equals crime or violent crime.
You've been talking about Be Brave since 10 o'clock in the morning, bro. Come on, man.
So what?
Why are you stuck on that white boy?
Is it okay? Well, he happens to have so many bad points that it's almost like, he's like a paint. He's like a splatter. You drop that water balloon and water gets everywhere. So my question would be, how do you deal with that in an Afro pessimism framework? And it's probably in the book somewhere. How would you? And he talks about semiotics and all that. But the problem is, if I brought up semiotics to Be Brave, it would just
it would go over his head.
Well, it wouldn't just go over his head. He would probably make some joke about egghead and you read too many books and you don't know what's going on the streets. I would just be curious to know how that would be handled.
I don't know. I'm actually getting more interested to actually read this book now.
Yeah, start with that audiobook link. I will get the book, but shoot, I might even I don't generally do audiobooks, but since it's there.
Yeah.
Stanley, can I ask you a favor?
What would that be?
To share Sam Fisher's link one more time, because we're in the number 2 in the final thing here. So if you could do that, and if anyone would vote for Sam, I'd really appreciate it.
Let's see here. America's favorite pet.
I'll put the link right here, and
Okay, I found it.
I could, if we don't win this week, then we're out. So we gotta win, Stanley. We gotta win this week. You don't want that little dog winning, do you?
I sure don't.
Wouldn't you rather a smart dog win it than just a little rich dog? Please vote
Yeah,
for Sam
I would want the proletariat's dog to win.
Yeah. And I've had him ever since he was 6 weeks old. Unlike this.
That's sure a long time in dog years.
Humble presence.
Yeah, now he's going on 9 years old.
Good question, Humble.
He's going on 9 years. So I appreciate everyone's votes. And that really means a lot to me if you vote for my dog. And if Portia, sorry, Stanley.
No, go ahead.
If Portia was on here, I'd send her a cash app. That way she could vote more for Sam Fisher. But we're in it to win it. You know what I mean? So.
Right.
I
Well,
mean,
yeah. Portia's taking a day off.
Yeah.
A well-deserved day off, by the way.
That'll be a 2-for-1 event next week too. So I'm saving up for that and drinking less wine, Stanley, and smoking less marijuana.
Oh, are you?
And yeah.
Well, I'm curious to know, what are you substituting it with?
Nothing. Just gonna go sober for a while, evidently.
When? Tomorrow?
Right now.
Oh, you're sober now?
Not exactly.
Okay. I was getting concerned. You know,
Hey, Stanley, I'll be right back. Feel free to play the video. I'll be still listening, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, and if Universal John, if you could please vote for my dog, and any money I get, I don't get any money unless I win, but like if you vote for the dog, then I'm gonna give every dollar back to the John Galt Show.
Oh wow, amazing.
Okay.
You got my support. I voted, and I'm going to make sure that I share that link too. So you got my support.
Thank you so much, Universal Jones.
Wow, Diallo, you don't know who Diallo Kenyatta is, do you? Universal.
Oh, sorry, I was almost stepped away.
Diallo.
Yes,
Kenyatta.
I am familiar with. Yes, I am familiar with.
I see he talks about Afro pessimism. I can only imagine.
Oh, yeah. I'm familiar. I don't really follow his content as much, but I am familiar with him. Yes.
Yeah, I used to literally every day I was watching Black Power Media, Jared Hall and the gang, and
Yep.
every Friday Diallo, and I forget the third guy's name. He's a younger guy. They do a show, probably still do. But I, for some reason or another, I just kind of got bored with them and just stopped listening. You know,
Yeah.
because it was kind of repetitive.
Repetitive, yeah, that happens a lot in these spaces. But Stanley, that goes to my point earlier that black writers and thinkers, I think that they box themselves into the race thing where they don't advance any of their theories or their thought processes. Because at some point you just hit a you hit a wall with this. Like there's so much more to talk about and use your skills, talents, and degrees for. But for black folks, we just can't shake the race piece. It bothers me. I don't know.
Well, I do think that it probably serves a dual purpose. It is a moneymaker and it is a
Yeah,
cause.
yeah, that is true. That is true.
But I'll be honest with you. I would literally say, um, like, if I'm not on this channel, and to be honest with you, I'm gonna try and do better. Basically, I'm gonna start using the "fu" term a lot more when these guys want to bring up race. Fuck them. But however, that means my "fuck you" will be colorblind. There-
Well,
there-
hey guys, I'm gonna go hang out with T. I'll check y'all later.
All right,
All
12 man.
right,
Have a good
man.
night. Have a good night, man.
I love y'all. Peace out.
If you're
Tell T
traveling,
that
please take an Uber or Lyft, because boy,
tell T that I haven't seen her in so long. She should come over and visit.
You should come over and visit her karaoke, Stanley.
I will do just that.
All right. Sounds good.
Take it easy.
see you, 12 man. Stuart makes an interesting.
Did he not know she was over here?
Man, he sounds like he is on a whole another planet right now, man.
Oh, he's been worse.
I know. I know. I know, Stanley. Sadly, I know. I wanted to respond to Stuart's comment in the chat because he's commenting based off what you said about making money. He says you don't make no money, and he said AI, and he says you don't make no money, and their total modality is centered around race. Better catch up. I don't think that's true.
Guess what, Stuart? Yeah, I better catch up. Really. Bottom line is, if you got a YouTube channel, and they've got forget how many now. Like last I checked, it was close to 30,000 subscribers.
Yeah, you're making
You may
some
not
money.
be making a lot of money, but you will get some donations. You will get a couple bucks here and there.
Now
I didn't say you were going to make even a living, but yeah, you're gonna get a couple bucks every now and again.
And just like many things, I think there's levels to it, right? Because a lot of these people, they do make. I'll be honest with you, I've made money off some of this stuff myself.
Do you
can
know
get-
how much Cornell West makes?
Oh
Now
my god,
he is a professor, but you know what? He makes a lot of
he
money.
makes more money out of the classroom than in it and off campus. Let's not get it confused, people. You can make a lot of money with talking about these things, speaking, being a part of various different initiatives and policies and conferences. You can make money. I have made money. Part of one of my streams of income is within this space. I think just hopping online, talking about it, and being a content creator is a little different than these professors who do this as a profession.
Right.
It's very, very different. And I've taught. I teach in the fall. I don't teach in the spring. I teach grad school, and I teach the diversity class. And please believe, if I write a book, or even if I contributed to a textbook, a chapter, or I was a co-author on a chapter, I can take that and probably finesse that into an extra $20,000 to maybe $30,000 a year just by doing that. And then people don't understand. But see, the weird part about this, Stanley, is you complain about racism in the systems, but then you benefit from it from another end. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is irony. And you know what? If your profession is, African American studies, for instance, or history with an emphasis on African American history, history. If believe me, if I had my perfect world, uh, I would have been either a historian or I would have been a classicist. Believe it or not,
Yeah.
I really like Latin and Greek.
Yeah.
However, my parents, you know, said, "Hey, you need to do something a bit more practical,"
Hmm.
and so it goes. I think it was good advice, and oh well.
Yeah.
But I mean, if your profession is talking about history and a history of oppression and stuff, more power to you. I don't see a problem with it.
But what has happened though, Stanley, is that they've taken the black experience and they put it in all these professions. So you can be a doula and you can talk about the history of trauma that showed up. You could be a freaking engineer. Like they put it in everything. Like if there's your son goes to Georgia Tech, if he can get access, you might be able to access it yourself as just a resident of Georgia. But if you can look at like the last 2 years of dissertations or master's thesis,
Mhm.
and if you can and look at the names, because you can tell sometimes you can tell the black names. Look at what they wrote about. I can almost guarantee you, Stanley, they all write about race, man. It's like I'm like, there's no other thing to talk about but race. Like you're too smart to not be able to think beyond this. But again, we're
Well,
just
I mean, but what if it's their actual interest?
but it is that's my point, Stanley. It is their interest. But what I'm saying is but that's their main focus. I mean, they could be a nursing student and they're talking about how
Well,
race.
what if it is actually their interest? I don't know that I have a problem with that. It
It
is.
but it but Stanley, so what I'm saying is yes, it is their interest, but also can they have interest beyond racism? And I think that we've been so engulfed in the culture of how we've been victimized, especially over the last 15 years or so, that it is a genuine interest of theirs, but it also stunts their intellectual ability to think about something else.
Okay,
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I
okay,
don't know.
well, no, I'm not going to even say you're wrong. I mean, it makes sense, but I honestly will go. So what? And I really mean like, hey, let them do what they want to do. They have to deal with their consequences.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't even
true.
I don't even have to care about the consequences. It really, truly, other than me shaking my head and going, gee, doesn't affect me.
But
I honestly don't care.
But where it does affect where it
See,
does
you're in a
affect the
profession that I mean, your profession, and probably your profession is your passion.
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit more clinical. I'm not.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm a little. I do have a misanthropic streak.
Yeah, no, I got you. I mean, I think it affects us because it keeps us from doing the things where we don't see a lot of black people, like even like being a pilot. Like a lot of black people who probably could do that job just as well as Bob or anyone else, they won't even consider themselves for that type of
It's a personal
profession.
choice. I don't care.
Yeah, and I understand that. I understand that. But see,
No, seriously, I like sitting here as John Galt will do sometimes and talk about black people should be doing this or black people should be doing that. He needs to stop doing that. He needs to stop caring. And I'm kind of doing the same thing you're doing with race. I'm saying, hey, you should stop caring.
Yeah.
I'm giving unsolicited advice,
Yeah.
but I honestly believe that you just got to let them do what they do and let them figure it out. Don't fret it.
I know it's and I guess even as I'm speaking out loud and thinking about this, I'm even wrapped up in it because part of me wants us to do better, but I should be more like where you're at, like fuck it. If they want to fail, let them fail. Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah, I'm serious.
And I, Stanley, and that's the funny thing, because that's what's led me to a lot of conservative thought is like, well, if you don't want to fucking make the changes and do the shit you need to do to make your life better or your community, then have it, or then do whatever the fuck you want. But there's still a little piece in me that's like, we as a collective, we can do better. And
Well, we can, but so can white people.
yeah, that's
Which
true.
folks around here, other than other than Asians, maybe, they need work in other areas like personality. That's a
Sure,
joke.
sure.
But I'm saying that we all have work to do, and
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. We all do have work to do. And I think my racial socialization has kept this piece of me that really wants black people to just be in a better position.
you know
Just
what?
black.
My thing is, I don't like hearing black people be wrong about shit.
I know, Stan. I see it almost every day on this channel, sir.
And I need to stop doing that. I know I do. It's just like a years ago when I was in high school, we had something called the Savannah Science Seminar. It was,
Mhm.
I might have been the only black person selected for it. In the city, not just the school, in the city.
You might have been the only black person who fucking applied, Stanley.
No, you had to be nominated.
Okay.
You didn't apply. But anyway, one day, we were one of the things we were talking about was psychology or something, and this dude knew, like a high school classmate of mine, knew how to hypnotize people. And he hypnotized this guy, and it wasn't an act. So I'm like, well, wow. So he tried to hypnotize me. And what he would do is have you follow, the tip of a pen or something, count backwards from 100. And fucking every time I made a mistake, I would snap out of it and correct myself. So the upshot is I wasn't able to be hypnotized because I kept self-correcting. It's a bad and annoying habit, but I've been doing it since I was a kid. So I really wish I could stop doing it. Like the other day, Be Brave's show, the Be Brave and John Racism Roundtable.
Yeah.
I got in, I started listening for like 5 minutes, and I knew that, hey, I've got to disengage now because I'm going to go up there if I don't disengage now, and I'm going to start ranting about how wrong they are, how they're getting the history wrong, etc. So I just left it. So I'm trying, I'm struggling. I'm going to do better, damn it. So anyway, we'll finish up a few more minutes of this.
Sure.
And Tyrone's point about, hey, I gotta speak like the everyman. It would just make me bitter to do that.
Has to wait to see if they act like a Jew, if they perform Jewishness. The black is a threat corporally, the body, not the ideas. This is why I try to get across the nation piece. And Ehrlichman said it to Nixon, right? We are not against black people's ideas. Black people don't have any ideas. I don't mean we don't have ideas. What I mean is we don't have any auditors. And that's what makes black people crazy, thinking that somebody's listening. Somebody can hear. Somebody will judge me for my actions. My Palestinian friend.
Oh, I gotta play that again. Black people thinking somebody's listening.
But that's what see, Stanley, that's what I kind of was saying. I wasn't saying that, but what I was getting at is close to where he's at. Is that we've talked about this race thing so long and in so many spaces that people don't care no more. They're just moving on.
Well, you know what? Now the not caring isn't because we're whistling Dixie. They just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, because we fucking have complained about this for so long with no real tangible results since the 60s that people are like, what are you complaining about? And then I think
you know what? Those are the people who are fucked up.
I get
It's
yes.
not black people who are fucked up in this case. It's other people just not giving a fuck because it doesn't affect them. Now, black people, we need to just realize that people don't give a fuck. Even
And
if
move
it
on.
is fucked up, but it's not affecting other people. They don't care. You
Yeah.
know, I don't think it's the repetition. Oh, these people are whining. They literally don't care.
Yeah. I think
That's
I
the Afro pessimism part that I actually
yeah.
do know. They don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah. Yeah. I would agree. I actually think both things can be true though. I think that they cannot care. And I
Right.
think that
Well, yeah.
we also can be fucked up too still. Like we got some shit we have to really figure out.
Yeah, but I mean, complaining that hey, Harvard only has 2%, whatever the percentage is, it's single digits.
Yeah.
Harvard only has this many people. Well, I think that's a valid complaint, but they're not going to lower the standards.
I hope not.
Not just for us.
I mean, I wouldn't want them to lower the stand. I mean, see, to me that to me signals we need to figure out how do we have our children get Harvard ready.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, and it was a legal thing where they got rid of affirmative action,
Yeah.
but
Yep.
essentially they lowered their standards for Asians.
Yes, and then they say and that backfired.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that when they got rid of the components of race and personality, there were a couple different things that that they were doing. Harvard specifically, that they were doing. They were giving points based on several different things, and they basically had to scrap the system.
Mhm.
And I think if they were looking for Asians who could do more than study, because that's essentially what they were doing. You got your 4.7 grade point average, but all you did was study. You
Yeah.
know, you didn't get out and play a sport or anything like that. Asians basically want SAT scores to count for everything. And Harvard was saying, no, we need people that are more well rounded. Asians aren't, ticking that box. Getting rid of the system that they had basically allows Asians, it lowers the standards in a social points, whatever the term was, that social point score, it's get scrapped, it's lowering a standard.
Hold on one second, Stanley. I had to take a call. You can play the tape.
Okay, and Stuart, I think Asians have race pride. I don't agree with that. I know enough Asians to know that I think if there's any pride that they might have, I've run into a few who basically want to, emphasize their Caucasian roots and say that, oh, hey, we're like pre-white. We Indians specifically and white people have ancestry. I do know about that sort of race pride, but I also know a lot of people who don't, who are kind of like, they're not wearing their Asianness on their sleeve. And if anything that Asians may have in common, at least South Asians, is they have a high opinion of Ashkenazi Jews. Um, so they actually have pride in being like the Jews. I guess maybe that is race pride. I don't know. Cultural pride, yeah, but you know what? Stuart, that's an interesting point. What if Black Americans consider themselves Americans and have pride in their American culture? What's your answer to that? Because in my opinion, Black culture is a form, or let's just say a dialect of American culture. Um, how do you handle that? because the culture Black Americans exist in is American culture.
Corporally, the body, not the ideas. This is why I try to get across to the nation piece. And Ehrlichman said it to Nixon, right? We are not against Black people's ideas. Black people don't have any ideas. I don't mean we don't have ideas. What I mean is we don't have any auditors. And that's what makes Black people crazy, thinking that somebody's listening, somebody can hear, somebody will judge me for my actions. My Palestinian friend, the unconscious doesn't allow that to happen. And I'm sorry if that hurts people. It hurts me too. But we have spent 20 years carefully analyzing that dynamic. And nobody has come up with an analytic rebuttal to that. They've all come up with, this hurts solidarity. This makes me feel bad. This is a way of being race first. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm no, I'm just not able, I won't deal with people's emotional problems. I got my own.
In fact, you say if as Afro-pessimism argues, Blacks are not human subjects, but are instead structurally inert props, implements for the execution of white and non-Black fantasies and sadomasochistic pleasures, then this also means that at a higher level of abstraction, the claims of universal humanity that the above theories all subscribe to are hobbled by a meta-aporia, a contradiction that manifests whenever one looks seriously at the structure of Black suffering in comparison to the presumed universal structure of all sentient beings. And you say this in response to your explanation as to why Marxism, or your quick summary as to why Marxism, post-colonialism, psychoanalysis, and feminism are ultimately insufficient in explaining or resolving the problem. Why isn't Afro-pessimism? By the way, just very quickly, shout out to Joy James. You mentioned this, and feminism. Why in comparison to the presumed universal structure of all sentient beings. And you say this in response to your explanation as to why Marxism, or your quick summary as to why Marxism, post-colonialism, psychoanalysis, and feminism are ultimately insufficient in explaining or resolving the problem. Why isn't Afro-pessimism? By the way, just very quickly, shout out to Joy James. You mentioned her, and I forgot to just come back and double down on that. Much respect to Dr. Joy James. And you used the analogy earlier of the queen and the pawn that about what is possible for each, and to understand the sort of the world that a challenge to Blackness ultimately leads to the end of. We have to appreciate, or at least understand, what are supposed to be the potentials of each. But again, the critics of your work would often argue that you don't give room to recognize, to borrow your analogy, that in chess the pawn can become a queen. That transformation, that radical transformation, seems to be lost in your work. Now, again, as I said, I've never read your work, and certainly in the interviews we've done, I don't know how many, however many at this point, but I've never walked away feeling anything but inspired to the most radical political behavior. Yet, it is persistent, and and maybe it's because the term pessimism is in the title, but that many take this away.
Hey, Universal, did you hear that part about all the isms, psychoanalysis, Marxism, feminism, and I forget what the fourth is. Post-colonialism.
No, what did they state?
He basically said none of them were adequate to dealing with the problems that we have. Essentially, nobody's listening. He's basically saying the part about, hey, Afro-pessimism basically disrupts any unity we might be forming, the community, basically. He's basically saying that, hey, look, you know what? I just don't care about the emotional part of it. He's pretty much done with that emotional part. And he's basically saying that all those isms, none of that stuff, the feminism, the Marxism, the post-colonialism, psychoanalysis, none of that is up to the job of basically helping us.
Yeah, bringing humanity closer or better or whatever. I would actually agree with that. I think that a lot of those isms create
Okay,
compound.
I don't think postmodernism is essentially grounded in Marxism. Postmodernism definitely will not help. The critical analysis sort of stuff. No, I don't. I think it is Western based and not adequate to dealing with Black people's problems in America. I think it's just too Eurocentric. Marxism. I think that Marxism specifically does nothing other than critique capitalism very well. Beyond that, I really don't have a use for Marxism. So I disagree about the postmodernism stuff. Don't. And I'm not even like into James Lindsay and all those folks. I'm just saying it's Eurocentric. It does not address Black life, Black history in America. That's what he means about all those isms not really being adequate to address, the reality of being Black in America and history and all that stuff.
But again, even reading this most recent work, which is in I guess a part two, another memoir of sorts. I don't know, a different part of your life. There's nothing in there that says we can't. That I take meaning we can't struggle, we can't fight, we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that. Anyway, but
yeah, well, okay. So very quickly, pessimism is not in Afro-pessimism, and this is, I understand how people get this wrong because we haven't actually come out explicitly, and we haven't had time, to answer, because there's more slings and arrows coming at us than people saying, oh, hey, check this out. Pessimism is not meant to connote an emotional dispensation. Pessimism is meant to connote an attitude towards the emancipatory horizon of Marxism, feminism, post-colonialism, and psychoanalysis. In other words, it's really like hijacking a phrase from Antonio Gramsci, who says, I have a pessimism of the intellect and an optimism of the will. By that, he means I have a pessimism of the bourgeois economists and the social democrats who analyze Italy's problems in a half-assed way, but I have an optimism of the factory workers in Turin who are occupying the factories. So we have a pessimism of the capacity of Marxism, feminism, psychoanalysis, and post-colonialism to think through the essence of Black suffering. It's a pessimism of their intellectual projects. We have an optimism of Black people's capacity to move, to set it off. Okay, so that's one thing. Getting back to the pawn queen thing. Okay, so
what do you think about that?
I would agree with that. I think most Black intellectuals don't want to move. They're comfortable in understanding, expressing, and what we talked about, complaining about the problem and not as interested in finding strategies to move beyond it.
Okay.
It's
I agree with it, but there's one or two things I need to kind of think about to work out. Now the problem, and it's not really a problem. It kind of addresses something that I talked again with Solid Snake last night about, about quote black leaders. I don't think we have them. To be honest with you, I'm not sure that we need them at a national level. I don't know
I
that
agree.
we don't need a Martin Luther King. I mean, there's a lot of local issues that, don't need to be addressed at a national level.
You know who the true black leaders are in the community?
Who?
The parents.
Parents?
The
Nice.
parents.
Nice. Okay.
And that's our failure. Is we've
Beautiful.
pushed responsibility, leadership, and cultivation to institutions that may or may not be controlled by us. We know most of them are not. We pushed our responsibility on to media to inform, to the education systems to teach and cultivate, to police and law enforcement to govern us and keep us accountable. We lost the art of family/community development, and we took on what they keep mentioning, radical. Which I was going to ask you a question. What do you think radical means? Because it's so important for these intellectuals to be.
I think it's radical to tell people you don't give a shit what they think.
Yes, and you can do that without a.
Have you noticed how it offends people sometimes on this channel?
Well, Stanley, there's other factors there too, Stanley. But yeah, sure. But
No, I think almost in a way it's almost like Ayn Rand, Howard Rourke. I really don't care what you think. I'm going to do it my way. Now, you may screw it up, but it is weirdly almost objectivism.
Yep, and that's actually what kind of led me to this channel, because I was familiar with Ayn Rand and objectivism, and the channel's called John Galt. I was like, what the hell? And it's a black dude too. That was like, what is going on?
Well,
So
I don't have much use for Ayn Rand other than I like the book, okay, but I think objectivism. If you ever delve into the life of Ayn Rand, she's not a very likable person.
yeah,
So
she's
her personal life kind of turned me off.
yeah. I just
But
think
in a way, it is similar. Not really caring. When you don't have to. Sometimes you do have to care. I realize that. So anyway, I like that, and I like what you said about parents being the true leaders. That's nice.
Yeah, we don't need talking heads or people that we elect or select. Because at the end of the day, especially in this society, those people are going to do what they're supposed to do, which is figure out a way to monetize and create a living off of it. And we can't get mad if we're going to support it. But
Right.
leadership starts in the home. Like, so many people miss this when I do, because I do a lot of work with children. That's been my pretty much my main focus from a psychological standpoint. I was working with families and young people,
Mm-hmm.
and all the kids that have, not all, I would say probably 90, I would just say 90%. We'll just say 90%. 90% of the kids that have behavioral issues, emotional issues, or even mental health issues, they all have really dysfunctional family dynamics. That's across the board, ethnic wise. That, to me, that always signaled the importance of having good foundations, solid parents, people who are connected, some actual cultivation of families. And when you look at the African American family and what we've gone through in the last 40 years, I'll just use that as a easy number.
Right.
Since the late 70s, since the late 70s, early 80s, we've seen a serious breakdown of the Black family, and really Black relationships. And honestly, Stanley, I think that's why it's such a hot topic to talk about. Like, I think subconsciously, Black folks know that is the actual problem. It ain't even white supremacy. It's the relationships are bad.
Well,
But
I also want to say though, the aphorism. I think it's an aphorism. When America catches a cold, black people catch the flu.
correct.
Um, America in general is having a breakdown of the family. And I think it's reflected in, declining birth rates and that sort of thing.
Absolutely. Marriage rates.
I was kind of shocked, that I read an article yesterday basically saying that, sex in like the age range of like high school to 25, like maybe 15 to 25 or something like that, is down 30%.
Mm-hmm.
And which is a good thing, but I'm also saying that I think that we have raised kids, and I mean the collective we have raised kids who aren't interested in even having families. That's how bad it is.
We've raised
Young
kids.
black males, marriage rate for young black males.
Oh man,
A lot of things that basically point to not only is family not a priority, shit, people just don't want to do it.
And they're starting to, and what you're seeing is acceptance of this, right? So you're seeing people talk about poly relationships because people don't want to commit. So like, fuck it, we'll just all be together for the ones who do. Or you'll see like this always threw me because I remember growing up and baby showers being like a really significant thing. And you'll see like women who get baby showers, and this is like their third baby shower and their third child's father. Like we have just accepted such a lower standard to all these things that I think that if there was some sort of cultural resistance or pushback, I don't think it's going to stop it from happening, but it might make people think twice. Is this a good decision for me? Am I doing the right thing? And but you don't have that when you don't have strong foundations in communities and families. So
Well, let me
you know,
ask you a question.
go.
I have always kind of instinctively known that, no woman, no cry. Basically, having more than one serious relationship, like, if you decide you want to be polyamorous, that's actually much more trouble than it's worth. Um, you know, Women can be demanding, and doing it, right, um, takes a lot of work. And I'm wondering if these millennials who want to, do the group marriage thing or group relationship thing, if they will maybe learn that the hard way, and there'll be a natural course correction.
Most likely, because right now it's really driven just by high sex drives. It's not. They're not trying to do it to better the outcomes for the children or build a community. They're just trying to fuck each other and do it without hiding each other from each other. It's silly.
God, I just think that, doing it in a group though, god damn, I'm a one-on-one guy.
Hey man, it's a freaky ass world out here. Pop the Balloon should have proved that to you by now. And Diddy. But we can play the tape.
So my own work in particular, and I is most Afro-pessimism is weighted towards an analysis of capacity, even though it does a lot of other things in the work itself. Jared Sexton's work he's basically saying in amalgamation schemes, look, I have a white mother and a black father. However, I know in this movement, whether you take a broadside from a political movement or an academic book from some mixed race person who's writing about people always say, if everybody mixed races and we were just all blending together, the world would be better. That whether it's that shit or something else, he says, what is at the core of that statement? What is at the core of that statement? The core of that statement is an anxiety about Black. And he says, everywhere I look in biracial literature, I see an anxiety about Black. I say in Palestine, I don't say Palestinians aren't suffering from Israelis. What I see is an anxiety about Black. I see it in Tel Aviv. I see it in Gaza. In Cuba, the best country in the world, I see an anxiety about Black. An anxiety about Black. Without an anxiety about Black, people could not exist in their relational dynamics. Full stop. Without that anxiety, there could be no white families, there could be no white nations, there could be no Native American families. An anxiety about Blackness is like the grain of sand around which the mucus forms to create being. That is an argument which we have documented. In fact, we're not the first people to document that. Fanon documents that, but he says something that we disagree with. He says, by talking it through, you can get beyond that. No.
You don't know.
No. No. By ending the world, you can get beyond that. And you can't even know what's beyond that. You can't, because people don't, the unconscious doesn't speak. You don't speak the unconscious. It speaks you. The only thing you speak is your preconscious, but there's another engine inside of you that's generating all the things that you do, and it's generating them in symptomatic gestures, symptomatic actions, okay? You cannot teach the unconscious. It is an unteachable part of the brain. It can be traumatized, it can be destroyed, it's not that it cannot be changed, but it cannot be changed through dialogue. Okay, now pawn queen thing very quickly. What I did a very quick gloss of this before. I said that what I'm most interested in putting down tracks of before I die is an
Hey, Universal, they specifically, or Wilderson specifically says Black. The problem is,
Lack of anxiety.
yeah. Now, Stewart says here that the anxiety is being born non-white. I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, now that could very well be, but he doesn't really care. He's talking specifically about blackness, whatever you want to call it. So I'm trying to figure out whether he is basically disagreeing and saying, "Hey, this is bigger than just the fear of Black. It's fear of non-white." Do you think that's what he's saying?
Yeah, yes. Stewart's coming from the Mr. Fuller kind of concept here, which we've also talked about earlier this week.
Right.
But
was Fuller that concerned with non-white or specifically Black?
I would say both. He would reference all people who are not classified as white as non-white, but he would speak directly about Black experiences.
Okay, because I'm basically going to say, well, Wilderson doesn't care. He's focused specifically on Afro pessimism.
Right, correct, right.
So, okay, I got you.
Yep.
I understand what Stewart's saying.
I agree with this point he made, but I had to think on it a little bit more. But he said you can't change the subconscious mind with dialogue or conversations. He said conversations. I don't know if that's 100% true. I know that experiences have way more influence in the conversation.
But it sounds like he's talking about psychotherapy.
Well,
isn't that
if he was, then what he's saying is psychotherapy isn't as effective as we think it is collectively. I don't disagree with that.
Said that psychoanalysis is one of the isms.
Yes, it is, and it's limited because it's from a Eurocentric paradigm only, and I think that's fucked up. And I I get in trouble sometimes, Stanley, but I bring this up in my professional life all the time. That's how I address diversity, equity, and inclusion when it comes to psychology. Is I'm probably one of the more vocal people that says this shit there's some truth here, but this shit needs to be remixed. This is old, outdated shit from over 100 years ago, from really a white man's perspective too. We really want to dive into it. We are missing a lot. So, but I think with his point though, I would disagree. I think the subconscious with repetition can be changed in dialogue. Otherwise, we've wasted billions of hours on YouTube making content.
Well, let me ask you a question though. Doesn't the age of that mind matter? I mean, is there a point where something like dialogue won't work? Once your brain is set at 25 or whatever.
No, I think so. No, this is where we're getting into neuroplasticity. So there are points and times in the development of the human brain where the conversation will it will gradual the learning becomes very gradual, like between the ages of 3 and I would say 9, maybe 10. That's probably the best time if you want to propagate somebody. That is your best time because they're going to understand it the fastest, and it's more likely to stick once they get into puberty. What our brains do, just like our bodies, is once we turn 10, 11, 12, our brains start to go through puberty like our body.
I see.
And our synapse connections in our brain starts to prune off things that we don't feel like we need for our survival. So when you look at, for example, urban Black youth comparative to, let's say, a Black youth who may not be in an urban setting, those two kids, based on just surviving those environments, are going to prune off very different things. It could be study skills. The kids in the hood are very good with their mouths, right? They know how to Joan and they know how to play the dozens. They know, because that's a survival technique in that area, in that community. Where you get a suburban kid, like one of my kids, they're gonna get fucking fried trying to talk to one of these urban kids. They're gonna hurt my little daughter's feelings because she doesn't have that survival mechanism built into her, right?
Oh,
So
wow, I never thought of that.
yeah. So some of the problems we have is actually just survival that we've had to develop since we've been urbanized as Black people. That's part of this puzzle that a lot of people don't talk about. Is the urban? You can see this when you look at urban Blacks who are in mostly northern or sometimes western cities versus southern Blacks like yourself from like a place like Savannah. Those people can be very different people just based on region.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what he's saying to me, like what I'm hearing him say, is that through conversation it's not that effective. I don't know if I agree with that. I think there's more to it, like repetition, like having the same conversation over and over, or understanding it from different perspectives. That I think that does get to your subconscious. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm kind of riffing and going off on it, but I'm just thinking out loud.
Okay. Well, we'll start her.
Analytic of embodied capacity. Okay, because I think there's too much, especially in the Anglo-American world. I've taught all over the world. In the Anglo-American world is the worst world for thinking theoretically, because British and American people think about what they can see and touch, and they develop their theories from that. You cannot understand a relational dynamic based upon empiricism and observation. You have to go very much deeper, which is why it's easier, ironically, for me to teach Germans, fascist-ass Germans, in grad school than it is to teach Americans, because they don't need the tactile evidence of their experience to understand what's going on.
That's a good
so
point.
I said that a pawn has a certain capacity. It can move two.
All right, Stanley, are you familiar with axiology? I'm about to get
no, something to do with
I'm about to get way too nerdy on you here.
now wait, like axons in the brain?
It's more of a
or axioms.
It's more it's kind of like axioms. but it's looking more at like adaptations to culture. It comes out of anthropology and like anthropsychology. There's a man, and I've been meaning to ask you, but I'm glad this came up because I keep forgetting to ask you. Are you familiar with someone by the name of Dr. Edwin Nichols?
No.
Okay, I think man, it'd be really good for you
Is
to
it
check.
Nickles? Oh, Nichols,
LOS.
Nichols.
Yeah, OLS. Yeah.
What's his first name? Edwin?
Yeah, Edwin. Dr. Edwin Edwin Nichols.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Joy DeGruy Leary, who wrote Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome?
I am familiar. I've never read it.
Okay. Edwin Nichols was her mentor, and he's brilliant himself. But he talks about axiology and what he has created. And I know Stuart's familiar. What he's created was this. He did, and he's done research on this. But he has this chart. If I can find it, I'll try to put a link in the back chat where he racially categorizes people of the world. He has like the typical Asians, the natives, blacks. He puts Black Americans and Africans and Caribbeans all in the same boat. And what he does in this chart, maybe we should pull it up. What he does in this chart is talks about just our perspectives on how we approach life and how it's different based on these ethnic kind of collectives or conclaves.
Now, does it tie into something like epigenetics?
I would stretch it. He doesn't talk about that, but I would stretch it to epigenetics, because I think culturally we live our lives in ways that we respond to our environments. So, like I use the example of Black youth, right? Black youth have different type of stress responses than non-Black youth, and I use the suburban example as just point out the environment. But your typical Black young person who lives in, let's say, North Minneapolis, which is what's considered the hood here in the Twin Cities, that kid has to worry about loud noises, sirens going off, people talking, arguing, music, sometimes avoiding violence, loose animals running around, trash, like the things that Be Brave likes to point out, right? It's like this an urban living dynamic. But a kid who doesn't live in that environment, they still have stress, homework, parents maybe get a divorce, who knows, right? But the stressors are
losing your virginity.
Yeah, losing, exactly. Being peer pressured to smoke a cigarette, like it's different, but they still both have stressors, but culturally, due to their environment, they've had to respond to their stressors differently. That to me is how epigenetics plays out. Now, when we talk about epigenetics, it's usually what the parents are passing on to the kids, but the process doesn't stop there. Like the process of epigenetics develops over time as you grow. Your body, your nervous system is responding to your experiences. So yes, I would say that epigenetically, and this may be where history comes in, these conclaves of races or ethnicities, we've had to survive in particular environments that we've created culture around that leads to how we are today.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm making
it does.
Okay. Let me see if I can find this chart. This would be a good way to end this conversation. Nichols.
Yeah, I probably I've been on here a while. So yeah, it probably is time to kind of wrap it up.
Yeah, I would agree. I can pull this up here if you
Yeah,
want.
I want to see the chart because I'll pull it up and make sure I save it somewhere.
Let's see. I'll put the link in the back chat, but if you want to share my screen, we can do it that way too.
Okay. I forget her name. There's a Black physician. Forget what her specialty is, but let's see. Let's see here.
Can I zoom on this? Yeah.
Can you blow it up? There you go.
Yeah. So ultimately, what Dr. Edwin Nichols came up with, and I know he's worked with a couple of like grad students to pull this together. So it's not completely just some stuff he pulled
Now, is
out.
he a psychologist?
Yeah, he's an organizational he does organizational psychology, but he has like some very specialized psychology that he went to Germany. That's what kind of brought this out of my head. He went to Germany and was trained in some specialized psychological discipline. Very smart guy. He's from Detroit. Fucking brilliant.
Uh,
Genius. He's got there's a couple interviews of him on YouTube too. So
yeah, I saw that.
yeah. So ultimately, what this chart is stating, like I said, he's kind of like put us in these ethnic conclaves, and he talks about the worldview and how we approach things very differently based on, I guess, our ethnic collective connection. I don't know how to really term it. So he puts Europeans and Euro Americans in one group, Africans, African Americans, Latino, um, and Arabs. We're all kind of collect. He puts us together. Asians Americans, Polynesians, and then natives. And what axiology talks about is how we are to each, like how our worldviews are perceived towards one another. So Europeans are usually member to object with their value systems about their relationships to people. Africans, African Americans, Latinos, and Arabs are usually member to member people. And earlier we were talking about, and I was talking about the idolatry and why we use the term we and how we identify. Well, some of that is culture that we've maintained over hundreds of years because we're member to member people. So we feel connected to each other, even when it has nothing to do with us. There's some sense of like pride or connection when we don't even have relationships to each other. So we're member to member people. Asians are more member to group. So they place a high value that lies on cohesiveness of the group, right? Not necessarily the relationship. So they have, I am Korean, like I'm like that's who I am, and there's pride in that. And then natives are more member to Great Spirit, where they place a high value that lies on oneness with the Great Spirit. So ultimately, what he's done with this work is he's just looked at how we kind of collectively just break all these things down. So how do we apply the estimology of each other, the pedagogy? How do we learn the methodology? How it's all played out, how we process logic, and then how we actually do process various different things. So it's an interesting chart, man. I dig into it and feel free to check it out.
Yeah, well, do you put the link in the back?
Yeah, it's in the link. Let me make sure I put it in the right space. It's in the studio chat in the back. Yeah, it says Chrome.
Okay, yep, gotcha.
Yeah.
God damn, I'm actually gonna have to do some studying tomorrow.
See, Stanley, I'm not just a bunch of bullshit and pop the balloon.
No, you
sending
know
pretty
what?
girls laptops. There's some substance here. There's some substance.
I'm a believer.
I've learned how to code switch well. I can talk to anybody.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have not.
But yeah, so I often bring this chart. I always kind of go back to it when I get stumped on people and race and all that. I'm like, okay, let me think through this yet again because it's pretty, it's thick. It's a lot here. But
Mhm.
if you use your anecdotal experiences in the books that you read, some of this starts to make a lot of sense. And then you think of, and then I talk about the victimhood mentality that African American folks have. I honestly think that exception of our worldview is what stops us. And when you see a John and a Be Brave go in on that and how dysfunctional we are, to me, I think there's a couple steps deeper than just pointing out the dysfunction, but there are answers to why. It's not just because we're dysfunctional. There's something going on there. And
I don't think we're in large part dysfunctional.
that's where
I mean, I actually think the people who are actually in some form of extremis, living in the hood, stacked on top of each other. I think it's extremely stressful,
oh,
and
absolutely.
it brings out the worst in people. You got poverty, you got the geography of living on top of each other, almost like cages on cages, in those high rise type departments.
Yeah.
Um, I just think the main problem, or one of the main problems I have, is when they go, like the title of a show John had the other day, Black Men Think Like This.
Yeah.
And if you don't put some sort of qualifier in front of it, you assume, or I assume, you mean all black men. And it drives me nuts when they paint with such a broad brush.
Yeah, I get it. I think it's a significant amount. It may not be all, but it's enough where it makes a difference. This,
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't say it's even the majority.
well, I that
I
I don't
could be wrong.
yeah.
Because I mean, I do know, just anecdotally, things like, "Hey, brother, can I get a discount?"
Yeah.
There are probably a lot of interactions, or just like fleeting day to day like interactions that kind of go unnoticed that would indicate a victim mentality.
Yeah.
I do think culturally, um, I I guess I might just have to concede it, though I really don't want to. Um, but I think if it's a victim mentality, they're not using that mentality as any sort of roadblock. They just kind of, in their heart of hearts, think that America has been particularly unfair.
Yep.
And, if you leave things to chance, more than likely things will not turn out um, in a black man's favor.
Yeah, and I don't I that
I
I
don't know that that's not warranted.
How you gentlemen doing? Good night.
What's up, Latino?
What's up, Latino?
Not much. Just here listening to you guys.
Um,
I agree with
I
Stanley.
mean, isn't that kind of warranted though? I mean, if you don't keep your head on a swivel, you might actually, wind up on the short end of a deal or something like that. I think
Sure.
you. I think if the victim mentality, I think constant vigilance is something every black man in America probably needs to be.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that.
That is an indicator of a victim mentality. If you don't keep your head on a swivel, you have a higher chance of being a victim of something than other demographics.
That's true. And other demographics have created things that I can't even talk. Perpetuates the victimhood. They've capitalized on it because that's what you do here in America.
I guess what I'm saying is, isn't the victimhood mentality almost a survival strategy?
It is, and it works in a um particular political environment, which is mostly liberal, because it feeds systems. It actually provides jobs to people, and that's why it's supported. But
Well, why liberal and not conservative?
because most of the places where this stuff's happening, Stanley, they have mostly liberal rule, or I guess the best way, governance.
Okay, I see that part. I don't necessarily buy. If it's so bad and the Republicans have so many solutions,
I don't
why
think
are they not winning in these Democratic strongholds?
because they don't know how to communicate or even relate
Or
to
could
people.
it just be they don't give a fuck?
And some don't. Some don't. Some are in spaces where like fuck it. As long as they don't come here, we're good. I can be honest about that. And that's probably why a lot of black folks run to those areas, because like fuck, I can't do nothing about it either. So I'm just gonna go to a more majority white space. And that
Yeah, I don't. I think the other thing I think we need to start doing, and it's not really black people, but all people, we really need to stop thinking in these two-dimensional
yeah,
paradigms,
yeah. And
because I don't think it's helpful if, hey, I don't give a shit, it's a democratic city. As a matter of fact, talking to Mike from Boston, I happened, he was driving around
Yeah, I
Mississippi.
seen it earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, and I got to, the topic came up. Well, hey, Mississippi's in a bad way, and it's a Republican state. Well, the worst parts are in Democratic cities. And I'm just like, if you are a Republican governor and you see a city run by Democrats crashing and burning, um, you need to step in.
Yeah, but it's. I
I
mean,
mean, how are you going to let a city in your state fail because of leadership in good conscience?
it's just kind of hard though.
Why?
I mean, we done it here in Massachusetts, but it had to take like somebody to really mess up, like to really mess up things for a conservative to come through and basically get the opportunity at least so he or her could even be looked at. But here in Massachusetts, it's usually just Democrats, dude.
I kind of suspect that a lot of it is just nonchalance. It's not happening to my community. It's not happening like, to Republicans in general. We will just concede these cities to the Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, but don't you think that it's because they feel like they might not be enough, that they don't have a chance to win, basically?
Make a chance to win. I mean, never say never. And I
No, I
know
mean you're right. I
probably
mean,
kind
Charlie
of
Baker, Mitt Romney
that's
has messed
probably
up
a
things.
little unreasonable of me, but it really does get under my skin when a Republican governor wants to condemn a Democratic city in his state. I just find that annoying.
Yeah, because around here, basically, like most of the suburbs would is red, but like most of the city is blue, and
Yep.
the city outnumbers us by. Oof.
Okay, well, you know what? It's gonna stay fucked up until people start thinking more of the country and the people rather than party.
I would agree.
I would agree.
And it's both sides that do that. You're a Republican governor and you see a city in your state failing, to a degree that it's just dangerous.
To,
Um, I just don't know that I could live in good conscience going, oh, well, that's a Democratic problem.
yeah, to be honest, when Charlie Baker, which is now the president of the NCAA,
Uh-huh.
I didn't really like him, and he was a Republican.
Head of a local chapter or the national chapter?
What for NCAA?
NAACP, you mean?
No, like NCAA, like the college.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, he went from being the governor of Massachusetts to now being.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So now he's the president of the NCAA.
Okay. Well, I think that Republican governors, if they see, their Jackson, Mississippi's going to pot, they should step in. And, not doing it because of politics concerns me. But, it is America, I guess.
What is Mississippi? Mississippi's red though, right?
The state is the capital city is Democrat. Oh, and the irony is that the white part of town is looking to secede from the city. From the
Get out,
city.
dude.
Yeah, it's happening.
They want to do the same thing in somewhere
Louisiana.
in Oregon.
Yeah, Louisiana had a situation like that too. I think we're going to see a lot more of that over the next few years. Is this kind of parish and city splitting thing happening?
Yeah.
And I don't think it's all based on race. I think a lot of it's based on classism.
Yeah, economics.
Yeah, because there'll be a few black people in that white that white breakaway city.
I'm about to look up that story, but now that you guys bring that up, there was a story in somewhere in Georgia where there was a town that actually wants to be from the other town, basically because their kids are going to school and it's ruining their kids' education, and they're like,
Is it Buckhead?
Yeah,
They
wasn't it
want
Buckhead? Yeah,
basically secede from Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Good
I
luck.
was like, that's crazy. I don't know how that's gonna work.
We're gonna see a lot more of that. A lot more of that happening.
There's a decent amount of black people living in Buckhead, believe it or not.
Oh, I believe it. In Atlanta, definitely. Yeah.
I mean,
All right,
I'm not
gentlemen.
from Georgia, but I always thought that Georgia was like 80% black.
Nope.
Georgia's more than Atlanta, folks.
It's either Texas or Mississippi right now. It seems to change every now and again. At one point, Texas had at least number wise blacks than anywhere. Now, percentage wise, I think it's maybe Georgia or Alabama. But
It's not
no, none of
anymore?
these states,
You wouldn't think Maryland?
50-50. There's certain pockets in these states that are maybe 50-50.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but you wouldn't think Maryland would have been like a higher number?
No.
It's not Mississippi. Oh, it is Texas. Wow. I thought it was Mississippi.
Oh, it is Texas?
Yeah. So Texas has the largest black population in the United States in 2020. They're from 2020, by the way.
But I don't think they per capita they don't.
No, they don't per
I'm sorry, not
capita.
per capita, but percentage of population.
Percentage wise, they have 3.96 million number. I can't. Let me find the percent.
Dude, I seen the funniest video today.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know this was Texas.
Yo, this video is like, what did it say, babe? It said if race didn't matter, like if we lived like back in the days, and then it was like this little kid singing a song, and it was like, if we sang together, what the world would sound, and then the Chinese part came along, and it was like ting 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 ting. ting. Let me see what I'm saying. Give a second. Yo, wait.
God. Yeah, I mean that's how it is. Oh,
You know, when they went to the Hispanic for people, the tacos, chimichangas.
see, that's fucked up. There's more than fucking tacos and chimichangas, but it is what it is.
I'm sorry, guys.
That's fucking
I
hilarious.
just thought it was funny, dude.
It is funny. It's hilarious.
Oh god, I should have me crying.
But I'm about to cycle out, gentlemen. I was on here way longer than I expected, but good conversation, Stanley.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Let me know when you want to get to the rest of the video.
Yeah, I actually might be back tomorrow if you're around.
Okay.
Before the Super Bowl kicks off. Yeah.
You got my email, right?
I don't.
Just do the JGHB Stanley dot. It's Stanley at JGHB for John.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Yep.
.info.
Yep. The channel email, just your first name and the channel email. I got you.
Jones, who you got tomorrow?
Man, oh man, I am hoping, I am praying that the Eagles beat the Chiefs, but
Same.
I cannot go against Patrick Mahomes. I think
Same,
the Chiefs are gonna win again. I don't know if it's the American me or what. I don't like when people just keep winning all the time.
You think it's going to be a high scoring game?
You're basically saying, hey, I hope we don't give tough guy anything to crow about.
Oh man, I didn't even think of. He's gonna crow over anyway. But yeah, yeah, man. Is it gonna be a high scoring game? I think it's gonna be a pretty high scoring game.
I think they're gonna take it
30.
away from Patrick
I
Mahomes.
want to see Jalen Hurts do well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same
same
here.
here, dude. Same here, dude.
Yeah, him. I think Saquon getting a championship.
Yeah, I think
He-
Saquon is gonna go off tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. It should be a good
Definitely, he's
game.
gonna
It
have
should be a
about
good game.
25.
Definitely should be a good game. Cool. Well, again, appreciate the time. For those of you who are in the chat or watching this later, subscribe to my channel by Brandon Jones.
Oh yeah. Did you drop your link? If
Yeah,
you have?
I'll drop the link. I have passed 500 subs a few days ago.
Congratulations.
I'm at 523. I'm trying to get those watch time hours so I can get monetized. Yeah, so definitely check me out. By Brandon Jones, BYBRANDONJONES on YouTube. And I'll drop that.
Apparently, John's going live in 30 minutes.
Oh,
Word.
I'll probably be listening.
What is he going to talk about?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go, since he's going live in 30 minutes, I'm going to wrap this up because I have literally been on, 20 hours.
Wow.
Damn, Stanley.
Yeah.
I was having a good time. It's not like I had a lot to do today, but yeah, all good things must come to an end, folks. Please make sure you hit the like button, share and subscribe if you're new, and also Stanley Cross 6000 at Stanley Cross 6000 is my channel. I'm at a whole 75. So,
Nice.
so please subscribe to my channel. Get me to 100.
That's right.
But actually, I've got a couple things. I've been playing around with OBS. So I think I'm going to do one. I've got a video on the Constitution, and then which is a farther out project. But I've got something. Are you familiar with Richard Hanania? He's like a right wing quote intellectual. He's a smart guy, but there's a Substack he did that I want to do a video on, and then there's also I'm gonna do one on the Moynihan report.
Oh yeah, I gotta come back for that one then. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna do uploads unless you want to do it live.
Oh, I'll comment on the uploads. Do that. Yeah, that's cool.
Y'all making me want to start working again on my channel, dude.
You need to, man. I think one of the things and I'll stay around and talk about this because I talk about this with John offline. We really got to start, the people who at least come on panel, really start to encourage folks to start their own channels. Even if you just go on there and you just say something for 3 minutes, like this is a great opportunity to start getting involved with this, and getting out there. I think you fucking a lot of people who don't like, even Sweet Auntie yesterday we emailed back and forth because she mentioned she wanted to start a channel. I was like, hey, look, if you need some help, let me know. So that's anybody. If you need some help, I can assist. I'm over there doing the Lord's work with Lowe's channel. Her shit's exploding.
Nice.
She's got the cheat code though, look, cute girl, but yeah, I think we all can leverage this opportunity.
I can manage putting on a wig.
What OBS, the one thing I don't like is all it's really going to be good for is for me anyway is doing pre-records. It doesn't work as well as something like StreamYard or Streamlabs.
Yeah, it's not as
because you don't have the ability to like bring people up to a panel.
Right. Yeah, it's not as user friendly.
Well, that's fine. That's fine for me because I mean my channel is really going to be more for projects.
Before I get off, I want to ask one more question. How many people do you actually need to subscribe so you can actually go live like we're going on right now?
Oh, if you use StreamYard, you don't need any followers for StreamYard. If you want to go live straight from YouTube, I think you have to have 100 subs or something like that.
Okay.
Oh, really? Well, 25 to go, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go, Stanley.
But that's streaming live straight from YouTube. Most people don't do that. They're using third-party thing. It's just easier.
Yeah, but to use that third party, like for instance, like we're doing right now, how many subscribers you need?
None. You can get on there with no subscribers.
Yeah,
Oh, for
StreamYard
real?
doesn't care.
Yeah. So just
How you
start a
do
free
that?
StreamYard account. Yeah, just start a free StreamYard account and start going live. And you can also do pre-records on StreamYard as well.
But it will go live on my channel, though, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. I will have to go.
Oh shit! You know what? I'm thinking John's going live. Shit, that's my live. I'm gonna go. Let me go and reschedule this thing. God damn, I'm so tired. I don't even recognize.
Oh, you thought it was John or it was you? It's you.
I thought it was John.
It's you.
It's me.
Still need to take a
Because
break.
I had originally planned on, HB left, so I just went ahead and finished off Gone Trucking.
Yeah.
So anyway, no, I'm not going live tonight, folks. This is as late as I'm going to go because I'm not even drinking, but I'm so tired I'm slurring.
Yeah, dude. I think I'm about to go to sleep. It's been a good 3, 4, 5 days, I want to say.
Wow.
I have made bank.
Good, man. That's good.
Fucking yeah, like a buck, $1.70, $1.60 every day, dude.
Nice.
Yeah, man. Shit
Grinding.
adds up.
Yep. Grinding. Stanley, I'm putting your channel in the chat. Some people are asking for it. I got it.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll be around tomorrow. Maybe we can finish our conversation. We'll see how things are going.
Absolutely.
We're supposed to have
Joe,
a snowstorm, so I ain't going nowhere. What's up?
I'm gonna try to get up early in the morning so we could talk about the Super Bowl to see if to see get a little tips on a parlay. Who knows?
Sounds good. And then I'll put my link in my email in the back chat. So if you want to talk about YouTube
cool.
stuff.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.
All right. Good night, gentlemen. Good night, chat. Have a good night.
Feel like I should go. 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 Like I should feel like I should. Feel like I should go.